past several months social distancing, so members of council, aside from the deputy mayor and myself, are social distancing, as well as members of the administration as well. Just to repeat our usual protocol, that you should have your video camera and microphone turned off when you wish to speak. If you put your name in the chat window and turn on your microphone and your camera, that would be great. We do have a mandatory recess at 3:45 and an adjournment motion at 6 o'clock this afternoon. So with that, I would ask for a motion for a confirmation of the agenda with the additions from the clerk's office.
So moved, Councilor Bryce.
Councilor Bryce.
Bresciani.
Okay. We'll have our choice on who seconds that. I would...
I'll second it, Hawkins.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Hawkins. That's good. So I'm going to ask that members of council allow for a discussion on a notice of motion. And that would be for report, I'll just get it in front of me here. Report 21, motion 21, the creation of a diversity, inclusion, and inclusion advisory committee. Members of council are aware of this, and I do think there's a need for some speed of establishing both the advisory committee itself, as outlined in the resolution, as well as to continue our public consultation with Black Lives Matter, with Black Saskatchewan, Indigenous and elders, which it forms the basis for this. So I'm going to ask if people would indulge and allow that to be on the agenda for today. Yes, and it does require unanimous consent. So I would ask that the clerk do that, please.
Councillor Young, I will begin with you, please.
Yes.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Mancinelli.
Agreed.
Councillor Flagel.
Agreed.
Mayor Fougere.
I agree.
It received unanimous approval, Your Worship.
With that as well, I know that we have all looked at and seen the mandatory mask motion that is moving before us, has been signed by all members of council. So I know that Councillor Stevens, you want to speak to that and have this discussed at today's council meeting as well. Councillor Stevens.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The matter is simple. I would request that we waive notice for MN 20-22 mandatory mask motion, simply because it is time sensitive and urgent.
Okay. Mr. Clerk.
Okay, I will begin with you then, Councillor Stevens, please.
Yes.
Councillor Young.
Yes.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Mancinelli.
I agree.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Mayor Fougere.
I agree.
It also received unanimous consent, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. So those two items will be put on today's agenda. And with that, let's get into our first item. This is the Elected Official Compensation Review Commission report. We have a delegation, Mr. Keith Comstock and Kent Peterson, if they are on the line. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So while we're waiting for them to hook up, but I'd ask that members, someone put forward a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting. Councilor O'Donnell, seconder.
Flagel.
Okay, Councilor Flagel, thank you for that. Any errors or omissions? Anyone opposed? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship, and to you and through you to members of council, good afternoon.
Yes, just one moment. Just one moment, please, if you don't mind. I'm going to ask a procedural point here. Sorry to interrupt you. I didn't know you were on the line. That we waive the 5-minute we have for usual delegations. Does anybody object to that being done? Till we get to the delegation, thank you for appearing before City Council. If you could identify yourself and who you represent, you have time to put forward the report before us today, so go right ahead.
Again, thank you, Your Worship, and to you and through you to members of council, good afternoon. My name is Keith Comstock, and I am here today representing the Johnson Shoyama Graduate School of Public Policy and also, of course, the Elected Officials Compensation Review Commission. My purpose here today is to present a summary of the findings and recommendations of that commission. I just have a few brief opening remarks, and then, of course, I would be happy to address any questions that you or other members of council might have. I understand that one other member of the commission, Mr. Kent Peterson, is also on the line, and he may well have comments or additional items that he wants to bring to your attention. In May of 2020, in accordance with bylaw 2020-35, City Council appointed an elected official compensation review commission, of which I had the privilege to chair. The commission's purpose was to review council members' compensation. The two other members of the commission were John Hopkins, the Chief Executive Officer of the Regina and District Chamber of Commerce, and Kent Peterson, Strategic Advisor from the Saskatchewan Federation of Labour. The commission has diligently explored options for establishing an appropriate level of compensation for elected officials, including an attempt to identify objective job criteria against which compensation could be assessed with respect to the broader marketplace. The commission found that the reality is that no such objective criteria exists. The voting public determines who and who is not qualified for the role. The voting public also determines whether the elected official has performed the job to their satisfaction. And the criteria that determines qualification and success can certainly change from neighborhood to neighborhood and from year to year. Ultimately, the commission determined that the best mechanism to establish compensation was to use compensation levels that had been adopted and accepted by the voting public in other comparable jurisdictions. The current council compensation is benchmarked to the compensation paid to a Saskatchewan cabinet minister. Aside from fulfilling the principle of simplicity, the commission could find no compelling public policy rationale for basing council compensation on a rate set by another level of government for a job that was not directly comparable to the one being done for the city. The commission felt that using data from other comparable Canadian jurisdictions was both more logical and would be more acceptable in the view of the public. Using a set of comparable jurisdictions, the compensation for the mayor is close to the norm. The commission has recommended a small increase to move the compensation level to the median of those comparable jurisdictions. However, the compensation for councillors was found to be significantly lower than the comparable jurisdictions that were examined. The commission has recommended that compensation for councillors be increased by 26.6%. This shift achieves three objectives. It puts the compensation for councillors at the median of comparable cities and also moves it to a more appropriate proportion of the mayor's salary, better reflecting the relative responsibilities and demands of the role. But more importantly, the shift reduces one of the barriers for a more diverse spectrum of the population to engage in the electoral process by running for a position as a city councillor. The commission noted, for example, that in terms of age, gender, and occupation, Saskatoon City Council is more diverse than Regina, and the councillor compensation is considerably higher than the current Regina councils. The commission was deeply aware that the city, the province, and indeed our whole country are in the midst of perhaps the most significant economic crisis of our generation and perhaps in history. We understand that increasing compensation at such a time is difficult. While it is not for the commission to debate the political merits of such a decision, we recognize that we needed to grapple with the cost implications of the recommendations. For that reason, it is our recommendation that increases be phased in over the next 3 years or the first 3 years of the next council mandate. Finally, our recommendations propose a mechanism to routinize the review of council compensation to ensure that the review is no longer deferred in the way that it has been over the last number of years. I want to thank my fellow commissioners for their diligence and perspective in developing these recommendations. This was truly a collaborative effort. I also want to thank the team from your city administration that supported our work. They are true professionals. That concludes, Mr. Mayor, my remarks for this report, but I would be pleased to answer any questions the council might have.
Thank you, Mr. Comstock, for your presentation. I wonder if Mr. Peterson has anything he'd like to add?
Well,
Go ahead.
Kent Peterson. I just wanted to say well done as always. Keith, I have nothing specific to add at this time.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for the work you did on preparing the report with the administration. With that, we will now move to the report itself. So if I could have a motion on this report, please, CR 20-73. Does anybody wish
I'll move it.
I'll move the motion.
I'll second it, Councillor Stevens.
Okay, so do we want to have speakers? Please put your name in the speakers list, please, in the chat box. Councillor Young?
Thank you, Your Worship. Question I have for Mr. Peterson is, you mentioned that there's more diversity on Saskatoon's council, and you made a connection to the amount of salary that councillors have. Would you speak a little more about that, please?
Mr. Comstock or Mr. Peterson, either one?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the question, Councillor Young. When we did our research, we found that there was a correlation, or there appeared to be a correlation between councillor compensation and the diversity or the balance between different sorts of folks at the council level. And when we talked with both current and past councillors about this and why that might be, it was felt that the current system really disadvantages folks who might be working in a salaried position or in a position where there might not be so much flexibility around their ability to be able to attend meetings, and the level of compensation was really a deterrent. And the Commission felt that in the long run, that while our principles very clearly said that election to City Council is a public service and not a career, there was a solid public policy rationale for trying to make sure that the compensation offered to City Councillors did not disadvantage folks that wanted to run. So we thought that when you wrap it all up and put a bow on it, by using the median level of comparable jurisdictions, we would achieve the tri-purpose of making sure that the compensation was appropriate for the roles and the responsibilities that were being undertaken, that it would be less of a disadvantage for folks that might not normally be able to afford to defer or take leave away from their positions to run at the current level, and also to try and bring some regular or routinize the process.
Thank you, Mr. Comstock. That's all, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor O'Donnell?
Thanks very much. Gentlemen, I want to congratulate you on a report that is exceptionally well written, and I think you attacked a number of notions here. Councillor Young, I think, focused her question on what I think is the foundation here, and that is that the notion of being able to attract people. So I think you've answered that. Can I ask a little bit more about the notion of, and I'll just introduce the phrase, but you talked about public service, not a career, and from there, how that works into what used to be a term used here in terms of a part-time position. You also referred to hours spent. So if you could just elaborate there, please.
Mr. Comstock?
Certainly. Thank you, Councillor Donald, for the question. The Commission began its deliberations by talking about the value of establishing a set of principles around how compensation should be viewed and ultimately set. We settled on a set of 7 that are in the first recommendation, and the first one, as you mentioned, is that election to City Council is a public service and not a career. We recognize that there is a time often in people's lives that they are able to devote the sort of time and dedication to council, and that we wanted to acknowledge that ordinarily people don't enter civic politics as a career. However, there is a significant amount of time and responsibility and effort into the job, and we wanted to make sure that compensation that recognized it. We wanted to make sure that we were also fiscally responsible. So this notion of kind of coming down in the middle of the comparable jurisdiction seemed to make sense to us. And we also, as I previously mentioned, we wanted to make sure that what we saw in our research was that the current level of compensation was really acting as a deterrent to a whole section of folks that either for one reason or another could not economically or some other reason afford to defer their other core sources of income to devote their time to that public service.
Good, I thank you. Sorry.
Sorry, Councillor. I was just going to add, in terms of the part-time versus full-time, we began by looking at a set of comparable jurisdictions that were used in the zone forward report, which I'm sure you're all well aware of. One of the things that we found in the course of that research, though, was that some of the cities that were used in the zone forward project weren't really comparable to Regina from the perspective of them having full-time councillors versus part-time councillors. So we expanded the range of comparable cities and used a selection that we felt by and large, some larger, some smaller. And in terms of population, Regina falls almost in the middle of that. And we felt that in the absence of any sort of indication that councillors in Regina were going to move to a full-time position, that we wanted to take that sort of a balanced approach.
Good. I appreciate that thoughtful response. Can I ask, you have chosen 13 other cities, and in terms of when you looked at them and you looked at whether it was compensation or duties, did you find that there was greater diversity among those councillors than you might find in Regina?
Mr. Comstock?
We did not find that there was complete and absolute diversity across the range, but there was enough evidence in our discussions with them and with their city officials that we felt that we couldn't point to a direct cause and effect. There was enough anecdotal evidence and enough of the consultations that we did that made us believe that yes, indeed, that there was greater diversity in those communities that had a more what reasonable probably isn't the right term, but had a higher level of compensation than what Regina had currently.
Good. I thank you for your answers and your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donald. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you and good afternoon. Thanks for your answers in the report. What I'm wondering about is, did you ever look into what is full-time and what is part-time? Because I just was questioning a couple of councillors that I know that say they're full-time, and the workload is no different than if you're part-time. It's just a category. Was that sort of the general feeling, or was there a distinct difference?
Mr. Comstock?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Flagel. It was interesting because we did have direct discussions with other jurisdictions on that and how they tried to define the difference between part-time and full-time. And it was interesting because many of other jurisdictions have wrestled with the exact same problem. There are a number of them that do have full-time councillors. The other ones were reluctant to call their situations part-time. They were just called more than part-time. And when we talked with our current and former Regina City councillors, we found that there was also fairly great diversity in terms of the hours that were devoted to the task. Some of them certainly even could be considered as greater than full-time. The one abiding thing that we found in practically everyone that we talked to was an acknowledgement that both the nature of the work and the amount of time and energy that needs to be devoted in order to do it properly was significant.
Right. Thanks for that. The other part of it is it the workload that they were talking about? Is it the meetings, the agendas, the phone calls, the emails, or is it the whole package of the social and the going to functions, going to things at nighttime? Was that all factored in as time spent as council, or was it more about what we're actually like today, what we're doing today?
Mr. Comstock.
Thank you for that question. Thank you for that question as well. And with a wink and a nod to my colleagues and friends in city administration, there was definitely an acknowledgement that the level of preparation and reading and study and research that councillors need to do in order to be prepared for your regular meetings, both of council and of committees, was substantial. But there was also a recognition that there is an expectation amongst the public that councillors not only be there around the council table and at committee time, but also in the community and at community events and on the phone and answering emails at odd hours and even so far as being able to make sure that you budget for an extra half hour when you go to get groceries, because you know that there's going to be somebody that wants to talk about an issue while you're trying to decide what kind of fabric softener to buy. And I say that with my tongue a little bit in cheek, but it is really true. What we tried to do was encourage the folks that we talked about to think of their commitment in its entirety, because there was, even though perhaps the council meetings and committee work is more noticeable, that there was certainly a recognition that the work that councillors do at the community level, one-on-one with residents, was equally as valuable.
Thanks. And the one other question, but thanks through you, Mr. Mayor, is the phase-in, was that something that you came up with, or was that done in other jurisdictions as well?
Mr. Comstock.
Thank you for that question. That was something that the Commission came up with, and it was as a result of our acknowledgement of both the amount of the increase that was being recommended, and an acknowledgement that one of our principles speaks to the necessity of being fiscally responsible. So what we tried to do is design a system that would allow city administration some ability to be able to move the recommendation results through a number of years. We balanced that against the fact that if we're saying on the one hand that councillors deserve more money, now we're going to make them wait 3 years in order to get that amount. We balanced that against the need to be fiscally responsible, and an acknowledgement that, like it or not, that this is and I'm using air quotations if you could see me on video, there is some political aspects to this decision that are not the Commission's to wrestle with, but we felt that a phase-in was more appropriate.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Flegel. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the work that you've done. I just had a question, just for clarity. When was the last time that the Regina City Council had a review done? Do you know? And any type of a raise?
Mr. Comstock.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor, for that question. Yeah, the last time a formal review was done was in 2001. There was at that time the bylaw that put into place that regime indicated that a review needed to be done every second council, or so once every 8 years, basically every second council after that. No review had been done that time. Since that time, however, in 2018, when the Canada Revenue Agency changed its rules around the portion of council remuneration that could be considered as tax-free, there was an adjustment made to council compensation rates at that time in order to make sure that councillors were kept whole in the nomenclature of the time as a consequence of that decision by the federal government.
Okay, so, and sorry, you said back in, that was 2001, did you say?
Mr. Comstock?
Correct. Correct.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, just cut out there. Okay. Many, many years ago. So now I just want to be clear that I think the toughest piece, and I don't know if any in your research that you found, that I think it's hard for counselors and from the general public to see that, you know, you're giving yourself a raise. You're approving your raise. Was there anything else that you could add that, that, you know, helped in that matter to try and prevent that or have more transparency around that through the chair?
Mr. Comstock?
2 points on that I'd like to make. One was, yes, that we certainly were aware of the sensitivities around that. We acknowledge clearly that the decision to adjust counselor remuneration is clearly a decision that is entirely in the hands of council itself. That's what the Act says. Nothing that the Commission could say or do would change that. That's just the reality of the situation. However, what we did talk about a considerable amount was the need for this sort of review to become a not unimportant, but a routine part of the business of council. Hence, you will see that we've recommended that instead of the recommendation in 2001 that said that the amounts need to be reviewed every second council term, we're recommending that they be reviewed in the year 3 of each and every term, but that they be reviewed using the principles that we present in our report by city administration, and that we've also indicated a set of guidelines around how the remuneration needs to be or should be adjusted in between reviews using consumer price index. I don't think that anybody that we talk to, whether it be in other jurisdictions or former or current city councillors, disputed that if you want good work to be done, you need to compensate appropriately. However, as I said, we did need to be fiscally responsible, and as a result, we've tried to present a balanced approach.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you. I think just the last question that I had was just around the actual dollars and in comparison to other cities, and Saskatoon is what we always hear about. And I guess, was it even looked at to the process that Saskatoon uses compared to Regina? You know, as to, is that something that could be looked at, or is that not, are we not able to do that?
Mr. Comstock?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Councillor. Yes, we did, of course, look at Saskatoon as being comparable. You'll find in the background research that was attached to the report that the recommendation moves the salary of the mayor to within a few dollars of what Saskatoon does. The council remuneration in Regina would remain a slightly bit smaller than what Saskatoon's is. We talked about the merits of, you know, tying our horse to Saskatoon's wagon and vice versa, and we felt that we didn't want to get involved in any sort of, you know, keeping up with the Joneses sort of situation, and that was why we both decided to expand the list of comparable jurisdictions to 13 and to spread them across Western Canada and even some into Ontario, and also go with the median, which is the halfway point as opposed to an average. We do understand that this sort of thing, you know, it's like the waterbed analogy. If somebody pushes down on one side of the waterbed, the other side of the waterbed moves up. So changes to councillor compensation in those other jurisdictions over the course of time would cause change to what Regina paid. And we tried to mitigate the results of that by making recommendations about how to deal with those sorts of changes and to not be in this constant situation where you're trying to make minute adjustments over the course. We would save that and do it in a more substantive way over the course of time.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. The last thing I have is in regards just to the technology that with social media and that councillors have to deal with as well. compared to maybe years ago where that wasn't, it was maybe an email or a phone call, and now there's everything else. Was there any discussion around that from any other cities in regards to the extra work that is entailing for the job?
Mr. Comstock.
Yeah, thanks for that question. Not specifically, although there was certainly a general acknowledgement that social media has increased both the interest and the frequency of contact that people have with city councillors. When in days previous when you actually had to take a piece of paper and write on it with a pen and put it in an envelope with a stamp and mail it, or walk it down or drive it down to city council, you found probably less interaction. Now, with a few mouse clicks after the city news, you can jot off a note, either supporting or taking issue with it, something that city council has done. And it absolutely has increased the workload and the expectations on city councillors. That, however, has also been offset with also an acknowledgement from practically everyone we talked to that is a good thing, not a bad thing, and that the ability to use social media and other sorts of electronic means to communicate with residents has also been a benefit.
Yeah, great. Okay, well, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilor Brasciani. There are no other questions, Mr. Comstock and Mr. Peterson. Thank you very much for presenting the report and answering questions for City Council. Thank you so much. You can retire now.
It was our pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So we do have a motion to put this on the floor already, so I'll take a list of speakers. Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. I'm very appreciative of the work that is before us for consideration. I think one of the key points from my point of view always has been the notion of attracting new people, giving people a chance to be on council, and that taking any financial difficulty away from that. So I think that addresses this. I think the difficulty that we all have is just sitting here talking about our own salary. And so I make two differentiations here. One, this is not about the mayor's salary in particular. This is about councillor's salary. The role of a councillor, I believe, has changed even in my 14 years in terms of time and commitment. And so I think it's really important that we take into consideration that at least this is how I've always felt. One of my roles and responsibilities is to attract people to run for the position of city councillor in Regina. And I think that the report before us has that. They also address the notion of how we can in the future, people can in the future handle the salary and not really make it such that council is making its own decision. I wish that I could have a magic wand and take that away from council and that it would be a separate item that the community would decide. I'll leave it what is here. The other point I'll make is that I have nothing to gain from this on a personal level. So for me, this is an extremely important notion, and I think that we need to make sure that folks are encouraged, especially at this time, to run for council. And I think many of you have heard me say this. I have spoken to a number of people that want to run in the ward that I am vacating. To each and every one of them, they spoke about salary. And further to that, they had to consider salary if they were younger or with a family and so on, and what time meant. For someone like me, I have averaged somewhere in the neighborhood, in my estimation over 14 years, about 30 hours a week in work, sometimes higher, occasionally lower. But that is a benchmark for me, and I think that this kind of compensation works very well. I also, because I've heard this before, if this was to go through, and I really hope it does, anybody who runs for council in the future doesn't have to accept any salary increase. You can simply go back to the administration and say, no thanks, I don't need that, or I'll take less. And in fact, you don't have to take a salary at all. So I dismiss that argument. I think what's important is that we look beyond our own individual selves and say, what will this do to making long-term, long-term, people want to be on city council in Regina and look after the needs of our citizens. I strongly encourage council to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. Other speakers? Councilor Stevens?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm having some technical issues, bandwidth, so I'm not going to turn my camera on. I apologize. I want to thank the Commission for their work. I wholeheartedly agree with their assessment. And I would like to say that, to be honest, this job would not be feasible or interesting at all with the salary that's on the table currently, had I not already had another day job. And that said, over the 4 years I've been on council, this is becoming increasingly a full-time position. It might be a calling for some, but in terms of the level of mental energy, time, and what residents expect of us on social media, in the community, research, independent work, in addition to the day-to-day activities, it's not feasible to suggest that this is a part-time gig. That said, I can't that we're in COVID. We haven't recalled staff. There's a lot of city employees that are not employed at the city this summer due to the cutbacks we made in the short term, in addition to the economic hardship in the community. I would like to have us, or at least the next council, make this decision for themselves as well as for future councillors. So I would propose that we table this until January 2021. It needs to be discussed. There has to be some resolution. But frankly, I think the next council should make that decision. So I'd like to put notice of a tabling motion, Your Worship, but I would like to hear from other councillors first before that's debated.
Yes, I would not allow I'd ask that we don't have a table motion. I want other members to speak, and we do have a list coming up. That's good. Next speaker is Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have struggled with this one, and for some of the same reasons that Councillor Stevens has just mentioned. There were several things that were said today by Mr. Comstock, and as I read the report, that are making it possible for me to support this. One is that it's fiscally responsible because it's in a phase-in. The second is that we're making the decision for the next council, not for this council. And it's very difficult to make a decision if it was just for you right now for this council. So that distances it somewhat. But the really overwhelming piece for me is diversity on council. Even gender diversity, we have more women now than we had before, but it is still low. And I think there are all kinds of other reasons why diversity on council is important, not just for gender. And this will help that. If you have to leave your job, if you have to take time off, if you have to leave your business for a day, if you have to have babysitters because you're a single parent and you need to go out in the evening and you need to attend events, or you need to go to meetings at City Hall. So for all of those reasons, I can support this very well-written report, and I'm leaning toward approving it for next council. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Murray.
Thank you very much to the chair. Thank you for the diligent report. I thought it was very detailed and had a lot of logic to where it came to. From a standpoint of moving this report forward to January, where I struggle is on a question of ethics, where the incoming council would be put in the same position that we've been put in the past, where we've had to look at this. If we approve this today, what it allows the public to do is to look at our performance and see, to not elect us if they believe that our performance doesn't match the compensation. The other council, public wouldn't have that choice. They would be stuck with that council for 4 years. So I see this as an ethical dilemma, but I didn't support it right now. And if the public chooses, they won't elect us again based on that decision. I stand by that decision. It's a challenging job that has a lot extracurricular work to do late into the evenings in a lot of cases, and no one my age, I think, if this was their calling or full-time gig, would be able to do it, frankly. So I think to get a younger or more diverse council, I think it's an important thing to do and look at the compensation. So I'll be approving it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Councilor Mancinelli.
Thank you, through the chair. I'd like to echo some of the comments already made. I will support this report. I believe this is for the council to be voted in after the next election. I would not want to put someone else in the position of deciding their own wages. I didn't enjoy that when the correction happened from the federal government, and I didn't want to give myself that. It was besides the point. Moving forward, I do appreciate the idea of bringing diversity to council by enabling it through this matter, and I think the decision will be made for the council coming in, and I'm willing to be held accountable for making it. I think it'll entice people maybe, and we should have a broad, diverse, well thought out council, and I think this will enable that, so I will vote in favor. I also appreciate the three-tiered phase-in light of what we're going through economically, and I think that was a sound approach, and I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Next speaker is Councilor Flagel.
Thank you for that, and I'm in favor of this, and there's a few reasons why. I mean, there's I've like Councilor O'Donnell, I've had probably 5 or 6 people come to me, and that was one of the big questions as to what is the compensation, and you know, you got the frown eyes and the oh my goodness, I thought it was better than that, and so on and so forth, and whether it's a community-based position or a career position. When you listen to Councilor O'Donnell who says it's 30 hours, I would say that for sure, and it could be more. And then with our delegation coming forward and saying we're having to stop and talk while we're going out buying softener and water softener and all that kind of stuff, that's, again, that's part of the job. So whether it's full-time or part-time, it's based on the hour.
Oh, you're frozen there.
Could be, I mean, it could be 11 new people here because we're going into an election. It's a difficult task to put the onus on them to deal with that. So putting this forward, and as Councilor O'Donnell said, if somebody feels that they don't want to take the increase, there's no obligation to taking it. I mean, you look at the presidents of the United States, they don't take a salary, you know, he doesn't take it, and lots of other CEOs don't take a salary because they want the position, and that's up to each individual elected member of whatever, could be an MP, it could be an MLA, it could be a councillor, mayor, it could be anybody, doesn't have to take the salary that's there, but the workload is there to justify somebody that wants to make the career change or community-based change to put their name forward as council, and if they're going to give up their career or their position that they're in today, they need compensation to look after their families. So I'll most likely look like I'll support. I'll listen to what else everybody else has to say and then go from there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Flagel. Councilor Findura.
Okay, Your Worship, I'm just going to get my stuff going here. There we go. Thank you, Worship. Yeah, I've reading and listening to their comments. It's a tough decision. But when it comes down to one thing, when I joined this, it wasn't for the money. It was for the more of an experience. Just like when you join the Navy, you join it for experience. So this is more of serving the community. I've served in the community here on a level within the community associations, canvassing, and all that. And so I wanted to feel something different, a little bit higher involvement. So I joined. I worked on joining the council, but I can't seem to put myself into this position in any way to say that I can justify the 26% increase of how that can work when a grandma has difficulties paying her water bill, or a low income or single family. So this is more of a service. When we signed up for this thing, I know how I didn't know the workload, and every year the workload gets bigger. So I joined this to work with the community. I didn't join for the money. I do have a career that gives me the chance to be able to go to meetings. I have a good company that I work for that gives me that chance of moving around freely without any problems. So for me to say that money is the encouragement on working at a council, working on a job, most people right now, even in the COVID, at any time, the jobs are not as high paid as some might think. So I will not support it. I didn't support it before, and I will not support it now either to look at such an increase for council. It doesn't matter if it looks like it's for next one or this one, or however it looks like. I'm getting a lot of emails, a lot of discussion about it just doesn't feel right. It just doesn't sit. I understand that. I mean, there's never a right time, but this time is not even it's not a good time. But any time about this, but talking about what we do for living as a council, as a part-time, that's what it's all about. And I can justify it, and I can face the taxpayer to say that I'm worth this or not worth that. But when I look at, again, the community and the individuals that have a tough time making ends meet, living paycheck to paycheck, it's difficult to justify that. And there might not be jobs returning to some people. So I cannot justify it to say, yeah, it's okay for me, but it's not okay for you. So in that sense I will not be supporting, I will not be voting for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. I think a review of our salary was long overdue. We heard that our last review of the salary was in 2001, so 19 years is a long time. I've been on council a long time, not quite 19 years, but it was due. I am in agreement with Councillor Fundura right now that this isn't the right time to be doing this. I feel that people are struggling to make ends meet. People have lost their jobs. There are businesses that are going under right now, and I have a hard time justifying this. No time is a good time for a councillor to vote themselves a wage, but this is the worst time for our community right now in recent history, and I just think the timing for this is not good at all. So I supported doing a review of the salary, which we have done, but I don't support us moving forward with this at this time. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I think, again, a tough decision in this time. I think we have, many of us discussed this. I think it came up in our first year, number one, at council. In our year one, we talked about the salaries and the job. I would agree with Councillor Stevens and others that have said that this absolutely, the job has changed. When I talk to other councillors that have been on years ago, social media plays a big, you're available, you're on 24/7, you have, and it's a good thing because residents, you can engage, absolutely, but it's not just checking your email anymore, it's now checking your Facebook, it's, your Twitter, or your, if you're on Instagram, and then plus your emails and everything else. So, and then plus also hosting meetings and being proactive rather than just kind of reactive. So I would agree that we absolutely, people will say, well, do you work less than Saskatoon? Because you guys are about $20,000 difference. And again, I think this is exactly the conversation we're having today, is that every time this has come up, people don't want to give themselves a raise because it's seen in the community who gives themselves a raise and who says it's okay to do so. That's the problem with this whole thing. So how do we figure out a way that we put it in place? This is the salary. I think it's fair, and I would agree with Mr. Compton when he talks about the diversity and getting people to to run for council. I hosted an evening called She Should Run. And one of the questions came up was, what is the salary? Would I be able to do this on a full-time job if I could not balance both? Because I also have my children to care for. So if we do want diversity, true diversity, we do have to increase the wage. Mr. Louis Brown came to council. He was a councillor here with the city, and he spoke about the recommendation of having this to be full-time. You want your councillor representing your residents on a full-time basis, not on a part-time basis. Now, if that's 30 hours, 40 hours, whatever that deemed it is. But I think right now, when we look at the whole everything, I would agree with Councillor Stevens that this should be a decision that's made for the next council. And the only reason I say that is because of the fact that we are right now in a time of COVID. It's not easy. People are have lost their jobs, and it's just taking time to get the economy back. I don't think any one of us ran on a salary. That's not why we did it. We did it to serve. Okay. So at the end of the day, I do know that we do need to have an increase, but I also know the timing is not right. So I'll leave it there, but I think I would absolutely entertain Councillor Stevens' motion as well, or to table it till January. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Berchier. Any other speakers to the main motion?
Your Worship, it's Bob. I move the motion. If there are no other speakers, I'm happy to sum up.
I will be speaking. Do you want to speak before closing?
Why don't you speak and then I'll close?
Okay. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Comstock, Mr. Peterson for appearing and the work they did for the report. A good, solid report. I will not be surprised to anyone not be supporting the recommendation nor a referral motion. I find it difficult, particularly with one of the biggest health emergencies in our generation in front of us. People have lost their jobs, homes, businesses have been closing. Our revenue shortfall, we don't know what that's going to look like in the fall. I think just symbolically, it just looks like we're dealing with an issue that really should not be a priority for council. And I know, in respect to the position of every member of council who has spoken before me, and I understand that completely. I too have had people talk to me about what does a councillor make. Not everyone has asked me that. Those who have asked me have not said, oh, that's not enough. It's just, what do you make? It's an information request. I just think it's kicking the can down the road if we ask the next council to make that decision and framing them into an issue, as Councillor Murray eloquently said, that is problematic for them. I would just say it's deal with it now and not let someone else deal with it. But I do think we send the wrong message to the public at this point, at any point, but certainly at this point, in this environment, this economic environment and health emergency, we send the wrong message. So I won't support the report, and I won't support the referral to the next member of next council in January to deal with an issue we should be dealing with ourselves. And I would respectfully say that we should reject the recommendations. Councillor Hawkins, to close debate.
Thank you, Your Worship. Let me begin with a few preliminary points. I think it's important to emphasize that the increase will be phased in over 3 years. I notice in the public discussion that that's often a point not made. So it's not an increase all to take place in 1 year. It'll be phased in over 3 years. Similar to that point, this is not a case of this council voting an increase for itself. The recommendation is that the increase start with a new council. I think for that reason, actually, it is important that we deal with this now, that we not kick the can down the road, we not put this burden on the new council. We as a council were elected for 4 years to make tough decisions, and this is a tough decision, and I think it's our responsibility to make it, and the electorate very shortly will tell us what they think of our decision. Dealing with the substance of the motion, there is no good time to deal with this issue. In my 8 years on council, it's come up on several occasions. If it comes up right after an election, people say, well, it wasn't an issue in the election. if it comes up right before the election, people say, well, that's not a good time, it's too political. In 2017, when it was raised, it came up, and people said, well, this isn't a good time because the municipal grant from the province was cut. And now it's certainly not a good time because of COVID, but I don't think that we'll ever find a good time to deal with a problem that has to be dealt with because it's been hanging around since 2001. I want to say in connection with this, first of all, that we have two particular advantages right now. We have a truly excellent report, a report that we asked for, and given that we asked for it, I think, and given that it's excellent, we have to pay close attention to the report results. I appreciate the skill with which the three commissioners did their work. I appreciate the depth of their research and the fact that it's fact-based. I appreciate their background, that they bring different perspectives, all three commissioners, labor, management, professional community, different careers, all commissioners brought a different perspective. I appreciate the fact the report is impartial, and most of all, I appreciate the fact that it is a principled report. The conclusions are justified by principle, and the recommendations follow from the principles which they gave. For all of those reasons, I think the report is very sound public policy. And finally, and this is the second reason why I'm going to support this motion, it's the diversity reason, and my fellow councillors have been very articulate on this reason. I think it is important just ahead of the election that we strive to create conditions in which all citizens feel that they're able to consider putting their name forward if that's what they wish to do. And I think that this report and its recommendations will enable people who are contemplating running for municipal office in the next few months to understand the conditions that they're facing and to do so with advanced knowledge. So for all of those reasons, Your Worship, I'll be supporting this report, and I do not support putting it off till the next council. I think we should deal with it today.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I'll give the floor back to Councillor Stevens for your referral motion.
Thank you. So the motion was pretty straightforward, that the report in its entirety be tabled until a session of council in January 2021.
You second it for that one?
I'll second that, Councillor Bryce.
Bresciani.
Okay, Councillor Bryce seconds that. Okay, we will do the call. Mr. Clerk?
With respect to Councillor Stevens' tabling motion, I will begin with Councillor Stevens, please.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
Opposed.
Councillor Murray.
Opposed.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Mancinelli.
Opposed.
Councillor Flagel.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
Aye.
Councillor Young? I'll come back to you, Councillor Young.
Sorry.
Oh.
Sorry, Mr. Clerk, I had trouble with my microphone. I am opposed.
Councillor Hawkins?
Opposed.
And Mayor Fougere?
Opposed.
The motion is defeated 4-7, Your Worship.
Okay, so we had closed debate on the report, so I do the motion as put forward.
So
Mr. Clerk?
back to the main motion. I will start with you, Councillor Hawkins, as the mover of it, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
Opposed.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
Opposed.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor?
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor Young.
In favor?
Mayor Fougere.
I vote no.
The motion passes 8-3, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thanks, everyone, for that. And move on to delegations, public notice, bylaws, and related reports. We have delegation related to bylaw 2020-54, Jason Drummond and John Thomas. Are you there?
Yes, can you hear?
Great. Thank you very much for coming to appear before City Council virtually. If you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes to speak on the issue, and then maybe questions of members of council afterwards.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jason Drummond. I'm a partner with Jimmy and Jane Retail Corp. We own a retail store in Regina called Farmer Jane, and I'm with John Thomas, who is the president of the company. So thanks for allowing us to speak. We are here today in hopes of providing accurate market intelligence on the local cannabis retail market, something that I'm not sure you have all received thus far. Our hope is that with proper and accurate info, you can then make an informed decision on the direction of retail cannabis, and more specifically, the need or lack thereof for a moratorium on additional stores. We really feel this isn't a vote for or against cannabis. Cannabis is being purchased in Regina no matter what, and it's really about shifting the purchase to legal retailers and away from black market retailers who may or may not reside in the city or even the province. The cannabis market, based on Stats Can data, market intelligence, and our own research, tells us that the black market still dominates with more than half market share. In fact, Bloomberg News, BNN, Financial Times ran with a headline 2 days ago stating, illicit pot still dominates after 2 legal years. Now, we have reliable data that suggests the Regina market currently is, legal market is about 25 million in annual run rate revenue, which means we're leaving about 25 to 35 million in cannabis sales in the hands of the illicit market, some of which, of course not all, are affiliated with or part of the criminal enterprise as per Health Canada's website. A few other facts to confirm, which you may have heard to the contrary. The 6 current stores in operation operate in a limited competitive environment, somewhat monopolistic, and on average generate fantastic returns. We know this quite factually based on our own internal numbers and anecdotally from industry experts and suppliers in the province. Using Colorado as an example, we know that the convenience factor of numerous stores with open market can have a material effect on the legal market share. Colorado legal cannabis sales dwarf those of the entire country of Canada with a fraction of the population. Prices will go down with more competition. This is basic economic theory. 10 to 12 jobs would be created per new location, and that is better than restaurant wages. So we're creating careers. Millions of dollars would be invested. And something to note is the retail sector in Regina in the last 12 months has lost nearly 3,000 jobs. Local growers who have invested millions in facilities and spent years getting licensed are currently in need of a larger legal market in order to continue to employ their teams and generate revenue and need diversity in retail operators. So we feel we have a choice to make as leaders collectively. Do we want to create the jobs, take an investment, put money in the hands of local employees, spend locally, treat it as an economic development play, or do we want to allow the black market to continue to thrive? At this point, I'm going to pass it on to John.
Hi, my name is John Thomas. I'm the president of the Farmer Jane Cannabis Co. I'm a licensed pharmacist that currently works in the cannabis industry. I'd like to speak today to the 3 pillars of Health Canada's goals of legalizing cannabis. They were to deal with concerns of public health, keep cannabis out of the hands of our youth, and to reduce the illicit market and criminal activity. The province of Saskatchewan concurred and opened the market as of this September 1st with the reasoning that additional stores are the best tool to fight the illicit market. All cannabis sold in legal stores are from highly regulated licensed producers. This results in accuracy and safety not found in the illicit market. Only 2 weeks ago, Health Canada issued a warning of the dangers of black market edibles due to real-world incidents. Black market edibles are not sold in child-proof packaging, as is a requirement of the legal market. They're also not held to maximum dosing requirements. And black market packaging of edibles often mimics candy packaging, which is appealing to children. These factors are critical to limiting the risk of children. A moratorium on stores doesn't disrupt the cannabis market.
Mr. Thomas, you have about 30 seconds left in your time. There may be questions that afterwards help you expand, but the rules say 30 seconds.
It disrupts the legal cannabis market and benefits the black market. Considering the black market in Regina is likely over $25 million annually, the cost of the economy and delaying even for 6 months is massive. Cannabis is highly taxed. There's both federal and provincial excise tax as well as PST and GST. We strongly recommend the City of Regina reverse the moratorium of stores of the major western cities, Winnipeg, Brandon, Saskatoon, Calgary, Edmonton, Kelowna, Kamloops, Victoria, and Vancouver. None of them have made a decision like this, and all of them are moving forward, allowing an open market. We don't think Regina should be an outlier in this group. Thank you for our time.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Thank you very much. I apologize, but the rules are for 5 minutes. But there are questions from members of council. We'll start with Councillor Murray. Councillor Murray.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Drummond and Mr. Thomas, thank you very much for your detailed delegation. I think it was very eloquent and important what you talked about, the risks of not allowing a free market model. We currently are seeing a significant increase or a significant portion of the market being held by the black market, and that it goes against directly what the federal government had laid out during legalization. So I think those points are very clear and understood, what those risks are. What I'd like to ask is, as far as economic development and generation for the city, you mentioned 12 positions for a single store. If we went with a free market model, how many jobs do you believe this would create within our city over the next, few years?
Mr. Drummond or Mr. Thomas?
I think our numbers and projections, I'd expect in the next couple of years, I'd expect, based off of its population, that Regina settles somewhere between 15 and 20 cannabis stores. So if we're talking 10 to 12 people a store, that's an additional 9 to 14 stores. So, we're talking 150, 200, 250 positions.
Okay, thank you. So just to make that clear, you're saying that if the moratorium stayed in place, we would be not allowing those 150 or so jobs at a time of obvious economic downturn in our city.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
That's all.
Go right ahead, yes.
And once again, we're just talking on the retail side here, which has added spin-off, and there's producers in our city who are attempting to hire and grow their operations as well, that are also affected by this and add jobs. But without the retail stores, their business is kind of dead in the water.
How many jobs would you say exist within the agricultural sector of actually growing and harvesting cannabis within our city?
Mr. Drummond or Mr. Thomas?
I think that's a hard question for me to answer, as I wouldn't consider myself an expert in that field. But I'm aware of my expectation of the two that come to mind, and there could vary. I know there are more, but I'm less familiar with them. I would say 30 in the off the top of my head, but I don't have all the information anymore.
And that 30 is current, not if the market were to open up, correct?
Mr. Peterson?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. Thanks for coming on, gentlemen. And what I'd like to know is that you said the production would suffer. Is it the wholesale market of production, is it at 100% capacity today, or have they got room to grow without having to expand? Have they got extra room available to grow an extra, 10,000 plants to help offset any retail that's not being sold on today?
Mr. Drummond or Mr. Thomas?
I'd say the industry, the cannabis industry as a whole, is oversupplied. but in Saskatchewan, there's been a lack of local growers, and there are facilities in various stages of being built and in production. And, you know, we like as a retailer, we certainly have an interest in carrying locally grown, Saskatchewan-grown products. And right now, yeah, they have more capacity than they're able to. So.
Okay, thanks. The other thing is, in your particular business, and I don't know if you can disclose this, but is all of your business walking out the door, or is it shipping out the door? Like, where are you at? Are you shipping out as much as you're selling out of the door, or today?
Mr. Drummond or Mr. Thomas?
Currently, Farmer Jane does not have an e-commerce platform.
Okay.
I would say it will in the future, but you know, as soon e-commerce is in direct competition with the black market, and you know, right now the prices are, you know, it's very, for numerous reasons, prices in the legal market are more expensive. There needs to be some, the value proposition has to be superior to the black market to compete. And, you know, we're able to do that very well with physical locations because of the convenience.
Right, okay. Perfect, thanks. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was just wondering about the amount of money that you say is out there to be grabbed at is $25 to $30 million. If you were to open up, does one store maybe constitute taking away $500,000 from a black market area, sending out or sending from BC or Alberta or the back alley or whatever? Would you have a number as to, if you put a store in there, would it take away $500,000? Do we have a number? Do we know that?
Mr. Drummond or Mr. Thomas?
I mean, I don't know if we have specific numbers like that. I mean, I think we use Colorado as an example because they're about 5 years or so ahead of Canada. And so, like I said earlier, they dwarf the sales of the entire country of Canada because they're a few years ahead of us, and they have that convenience factor. They have a lot of stores. So I think we would expect if the market is properly served, bricks and mortar legally, it would be a matter of a few years before we would, I think, eat into a material portion of that current illicit market sales number.
Okay. One other thing. When you open a store, do you generally buy the store, lease the store, build your own? What seems to be the common denominator amongst all the six that are in there?
In Regina, I would expect they're leased, and then they're built by a contractor, some sort of construction.
So you'd agree if there is, through you, Mr. Mayor, there's a pretty good spin-off business out of this too?
Yeah, I think the good thing is that, there's a lot of empty space that's going to sit for long periods of time. So cannabis is one of the few retailers in the retail sector that has ability to grow and build business and help out developers, property owners.
Perfect. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Councilor Flagel. Other speakers or questions for the delegation? Thank you, gentlemen, very much for appearing and making a presentation. Very informative. And you can retire. We'll go to our next delegation now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next delegation is Jason Childs. Mr. Childs, are you there?
I am.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Regina City Council. If you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation. There may be questions from members of council afterwards.
All right, thank you. I'll try and keep this brief. I'm Jason Childs. I'm a researcher at the University of Regina. I've been doing a lot of work lately on cannabis legalization. So the success of the cannabis legalization exercise hinges on the legal market's ability to displace the illicit market. If the legal market fails to displace the illicit market, we get all the costs of legalization and few, if any, of the benefits. Saskatchewan so far has struggled, particularly in its first year, as did most provinces. Saskatchewan captured just 1/5 to 1/3 of the recreational cannabis market in that first year. There are three vectors on which the legal market can compete with the illicit market: quality, which is controlled at the level of production by Health Canada; price, which is dependent upon market structure; and taxation, which is controlled by the federal government and provincial government; convenience, which is controlled by the province and municipalities. Convenience is the only vector the City of Regina has and can control directly. By not allowing the expansion, the City of Regina would slow the displacement of the illicit market and limit the benefits available to the city and its populace of legalization. Many jurisdictions that have had success in legalization have either had high initial density or no limits on the number of retail outlets. We're also seeing the effects of expanding the number of stores in Ontario, Alberta, and other jurisdictions. We're starting to see those gains and starting to see that share of the market captured by the legal industry increase over time. So I'll leave it there, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Good, thank you very much, Dr. Childs, for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Looks like there are none. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we'll go to the clerk. We've got a bit of a process to go through for, oh, I'm sorry, communications, sorry. Communications from Trevor Green. I have a motion to receive and file. Councillor O'Donnell, seconder. Anyone to second it?
I'll second it.
Thank you very much. Anyone opposed to receive and file on the communication? Thank you very much, everyone. So now we'll move to the two bylaws. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. We have two bylaws today. I understand that Councillor Stevens has requested that they be split in their reading, so I will turn it to Councillor O'Donnell to introduce first reading, and then
I would just, maybe if you just do both for any public hearing.
Sure.
Do that,
Sure.
Then I'll turn over
Sure.
to Councillor O'Donnell.
As everyone knows, in light of the COVID restrictions, any interested parties that would typically speak to council to address a bylaw requiring a public hearing would be here to do so. In fact, we reached out to the stakeholders, and the two delegations and the communications were contacted, and they have addressed council in that regard.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So I'll turn over to Councillor O'Donnell, and perhaps we can split those bylaws and deal with the 2020-54 first. Councillor O'Donnell.
Good, got it now. Thanks very much. I'll be happy to split them. The first one that I will read is the Regina Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2020, number 16, and this is the topic of cannabis. I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that the bylaw, which happens to be number 2020-54, be introduced and read a first time.
Anyone opposed? Carried. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that the bylaw 2020-54, again referring to cannabis, be read a second time.
So I know there is discussion and there is debating on second reading. Councillor Stevens, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just to be clear, this bylaw is essentially the moratorium bylaw on accepting new applications for retail cannabis dispensaries. I'll take responsibility for what's to follow, and I would encourage council to vote down this bylaw. And I say I'll take responsibility because it was my motion and amendment seconded by Councillor Mancinelli that led to this. And the rationale for the moratorium was really to wait until there was a more robust study of the industry. I'm satisfied with the evidence that's come forward with experts and members of the industry for the time being. I look forward to administration's study of cannabis in the community coming forward in 2021. I think, however, that a moratorium at this stage would be more harmful than good. There are live businesses, if you will, that are ready to set up. We know what the vacancy rate is across the city. our buffer zones and existing bylaws governing where these establishments can be placed, in my mind, is sufficient. There is no concern being raised by the RPS or others in the community about the effects of legal cannabis. It's been a non-issue. I think delaying it further at this time is going to do more harm than good. So again, I would encourage council to vote down this bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Next speaker is Councillor Murray.
Thank you very much, Stevens there. Thank you, Councillor Stevens. I'm in full agreement. From the initial standpoint, I did vote against the moratorium, but in even further discussions with the community and with members who actually have permits put in place already and are ready to go, I see this as a big economic issue that we would face if we proceed with the moratorium. And then from a risk assessment side, it's very, very clear from just economic theory that limiting the number of stores will only increase the purchasing portion of the black market. So I would also urge members to vote this bylaw down. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Flagel.
I'll be right there. Hang on. Thank you. I just need to, I need one thing clarified. This bylaw is stopping new businesses opening.
It's the moratorium, Councillor Flagel. It actually imposes a moratorium until next year.
Until next year. If we vote this down, then businesses can open up.
It opens up right away.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I did.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. The concern I had from the very beginning was black markets, and I really appreciated Dr. Child's information today, and I think we were looking for this kind of information to come forward in January so that we could deal with it again. This bylaw actually doesn't say moratorium. It just says that nothing can be done in any of the areas in the city. So we would have to go back to voting for a bylaw to allow them in those areas all over again in January. I was willing to do that because I wanted to see what would come back from the administration. And so I think that the argument for actually dealing with the black market is a very rational one, and so I'm probably going to vote against this bylaw.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Massanelli.
Thank you. I was seconder on the original bylaw behind Andrew Stevens' recommendation. I just wanted to say my thought was along the lines of the lack of information to make a decision and wanting to be cautious in not hurting any industry. The information revealed since has given more to think about, and I too will be voting against this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Other speakers to the bylaw? Okay. Yeah. Others are thinking about that. I'll jump in. Then I have a couple of questions to Councillor Stevens, because you did move the motion for the moratorium, and now you've changed, and I'm going to support that. But I just wanted I want to know if you can tell us in detail why you've changed your mind.
Thank you, Your Worship. Simply put, the report that we were reviewing was tied to a study and an economic impact assessment of the industry as it exists and what expansion would entail. And that report was not going to come out until much later. And so my thought at the time was get all the information, assess that information before we figure out what the future of the cannabis industry holds from a retail perspective in Regina. I'm satisfied with the data that's come forward, and my fear is that there would be more harm than good. And this fear is simply informed by what Jason Childs, what Jason Drummond, and others have come forward with. So if we put a moratorium on it, it puts us at a competitive disadvantage compared to other jurisdictions in Saskatchewan. It also halts existing licenses. I didn't have that information at the time in terms of how many were entering the industry. I don't think the province really signaled much detail. So I just think there's more harm than good if we go ahead with the moratorium.
Thank you for that. To the administration, is this the kind of information when you received the last report that asked for a moratorium and to provide a economic impact and market analysis or market intelligence report, is this the kind of information that you would be providing us? Mr. Searle?
Through you, Your Worship, the information that we would be coming back with would include that assessment in the 2021 report.
Thank you for that. So just a quick comment. I'm going to agree with the removing the moratorium and move forward, so defeat the bylaw. And I want to thank the delegation, Mr. Drummond and Mr. Thomas, for providing what I thought was an excellent understanding of the market, and has convinced me that the impact is significant, and the jobs created, the 25 to 30 million, but also its impact on the black market to shrink that, I think, is really super important. So I will support this, and I want to thank the delegation for bringing that forward. So I will support voting against the motion, or the bylaw. Councillor Fundura, you're next.
Thank you, Your Worship. I voted to support the moratorium for the reason of engaging the community, not to put the cart in front of the horse. Usually the community is the last ones or the last thing to find out what's going on in the area. We tend to make decisions for our community without, especially a victim like this. So I felt comfortable, and I do know people that have, difficulties with the idea that we are holding back till January, because they had some businesses set up, but still to put a little bit of a hold on knowing exactly what's going on. I can see, I can hear, but we need some facts too. I mean, there's, like we talked about, the stores that are coming up from in Calgary that just popping up at the gas station. So I think we owe to our community. Yes, I know there's jobs and all kinds of things, but this is a more difficult thing to deal with. That's the reason I voted for the moratorium, to give the community a little bit of a view to see if consultation with them, something, it's a couple months. I understand that people are waiting to get into business, but if it is what it is, then let it be. But I thought it would be good for us to give the community a chance to give their opinion, and that's usually what we are about as a council. And that's what we look for. We need to hear from the community to make a decision. Right now we're reversing something that the community is not going to have a chance to see. If something goes sideways or wrong, then who's going to answer to that? So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Just for the administration, have we got any feedback from Regina Police Service? How the stores have been doing, or how it's been going for the undergrounds, any like that kind of thing for feedback? Have we gotten anything there from the RPS yet, from these stores?
Mr. Searle?
Through you, Your Worship, we certainly in the report that we're bringing forward will engage RPS. We haven't received anything, any information at this stage pertaining to the existing operations, but certainly in the assessment report coming forward in 2021, we would address specific feedback from RPS.
Councillor Bresciani?
Through the chair, was there any concerns from Regina Police Service in regards to the province opening up in September more stores? Did we hear any feedback from anybody, Regina Police Service or any other industries?
Mr. Searle.
Through Your Worship, not aware of any concerns that the RPS has advanced concerning the change to coming September 1st.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, just last question. So in September, this goes through, it's the open market. does that mean then it's free for all, you can open as many cannabis stores as you want? Is that, or can I ask what other municipalities have done? Have they put a cap or anything like that on it? To the chair.
Mr. Searle.
Through you, Your Worship, we have been in touch with the City of Saskatoon. They also do have zoning regulations pertaining to separation distances and so forth, and they don't have any plans to cap any stores following September 1st, so they would be proceeding with the acceptance of permits with verification from SLGA. No further comment, Your Worship.
Thank you for that. Councilor Barshani.
Okay, so I think that's good. I just want to ensure that the cannabis stores, it's the same policies that we've developed. There's nothing changed since we got those in. It's reciprocal, like from the daycares and all that kind of stuff. Like nothing has changed. That's all the same.
Yep.
Mr. Searle?
Through Your Worship, the zoning regulations would remain in place that would require the separation distances to the land uses identified, and that would be reciprocal as well. So that would remain in place in the review and consideration of permits.
Okay, good enough. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Barshani. No other speakers on the second reading of report. I'll ask Councilor O'Donnell to bring us to the second reading vote.
So I have read the second reading, so I'll turn it to the clerk to call the roll.
Okay, roll call, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will begin with you, Councillor O'Donnell, please.
No, thank you.
Councillor Mancinelli?
Against.
Councillor Flagel?
Opposed.
Councillor Young?
Opposed?
Councillor Hawkins?
Against.
Councillor Stevens?
Against.
Councillor Bresciani?
Opposed?
Councillor Findura?
In favor?
Councillor Murray?
Opposed.
Councillor Bryce?
Opposed.
Mayor Fougere?
Opposed.
The motion is defeated at second reading, Your Worship, by a vote of 10 to 1.
Okay, so we do not proceed with that. So Councilor O'Donnell, would you take us on the next bylaw, please?
Thank you. The bylaw number is 2020-55, Regina Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2020 number 17. This refers to Evraz Place. I move, seconded by Councilor Flagel, that bylaw 2020-55 be introduced and read a first time.
Anyone opposed? Motion's carried. Councilor O'Donnell?
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councilor Murray, the bylaw 2055 be read a second time.
Any discussion? Anyone opposed? Motion's carried.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councilor Stevens, the council hereby consent to bylaw 2055 going to a third reading at this meeting.
Anyone opposed? Motion's carried unanimously.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councilor Barshani, that bylaw 2055 be read a third time.
Anyone opposed? And that is carried. Thank you very much, Councilor O'Donnell. Move into delegations, related reports, and motions. And we have a delegation related to heritage inventory removal at 56 Angus Crescent. Jackie Schmidt. Are you there, Ms. Schmidt?
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much for appearing before City Council. If you could identify yourself and who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards. You can proceed.
Your Worship and members of City Council, my name is Jackie Schmidt, and I'm the president of Heritage Regina. Heritage Regina strongly opposes the application to remove the Bagshaw residence from the heritage inventory and the proposed demolition of the property. We believe the conclusions of the heritage inventory evaluation were based on incomplete information. and is fully deserving of protection and preservation. The Bagshaw residence is significant for a number of compelling reasons. First, it has a long association with the owner, Frederick Bagshaw, a highly regarded Regina lawyer. Mr. Bagshaw was appointed King's Counsel in 1929 and awarded the Order of the British Empire for his work. He was a police magistrate, today's provincial court judge. Mr. Bagshaw served in World War I, rising to the rank of captain. He was a soldier member of the Saskatchewan legislature from 1917 to 1921. Community involvement was important for Mr. Bagshaw, and he was involved in some 15 volunteer organizations in the community, receiving an honorary lifetime membership for some. The city recognizes Mr. Bagshaw's many contributions to the life and work of Regina by naming Bagshaw Place and Whitmore Park after him. The province named Bagshaw Lakes in northern Saskatchewan in his honor. A Leader Post article about the designation stated the naming of the feature incorporates his name for all time among the honored place names of the province and honors his work as a lawyer, police court magistrate, and former member of the legislature. Mrs. Bagshaw was also active in her community, and she received one of the highest national awards in the Girl Guides organization. Second, the Bagshaw residence was constructed in 1913. This makes the home an important part of the historical and architectural character of the Crescent's neighborhood. Elements of the home's craftsman style are well represented in the building. Third, the home's designer, Frederick Clemishaw, was a leading architect in the city during the early decades of the last century and was the first president of the Saskatchewan Association of Architects. Examples of his architecture work include the McCallum residence, the Reed residence, in Willoughby and Duncan building, as well as the Hill residence on Albert Street. Clemishaw was internationally recognized for his design of the Canadian Battlefield Memorial, commonly known as the Brooding Soldier. It was installed at St. Julian's, Belgium in 1923. A soldier's bowed head may also be found on the cenotaph in Victoria Park. Currently, throughout the province, the image of Clemishaw's Brooding Soldier is featured on the official Saskatchewan license plate honoring our veterans. A book published in 2018 titled The Brooding Soldier and Its Creator, written by Susan Robbie Dunn, tells the story of Clemishaw and his monument. The Honorable Thomas Malloy, Saskatchewan's lieutenant governor at the time, wrote the book's dedication and foreword, noting that Clemishaw is an important Canadian historic figure from Saskatchewan. Clemishaw designed a number of homes in California. One was the Harold Lee House, built in 1928 in San Diego County. Now considered a historic site, the property is home of Lee House Cultural Center, is managed by the Lemon Grove Historical Society. Fourth, the property is one of the few remaining homes of its era in the neighborhood, making this 107-year-old home uncommon. The application for demolition also makes it endangered. The Bagshaw residence is located on its original site on one of the semicircle streets that define the Crescent's neighborhood and provides tangible evidence of the influence of the CPR's original plans for the community and of the later Mawson plan for the city. Fifth, the Bagshaw residence has long been identified as a historic property, having been listed on the Heritage Holding Bylaw, now the inventory, since 1989. It represents the history of the city and the character of the Crescent's neighborhood, and our research provides clear evidence of the significant heritage value of the property. The City of Regina most current property assessment with rates the building quality is very good. It is not enough for the city to have a heritage policy that looks good on only paper. There must be put into practice. 7 years ago, for example, the Design Regina document proposed a goal of evaluating potential heritage conservation districts. The Regina Cultural Plan, published 4 years ago, identified an objective to conserve and enhance the heritage value of the
Ms. Schmidt, you have half a minute to go in your time frame.
Streetscapes and cultural landscapes through the designation of Heritage Conservation District. The Bagshaw residence is located in the suggested Heritage Conservation District. It's your responsibility as members of City Council to champion the preservation of significant heritage properties and to tell the story of our shared history and culture. And I urge you to protect and preserve the Bagshaw residence by retaining its place on the heritage inventory by denying the current application for demolition.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There are a couple of, let's see if I can get there are questions from members of council here. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Ms. Schmidt, I have a couple of questions. First of all, you started by indicating that the decision was made by the administration on the basis of incomplete information. And you've raised 5 or 6 points of information. Specifically, can you tell us whether those points were overlooked by the administration?
Ms. Schmidt?
Through you, Your Worship, I couldn't tell you if they were overlooked or they just didn't know where to look. As the weeks go by, we continue to find more information. For example, like the license plate, as we're driving around and we see the Bruden Soldier on that license plate.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. Secondly, the administration uses a ranking system in a number of categories to make its evaluation. Do you take issue with any of the rankings that are given, and why?
Ms. Schmidt?
Yes, I do. Through you, Your Worship. On number 2, prior to the place is strongly associated with the life and work of a person. It was originally rated as moderate. It should be rated high because this is historic information that we've gathered since the original SOS was placed. Also on number 3, I believe the place is important in demonstrating aesthetic characteristics and represents an important creative achievement in design and architecture. The Bagshaw residence is uncommon because it's a craftsman-style home. Mr. Clemishaw had designed many homes and commercial buildings in the city. For example, a lot that probably you would recognize were on Albert Street. They're very mannerly, and they're half timbering, English manner, and grand designs. This one is unusual because it's more of a pure craftsman-style home, and it's uncommon in its area in the Crescent. We also look at number 6, which is the place could yield important information and contribute to the understanding of Regina's past. That was rated low. Mr. Bagshaw had numerous contributions to the city as far as him being a soldier member of the Saskatchewan legislature, over 15 different organizations that he contributed to, too many to list. Mrs. Bagshaw also was very involved in her community. And then we have Clemishaw, who is actually the architect. That one was also extremely high, and so we rate number 6 as being high, whereas the city rated it low. And I don't believe they knew about the book that was written about Mr. Clemishaw, because it came out in 2018. Also, we take number 7, the place possesses uncommon, rare, and endangered aspects of Regina's cultural history. That was rated very low because of its unusual craftsmanship and its craftsman style in the area, and also the streetscape. We talk about different streetscapes, and if you take this house out, you start to ruin the streetscape, and this was a potential conservation district, and it should be left as the house should be left instead of destroying the streetscape, because then you're destroying the potential to create a conservation district.
Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you very much. One other question. I understand it was an issue when this matter has been dealt with about whether or not the house is inhabitable. The condition of the house for living in. Do you have any comment on that? Can you add anything to that?
Ms. Schmidt?
That, through you, Your Worship, we believe that people lived in this house up into the transfer to the new owner. It's only since the new owner has purchased the house 1 year ago that it has been vacant. Up until that point, there were actually several people who were living in this home.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions, Ms. Schmidt. Thank you for coming forward.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Young?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Ms. Schmidt, for coming today with this extended amount of information. Councillor Hawkins asked some of my questions, so I will pose the question to you about the neighborhood itself and the conservation area. Could you speak more about the importance of that to any plan to conserve heritage homes in this city?
So back in, through you, Your Worship, back in 2013, the city commenced on Design Regina and employed numerous best practices across the country to create a design and the official community plan. And in that plan, on map 8, there is a cultural resources map, and in there is a proposed potential heritage conservation district, and substantial parts of Cathedral and the Crescents are in that potential conservation district. Destroying this streetscape is also endangering the potential to have a conservation district. It's been 8 years since this plan was written, and several homes in the surrounding area have been allowed to be destroyed. And if we destroy any more, there won't be a potential to have a conservation district.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. I have one more question. In your familiarity with evaluating the integrity and assigning criteria to heritage buildings, the way it's done in the city, as I understand it, is that one person has been hired to do an evaluation of properties that are on the inventory list. Do you think one person can make all of the decisions that are necessary about a property, or do you think that there should be some other kind of a process that's used as well?
Ms. Schmidt?
Through you, Your Worship, I feel there's a danger in allowing just one person to write the statement of significance on this property. People in the community are limited about who has heritage information. I question the heritage chops of the architectural firm that was employed to do this. I know that, like I said, it's limited. I think that maybe if you had several people that were doing the research and you had an actual researcher, that you might get a more balanced and more thorough report.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. That's all, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor O'Donnell.
Good, thanks very much, Ms. Schmidt, thanks. I found your commentary very interesting, so I appreciate you putting that forward. I'm going to just pull back, not so much speak to this exact address. My question will be a little bit more general. If you are a residential homeowner in Canada, do you have access to any kind of federal funding that would help with heritage?
Ms. Schmidt?
Yeah. Through you, Your Worship, yes, there are federal funding, but it's, and there are several commercial buildings that have received that in the city of Regina, but that is a very limited resource. Your best is to do the incentives program that we offer, or that the city offers in Regina.
So I was just a little confused. Is that federal funding available to residential? I'm aware of the commercial. Is it available to residential?
Ms. Schmidt?
Through you, Your Worship. I believe it is, but it's a very limited amount of money.
Okay, good. Thanks for that. And can I ask, is there any provincial programs that are available within our province specifically that would help with the restoration of, again, I'm specific to residential?
Ms. Schmidt?
Yes.
Could you just,
Through you, Your Worship.
would you mind just describing that briefly to me, what that means?
I believe the provincial pot of money for heritage is $200,000, down $100,000 from in previous years, and that's a very limited amount of resources for the entire province.
It is. Thank you for that. So, Ms. Schmidt, I've asked you this before. I'm going to ask you again because I'm curious. There are a number of heritage societies, conservation societies across North America that in order to help and protect within their own communities, they do, and I'll use the word fundraising, they come up with finances and abilities for, and again, I'm being specific, for residential homes to be able to be restored. The city obviously has a program. Those funds are limited. You've described to me how there are other limited funds. Do you see any value in local organization in Regina, such as yours, initiating programming so that funds could be available through the efforts of those that really want to make sure that we can restore homes?
Schmidt?
To you, Your Worship. Fundraising, specifically in this environment, would be a very difficult task, and for someone to raise money for someone else's project, I think it would be difficult. I think that your best bet is to go through the city, through the incentives program, where that's your best funding.
I understand, and I agree. This is a difficult time, but in theory, would you mind answering my question, please? In theory, because times are going to be hopefully greater in the future and long term.
Ms. Schmidt.
Through you, Your Worship. I believe that you're referring to programs that are in the U.S., and I just don't see how an organization like Heritage Regina or any other one, and really it's just Heritage Regina, would be able to raise enough funds for all the different residential programs that are going through the city to fund their work.
I appreciate.
Basically,
I appreciate your honest answer. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Thank you, Ms. Schmidt, for your presentation. You've answered all those questions. Thank you so much, and we'll move on to our next delegation. Trish Elliott. Are you there, Ms. Elliott?
Yes, I am.
Oh, good afternoon and welcome to Regina City Council. If you could identify yourself and who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Thank you. My name is Patricia Elliott, representing the Cathedral Area Community Association. And good afternoon, Your Worship and City Council. We're here to talk about the Bagshaw residents, and this is coming forward from Planning Commission, which we note was not a unanimous decision, and not all the members were present at that time. So we're really grateful that there's an opportunity at City Council to give this application greater discussion and scrutiny. I'll just speak very quickly to some of the points in our written submission, some summary comments. First and foremost is that the City of Regina has talked about creating a heritage conservation district that would include the cathedral area for some time now. So we really viewed with concern the submission from the province that pointed out that the demolition of the Bagshaw residence can have this effect of tipping off further demolitions down the block, and with that the attendant loss of green space and mature trees, and also some of our socioeconomic diversity in the neighborhood. As the provincial letter noted, the bar is high, but I think Heritage Regina did an excellent job of conveying the history, the value of the properties, and the history of the owners. And I, for one, found it really fascinating, for example, to learn about that there was an elected soldiers representative in the legislature at one time who flew in from the front. So this is the value of our heritage homes as a means to know history and place, and as it also has a value as a finite, non-renewable resource. CACA has been investing in markers and walking tours because we know these homes attract both tourists and residents to our neighborhood. And even the City of Regina has it on their walking tour. Our understanding is that the residence came up on market and was purchased very quickly. Obviously, the location is valuable to developers, but we need to reflect on why it's valuable, and it is a beautiful historic streetscape comprised of some unique century-old homes, probably one of the most historic streetscapes in the city. Some of these homes are lovingly restored, some are fixer-uppers that attract younger families to the cathedral area who will over the years do their own improvements to the properties. The new developments tend to be higher priced and they are often allowed to sit vacant until the price is met, which meanwhile deprives us of new families. So what we have in the cathedral area is an ecosystem that works, but it's a very fragile one with just 16 properties remaining on the inventory in the Crescents. And we do worry about this. I know as we speak on 13th Avenue there is a historic shop house being demolished to make way for a parking lot for a liquor store, for example. So this is a threatened landscape. The owner has said it's uninhabitable, which is to be expected from someone applying for a demolition permit. It's not likely to point out the good parts, such as a unique 107-year-old exterior that has been recognized as a cultural asset by the City of Regina, that is only presented as a liability, which should not be. At the Planning Commission, we heard there might be things like lead paint inside, as if paint remover had never been invented. Also mold, as if mold can never be mitigated, which we who live in the cathedral area know can be. Otherwise, we've all had to deal with it, and otherwise you would need to tear down the whole neighborhood. So this is hardly insurmountable problems. The plans for the exterior were vague, other than it will be a total knockdown with none of it preserved. And I had noted that the City of Regina tax assessment listed the building quality.
Ms. Elliott, you have 30 seconds left in your time.
Okay, but the building quality is actually very good. The exterior looks no better or worse than many in Cathedral area, which families have been able to upgrade over years. I think a qualified heritage conservation architect could develop an affordable plan that would likely beat the cost of demo and new construction and provide a more affordable housing option in our neighborhood while preserving our cultural heritage.
I'll have to stop you there. I'll have to stop you there. You're 5 minutes up. Thank you very, very much. There may be questions from members of council, though. We'll see if there are questions. We've all read your submission to both of them.
Great.
There are none. Thank you very much for presenting to us.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Next delegation is Jeannie Ma and Edward Jones. We'll see if they're on the line here yet. So Jeannie Ma and Edward Jones, are you there? Thank you very, very much. There may be questions from members of council. Let's see if there are questions. Are you there? All right, there's your submission to both of them. Thank you very much. If you press *6 to unmute your phone, you will be able to speak. Next delegation.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Okay, I have to mute this.
Well, you're unmuted now because you're speaking to me, so that's good. So is Mr. Jones with you as well?
No.
Okay. Ms. Ma, if you could introduce yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and maybe questions from members of council afterwards.
Okay, thank you. Starting now?
We're starting out, yes. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi. We've lived on Angus Crescent for 30 years, and we strongly oppose the demolition of the Bagshaw residence and its removal from the Heritage Holding List. We firmly support Heritage Regina, the Cathedral Area Community Association, and the Heritage Conservation Branch in their support of the Bagshaw residence, so rich in heritage architecture and in the history of the Regina citizens, the Bagshaws. Even within the Crescent's neighborhood of historic houses, the 1913 Bagshaw residence is a rare example of the craftsman style in Regina. In the city's own words, quote, overall, the Bagshaw residence is in fair condition with its form, scale, and massing largely intact, unquote. The maintenance and repair needed that was stated to be needed is the normal upkeep of other houses of this age in the neighborhood. High-quality craftsmanship, architectural design, and materials should not be thrown away so carelessly. The Regina Planning Commission is betraying our history in its approval of this demolition, especially when its own statement of significance says, quote, "The heritage value of 56 Angus Crescent also resides in its architectural style. The exterior design of this residence is an example of the craftsman style, as exhibited in the low-pitched gable roof with its wide overhanging eaves, large single dormer, large porch, wooden double-hung windows, and exposed wooden structural elements. 56 Angus Crescent was designed by Frederick Klopman Clemishaw of the prominent Regina architectural firm Clemishaw & Portneuf, which was renowned for its architectural contribution to the residential fabric of Regina," unquote. The demolition of the Bagshaw residence would mean a great architectural and cultural loss for Regina, further diminishing the integrity and the visual appeal of this small heritage neighborhood. Since the 2013 approval of the Design Regina Official Community Plan to protect and preserve heritage neighborhoods, we have, alas, seen the demolition of several Heritage Crescent's houses, which has disrupted the visual harmony and the streetscape. Once, all houses were aligned along the crescent to create a flowing vista. Windows were at the same height, and houses were the same distance from the curb. Now, the architectural rhythm has been disrupted by new houses, which are somehow allowed to project beyond the line of the existing houses, often dwarfing neighbors and reducing their incoming light. Roof and window lines are no longer regulated. How has this been allowed to happen? Are there no neighborhood guidelines to adhere to for the structure and materials of our small historic neighborhood? We love to see the Bagshaw House when we walk downtown. Its entrance and windows are not like others along the crescents. We love to saunter down the alley and come upon the red wooden porch. It makes the crescents feel like being at the beach, a wonderful small town quality in the middle of a busy city. The historic charm of the Bagshaw House cannot be reproduced, but it can be restored. Restoration shows respect for our own history. To name a street after Mr. Bagshaw while approving the demolition of the Bagshaw residence works to purposefully cut our own history out of our city. This demolition is a short-sighted move. How could anyone who cares about Regina's history and future buy a house on the heritage holding list only to insist on tearing it down? To come to an historic neighborhood only to proceed to destroy it shows great disrespect for the neighborhood, the neighbors, and our city's own history. The Regina Planning Commission's recommendation for demolition goes against Regina's official community plan. We feel honored to have lived in the Portneuf House down the Crescent for the last 30 years, and we're heartbroken when the house that Francis Portneuf built for his sister
Ms. Ma, you have 30 seconds left in your time.
Across the street was torn down without a word about its history and its significance. 3 further Portneuf buildings have been destroyed recently in Wascana Park. The first Mackenzie Art Gallery, the CNIB, and now Wascana Pool, without a word of significance. Heritage Regina and CADCA have created a series of architectural heritage plaques, and I'm the free ceramic labor. Other cities do this with pride.
I'm sorry, Ms. Marble, your time is up. I have to stop you at 5 minutes. Thank you very much for your presentation. There may be questions from members of council, though. Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I'll try to get back to my, here we go. Sorry about that. I have 2 questions. The first is that, Ms. Ma, you said you lived on the street on Angus Crescent, and I'm wondering if you can confirm, just on the basis of your own knowledge of living on the street, that the house was lived in by its original owner until transferring to its new owner a year ago.
Well, it wasn't its original owner, because of course that was the Bagshaw family, which I think he died in 1966. But many people knew the Wade family, and I used to see, I thought she was charming. I used to see her as we were going to the cinema. So as far as I know, yes, and I never did see a sign go up, a for sale sign go up.
Great, thank you. That in fact covers my second question. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Any other questions of the delegation? Councillor Flagel. Councillor Flagel?
Thank you. Sorry, I'm not on camera right now, but I was just wondering, Ms. Wall was on a roll there. Does she have about another 30-second to close off? Do you have anything else that you just wanted to add real quickly?
Well, the only thing I was going to say, sorry?
Go ahead.
Other cities do this with pride because they understand the value of heritage architecture. Regina must begin to see and value its own architecture and the beauty and urban planning. Please do not allow the demolition of the unique and historic Bagshaw House. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other questions? Councillor Massanelli?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the work from the delegation. And just a quick question. There are a lot of properties on this list already. The funds to properly look after these properties to the architectural guidelines that you speak of is large. To pare down the list to properly look after what we want to preserve probably would be a smart move for the taxpayers' happiness. Do you have any comments on how many properties are on the list, and if you could foresee any of those properties being let go to foresee more funds being available for the important ones that remain?
I know there are something like 227 properties that are now on the Heritage Holding list. And I know there are other ones that are coming up. Our house is one of them. I don't know which ones can be let go, but I think the decision by the homeowner seems to have more precedent over that than what the city actually sees as valuable.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. There appears to be no other questions. Ms. Ma, thank you very much for answering your questions in your presentation.
Thank you. Bye.
We have one other delegation on this topic, Caitlin Bashewski and Al Bashewski. Are you there?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you for appearing before City Council. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
I'm Caitlin Bashewski, and I'm with Crawford Homes.
I'm Al Bashewski with Crawford Homes.
And today we wanted to talk with you about how we would like to have 56 Angus Crescent moved from the heritage inventory and to be given permission to go ahead with the proposed demolition. We understand and support the importance of preserving heritage properties in the city. However, this home has not been maintained and has degraded beyond a reason's repair. It is in our opinion that the house is past the point of rehabilitation and will require complete reconstruction. No major maintenance has been done on 56 Angus Crescent since 1984, and we were provided a list of work from the previous owner that was completed and it was done with an RAP grant at the time. The lack of maintenance over time has caused considerable issues throughout the house, and the house has now been vacant for over a year, subject to the elements with no services. Our concern lies mainly within the structure and the interior of the house. 56 Angus Crescent is an unsafe property to inhabit. We have observed foundation issues, cracking in the basement, mainly the east wall, and exterior walls on the main and second levels. Rotting beams and supports. The flooring throughout has heaved with major variances on all levels and in every room. There are moisture issues, leaking that has created black mold in multiple locations and damaged existing building materials. There's asbestos wrapping around the basement pipes and boiler, and there's suspected asbestos in some of the floor tiles. The main floor and basement level staircases are structurally insufficient, and the excessive cracking in the basement floor it can be subject to radon leaking. And then the enclosed porch is in disrepair with
structural concern for the main and second levels. As a home builder and member of the RRHBA, we are held to a high standard to comply with current national energy codes on new home construction. So in dealing with 56 Angus Crescent, we know it does not meet any of those energy standards, and that the mechanical systems, lack of and deteriorated insulation, single hung windows, plumbing fixtures, electrical fixtures are all inefficient and fall well below the recommended standards. The house interior also does not function well within today's standards, and floor balance plan is not suitable for a modern buyer and will also have to be reconfigured. Also, the basement is only 6 feet high and is unusable space. To make 56 Angus Crescent habitable and sellable will require asbestos removal, insulation, roofing, updating the floor plan, complete interior reconstruction, new flooring, new drywall to all walls and ceilings, structural remediation, a new basement, all new efficient mechanical systems, all new energy compliant windows and doors, all plumbing fixtures and all lighting fixtures, a complete reconstruction. We would like to improve this lot by building a new home with all the modern building systems and energy standards that have also suited to the Crescent's neighborhood. The new home is being developed as a single-story home of about 1,800 to 1,900 square feet, and the current building is 2,088. The home exterior will be developed to be aesthetically compatible with the surrounding houses in the Crescent's neighborhood, and if necessary, the exterior could be developed to herald the architecture of the original building. We would just like to appreciate the opportunity to enhance this lot with complete respect to the Crescent's neighborhood.
Great. Thank you very much for your presentation. There are questions from members of council. I'll start with Councillor Stevens.
Terrific. Thank you much. Thank you very much, Your Worship. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question about the state of the structure. What you've described is basically every home in Cathedral in terms of what the state of the building looks like. And I'm a modern buyer. So my question is, one, about the safety. If I were to go to that residence right now, I would see a notice maybe from the health authority or some other body suggesting that I could not walk in that building without proper PPE, et cetera. Is that correct?
No, not at this time. We're the owner of it, and no, we haven't had anybody through to designate any of that.
Okay.
Yeah, none of the people.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Mr. Bashewski, go ahead.
None of the people that did evaluation went inside. I heard the phrase normal upkeep a while ago, but no one has been inside. So no,
okay.
It hasn't been, but there's homes sitting vacant for years without the city notice saying nobody's permitted in there.
Yeah, the assessments were done only on the exterior envelopes. There was no concern to go inside when we had offered.
Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Stevens?
Through the chair, you talked about the difficulty, but not the impossibility of bringing it up to modern standards. Why not just apply for heritage status and take advantage of the tax benefits that accompany this and make this a livable home like most in the Crescents and Cathedral?
Ms. Bashewski, go ahead.
Well, as Caitlin mentioned, first thing you'd have to do is put a whole new foundation under it, which in itself, if you lifted a structure like that, number one, you would be lifting it about 2 feet, so it wouldn't have that same look it has right now of being pretty close to the ground. I just don't think it's salvageable, and like I wish somebody would have gone inside that was doing the evaluating.
Okay. Again, through the chair, do you have an estimate on how much it would cost? The home lifting, et cetera, happens all over this community. I've seen several in my surrounding neighborhood. It's doable. What is the estimated cost of bringing it up to modern standards and maintaining the heritage?
Mr. Bashewski?
Yeah, no, we didn't really estimate that at all.
Okay, so just to be...
work that was meant to be completed, and by that time, we would see the value that it was beyond reason to repair at that point.
Okay. Through the chair, just to be clear, when you purchased this, you knew it was on what was previously the holding list, and second, the intention was ultimately to demolish it and to rebuild from the start, correct?
Mr.
That's
Bashirski or
correct.
Mr. Bashirski?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Councilor Stevens. So our bylaws do say we have to take a mandatory break at 3:45 or a few minutes past that. So I'm going to ask if members of council will agree to hear the delegation before we get to the report, and then we'll take a break and then get into the main report. Do I have any opposition to that?
Nope.
Thank you very much. We'll go on to our delegations. There are a few more delegations, speakers. Councilor Hawkins?
Thank you, Your Worship. The current owner is Crawford Home. I'd like to ask, the current owner is Crawford Home, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Crawford Homes purchased this after the home had been on the market for how long?
Mr. Bashirski?
The home never hit the market. It involved somebody, senior, a resident. One of our people was approached to market the home. The daughter and son-in-law live in Saskatoon, and they were kind of desperate to get out of it. And so, I was approached by, I met the people here. They were going to put it on the market, and then they said, why don't you guys just buy it? And we're kind of thinking, yeah, we could do that. And it's kind of to help out the people that owned it at the time.
They had perceived it as a tear down, so that's why they had actually included us. The woman that had been living there, she was a widow with some failings, with some health concerns. And like I said, if anybody had been able to go through the home, you would have been shocked to see that she had actually been living in that residence for a number of years by herself.
So, through Your Worship, as far as you know then, your offer was the only offer entertained before this home was sold?
Mr. Bashirski?
As far as I know, yes.
Did you ever have any kind of, how much did you pay for the home?
Mr. Bashirski?
I don't recall just offhand. I think it was around $195,000.
So you essentially bought the lot, is that correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Did you ever have a professional engineering evaluation or other evaluation done of the interior when you mentioned the structural defects that you're citing?
Mr. Bashirski?
No, we didn't have it. We had a few people look at it, but nobody, nobody with a professional degree or anything.
So no evidence was presented to the Planning Commission or the city, professional evidence was presented to the Planning Commission of the city on the interior of the home, is that it?
Mr. Bashirski?
Not that I know of. We invited the people that were doing the statement of significance to go inside. They turned us down, so.
This is the city administration people, is that correct?
The city planner, yeah.
And you're in the home building business. Do you agree that things like mold, asbestos, cracked foundation, all of these things can be repaired and frequently are repaired in older homes? Is that correct?
Mr. Bashirski?
I've heard of that. We're not in renovations, but it is repairable. When you get too many factors, like if you just mold, it's, you deal with one factor, but when you have, there's just this, the basement height, it's not usable at all, and nor has anyone ever used it outside of storing a few shovels down there, which are still there. The walls are not insulated, etc., so it had to be an issue to heat that property.
There's
built-in obsolescence in the home.
How is the home heated?
Mr. Bashirski?
It had a boiler system.
As far as you know, is it still working?
I wouldn't imagine because it's been frozen up.
And you know that? Did you try it? Have you tested it?
No, the gas has been off.
Those are my questions. Thank you. Thank you to the delegation and to you, Your Worship.
Councillor Young, you're next.
Mr. Mayor, my questions have already been asked by Councillor Hawkins.
Okay, thank you very much then. No other questions for you. Thank you, Ms. Pasuski and Mr. Pasuski. So just want to get a sense from council where we're going to go from here. We are at 4:15 and we have a large agenda. So in fairness to the staff that are here and of course rest of council, are we looking at going past 6 o'clock and thus maybe choose a time that we can break, and if we need to, of course, and likely will, we can have another meeting of council to continue on with the reports. So before we begin, I want to get some thoughts to those who we go till 7:30, 8 o'clock tonight, and then we just ask for the balance of the reports to be done at a meeting perhaps later this week or early next week. So I open the floor for comments. Councilor Dowell.
Thanks very much. We have a long agenda. I don't think we're going to get through it all. My suggestion is that we take a break at a particular time so that the folks around me here can have something to eat, and that we set 7:30 as our finish time.
Is that your motion?
That's my motion.
Okay. Seconder for that motion?
So moved, Andrew.
Okay, you second that?
Seconded, sorry.
Okay, so the motion is to break at 6 for a dinner and then continue until 7:30. Anyone to debate that, or anyone in disagreement with that? I'll say the motion's carried. We will stop at 7:30 tonight. And with that, the balance of the council agenda will be dealt with at the earliest opportunity. We'll have the clerk do a poll to see what date works best for everyone, but I think we would do this as soon as possible. I'd say stop break at 6, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's good. So we're back on the agenda now, and we have dealt with all the delegations. So I'm going to ask that Councillor Young lead us through discussion of report CR 20-74 to Heritage Inventory Removal at 56 Angus Crescent. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to put that motion on the floor, and could I have a seconder, please?
So is this the motion that the clerk's office has?
Yes, it recommends removal of 56 Angus Crescent from the Heritage Inventory.
Okay. Pardon me?
I'll second that.
Well, that's the original motion, right? You're putting it forward.
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
so
I am.
seconded by Councilor Massanelli.
Okay. So I'd like to speak to this now, Your Worship.
Go right ahead.
I will be voting against this motion for the following reasons. Planning Commission's regular meeting to deal with this motion had technical difficulties and was canceled. The second meeting was held with 4 members unable to attend, 2 who have architectural background and heritage experience. Since then, I've heard from several members of Planning Commission who have concerns about the outcome and uncertainty that arose with the difference between the experts in heritage and the evaluation provided. No discussion of the new approach to this evaluation inventory was held with Planning Commission before this inventory came forward. This was the first time we had seen it used as evaluation on a property. Secondly, the Planning Commission members were in a difficult place of declaring a house ready for demolition when it existed in a neighborhood with historical and architectural precedents in Regina, and without any infill guidelines for building in a neighborhood that can qualify as a heritage conservation district. There was an undertaking brought forward to administration at Planning Commission to come back with a plan to address infill guidelines for heritage neighborhoods. Number 3, the current inventory criteria has only 2 moderate evaluations. To qualify for heritage designation, there must be 4 moderates or 1 high evaluation. The speakers today introduced new historical information that could raise criteria to high in number 2 and number 6 on the evaluation form. The issues raised by the specialist in 2 letters that are attached to this report, one from an architect who suggested to us that criteria 3 could rise to at least the moderate level, and opposed the low rating in the evaluation. And the letter from the Provincial Heritage Ministry and the architect's letters both spoke to the importance of the neighborhood from a conservation perspective. And so for these reasons, I'm voting against this motion. I encourage council to consider the strong case for designation made today and vote against this motion. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Young. There's other speakers. We'll start with Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I very much appreciate the explanation that Councillor Young has given us about what has transpired here, and I entirely support her in voting against this motion, and I believe, unless the clerk can correct me otherwise, that we would then go to the other options pursuant to Section 11 Heritage Property Act, that this property would then be declared or would then be listed as a heritage property and would then go through the process that council is now familiar with, which involves a proper evaluation and various hearings. Through you, Your Worship, could I ask the clerk to confirm exactly what the process is if this motion is defeated?
I believe you got it just right, but
yes.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. You are correct, Councillor Hawkins. Should the motion on the floor be defeated, we are required to then immediately seek a motion to designate, and it's my understanding that Councillor Young is prepared to do that, and we have the appropriate wording ready for consideration.
Thank you very much, Clerk, and I'd be happy to support that motion. I just want to add a few things that came up in the delegation's testimony. First, the house was lived in until a year ago. Secondly, I didn't hear anything, as Councillor Stevens elicited, I didn't hear anything that suggested that the kinds of difficulties they had couldn't be repaired. They're repaired in many older homes, including some of them in my own. Third, I raised my eyebrows at the price at which this home was purchased. It never went on the market, clearly bought as a tear down, clearly no interest in being declared a heritage home. This is not a case, this is a sophisticated purchaser. This is not a case where they would be surprised by Regina's heritage laws or a case where they would not know of past homes that have been declared heritage homes without the consent of the owner. I'm very impressed by the evidence given by Ms. Schmidt and the Heritage Group. I'm impressed by the opposition of the Community Association. I'm impressed by the concerns that the province raised that the destruction of this home could lead to a sawtooth kind of destruction of the neighborhood. For all of those reasons, I am against granting a demolition permit, and when Councillor Young moves the heritage bylaw, I will support her in that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Through the chair, I will also be voting against the report, but I have some questions for administration. It's pretty clear that the applicants had every intention of purchasing this home, demolishing and building new. I'm not faulting them for it, but I'd like to know what kind of counsel was offered by administration when this application first came up. In other words, why are we even seeing this? So when this came forward, did the administration not provide some indication about heritage process, or is this simply an example of an applicant who wanted to roll the dice at considerable expense?
Mr. Searle.
Through you, Your Worship, I'll just start, and then I'm going to ask Ms. Emmeline Hill to follow up, our Manager of Social and Cultural Services. Certainly we do have conversations with property owners about the heritage inventory and the processes around that, and certainly in situations we do have conversations about the program that the city has under the Heritage Building Rehabilitation Program to access our incentives to encourage renewal. But I'll maybe ask Ms. Hill to follow up and give a little bit more detail on the process.
Ms. Hill.
Through you, Your Worship, yes, Mr. Searle is correct. We provided the applicant with information about what restrictions there were on the property due to it being on the heritage inventory, and really that would, when they submitted their demolition permit, that we had to go through this process of review and evaluation and returning to council with a recommendation. We also made them aware of the incentives that are available for designation and conserving the property.
Councillor Stevens.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you through the chair. I guess the final remark here, it sounds like there is a history of developers rolling the dice, coming to council, and being allowed to demolish property. Hopefully this is a turning point. This is a second very contentious issue that's come before council in this regard, that no, we will not hesitate to vote down demolition orders and permits. So yes, with that, I'll yield the floor to council colleagues.
Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. When they do the demolition permit, are they in that particular time have to bring some other plans forward that what they're going to build?
Mr. Searle.
Through your worship, in this particular case, we don't have plans for a permit application. That would typically follow the demolition, but no, we don't have a plan at this stage for the property.
So, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, is the next phase, if this was to go to demolition, or is there any way for us to get a plan prior to demolition and are we allowed to make any changes to the bylaw to get away from some of the houses that are being built in that area that are aesthetically not pleasing, don't match the neighborhood? You've got a nice cute little character home and you've got a 35-foot silo built beside it. Is there any way in this particular report that we can open up that can of worms and start talking a little bit more about changing the bylaws to accommodate the area, as opposed to, I mean, the one on College and Albert, this beautiful house now, was the glass building, but we weren't sure what was going up there, and those particular residents made a great, personally, I think it's a great looking house that fits that corner real well. But I've driven around Angus and Leopold, and there's some pretty not great looking houses besides some old, beautiful houses. So how do we accommodate that for the heritage people and just the aesthetics in general?
Mr. Searle.
There are a few different ways that we could look at that. One, through the adoption of our new zoning bylaw, we now have residential infill design or guidelines that look at such things as yard setbacks, building height, and so forth that we employ at permit review stage now, where we're looking at an infill situation to ensure some degree of compatibility. The other important initiative that we're looking at in the coming years is the comprehensive review of our 31 neighborhood plans that will be coming up. And one of the conversations that we would engage in with the community through that is some of those opportunities given particular areas of neighborhoods and so forth where there might be a desire for an architectural control type district or a direct control district that would employ, would give a tool for looking at some of those architectural features of buildings as well as the infill infill guidelines. So we've initiated through our neighborhood sequencing plan, the first 2 neighborhoods will be proceeding with the next 31 over the next 7 to 8 years as we move forward. So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. And through you as well. Is that something you would need a motion for, or can we do an undertaking? Because I guess what we're trying to do is, I mean, this one hasn't slipped through the cracks because it's a heritage property, but there are other ones out there that were not classed in the heritage, and then we have a silo built beside something. Because do we have to, would a motion need to be put forward to look at this, or could we make it as an undertaking and then bring it back to and have the Heritage Committee give us some advice on what their thoughts are, and the building community and a few of the other activity, other active groups that are out there? How do we approach that?
Mr. Searle.
Through you, Your Worship, with our plan processes, we'll go through the process of identifying the stakeholders that would participate and seek their input. I think things such as a heritage conservation district that our OCP speaks to are certainly some of those things that, as we're having the conversations with people in the heritage community and community associations, that we could look at, or as part of our neighborhood plan program when we move forward, and identifying those specific areas or features within neighborhoods that that we would look at. So we could certainly have those conversations within those plans and look at those opportunities.
So, Councillor Flagel, there's a Councillor Young's motion, I believe, will speak to the issue of a conservation district.
Right.
And so that may answer the question that you have.
Yeah, that's where I want to go with this, because there are, thank you, and through you, there's a bunch of areas that need this type of thing. There's the General Hospital area, and Cathedral and Crescents and Lakeview, and we just want to make sure we conserve some of those older looking areas. So I'll leave it with that. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Massanelli, you're next.
Thank you. Through the chair, when administration assesses a property, is the purpose to pare down the amount of properties on the list to a more feasible number corresponding to the funding available, or is it to identify the number of properties needed to be funded? So is there a target, or is this an investigation?
Mr. Searle.
Through you, Your Worship, it's not a target. The properties that are on the list because they've been deemed to have some heritage quality potential, although not designated. When we work with property owners on the list, as inquiries come forward and people want to access our programs, or in this particular case, property owners applied for demolition, we would review each of those on a case-by-case basis to assess the impacts. I might just ask Ms. Hill if she has anything further to add to that.
Ms. Hill.
Through you, Your Worship, there's no target assessing. We're in the process now of moving through evaluations on the entirety of the list and continuing to add additional properties as well as part of this process. And so the idea is to have a robust inventory that reflects the full history of Regina and is disconnected, that review is disconnected from the incentives and funding available.
Okay. So in light of that, administration came back recommending to grant the permit, correct? So it didn't make enough criteria to actually make the list. Is that the way it came through?
Mr. Searle?
Through you, Your Worship, the administration did an evaluation, and it came in as a Class 2, ranking on the new heritage inventory policy. Where a property is classified as a Class 2, we would only recommend proceeding with designation where the property owner has given consent. I just might just ask Ms. Hill to verify and if there's anything further.
Ms. Hill?
Through Your Worship, The grade 2 is about recognizing that there is heritage elements to the property, but not at that level of uniqueness where we would proceed to designation without, or recommend proceeding to designation with the owner's consent.
Okay, thank you for explaining how that pans out.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Okay. No other speakers have come forward, so the motion is on the floor. I'll ask the clerk to do the vote on the report.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will begin with you, Councillor Young, please.
I vote no.
Councillor Flagel?
No.
Councillor Mancinelli?
Against.
Councillor O'Donnell? Councillor Bryce?
Opposed.
Councillor Murray?
Opposed.
Councillor Findura?
Against.
Councillor Bresciani?
Opposed?
Councillor Stevens?
Opposed.
Councillor Hawkins?
Opposed.
And Mayor Fougere?
I vote no.
The original motion is defeated at 11-0, Your Worship.
Thank you for that. So, Councillor Young, the floor is yours once again.
Thank you. I would ask the clerk to put the new motion on the screen. I don't think people have a copy of number 5 that's been added to that.
Okay, we'll just wait for this to be put up on the screen.
Okay, the option motion takes care of itself, and I'd like to speak to number 5, which is new.
Okay, let's give us a chance to read this, Councillor, and then I'll ask for a seconder.
Okay. Oh, that's right, sorry.
Okay, the floor is yours. So I'll ask for a seconder for the motion.
Hawkins, I'll second.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Okay, Councillor Young, the floor is yours.
Thank you. As I said, at a planning commission, we did an undertaking to administration to do something similar to this and bring it back to planning commission because we thought there should be a plan to protect infill. And then since then, and since reading all of the information that came forward from Heritage Regina, as well as speaking to members of Planning Commission, I am adding number 5 to the motion, the optional motion, and I'd like to speak to that. This would put an architectural control in place in this heritage neighborhood or any neighborhood designated as a heritage neighborhood. If this was in place now, it would ensure that any infill in this area would have to abide by those controls. That would mean any owner of a property that's there now or a potential owner or someone who would like to buy and develop would know the expectations before they engage in wanting to demolish or renovate or rebuild. So it would have made the work of Planning Commission so much easier. Without those controls, Saskatchewan Heritage and the Cathedral Community Association have both cautioned that piecemeal, incompatible development can significantly impact neighborhood character, and the possibility exists that a whole neighborhood streetscape could be lost. Mr. Dawson from the Provincial Ministry cautions in his letter that even properties that don't reach the bar for inclusion in the inventory can still, over time, significantly impact the neighborhood. The map of potential heritage conservation districts in Design Regina, map A, shows the areas that have the potential to benefit from those architectural controls. The Crescents and the Warehouse District, for instance, are both among those areas. Architectural controls over infill or the exterior renovation or rebuilds of the houses, this is not for the interior, it's for the exterior, would assist the Planning Commission with this decision regarding properties. And it would assist potential owners or developers in making their decisions. This is only one step in meeting the goal of heritage preservation. The inventory alone does not meet this goal, nor does the infill policy. A complete plan for heritage conservation has not yet been met. I urge Council to support number 5, and in fact the whole motion, as a definitive way to clarify infill policies for heritage neighborhoods. And I would like to comment on Mr. Cyril's comments. Yes, the new R1 zoning bylaws in infill areas do talk about setback and height, but it still leaves a lot to be done that would not help a heritage neighborhood. Neighborhood plans are going to take 7 or 8 years to do, and that's much too long. Some of these heritage neighborhoods could disappear in that length of time. And then he also mentioned architectural control, and that's what this does. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. So this is asking for a report, a plan to come back in the first quarter of 2021, but we are going to be designating this property as a heritage site. Mr. Sir, do you have any comments on this? Look, you wanted to speak.
Yeah. Yes, through
Sir,
you.
go ahead.
Through you, Your Worship. Just some clarification and just a question on the timing. So the question, I guess, would be is Council's desire that we would bring back some of the tools or potential frameworks that we could look at to implement historical or heritage conservation areas, what that process looks like, what the tools would be, and through what processes we would look at in implementing. So the one that I had identified today was through the neighborhood plan process, and kind of what the implementation strategy would be to implement within the context of planning frameworks. Is that kind of the?
I think that's what that means.
Okay.
Councillor Young, do you want to comment on that?
Yes, I do. I think this is asking, and maybe it should have mentioned the Crescents as the neighborhood that needs to have this architectural control. I think that there are a lot of places that need it, but I think this might just be referring to this one, and I'd like to not see it have to wait 7 or 8 years to happen. So I'd like it to be specific for this neighborhood. We already have one architectural neighborhood in the city, and that's the Baden Boulevard area, the Episcopal Church lands. So we've already done this before, and I would like this neighborhood to be done as fast as it could be done.
So Councillor Young, maybe we have like a friendly amendment to insert the Crescents neighborhood as to ensure we're focusing on the priority here.
Yes, please do that.
Okay.
We could put that in.
The 5th line after controls, to ensure. Just before to ensure, you could add Crescent neighborhood. For the Crescent neighborhood. And Crescent is plural, I believe.
If I could comment, Your Worship?
Yes.
Doing this neighborhood would also lay out the plans to make it much easier to be able to do other neighborhoods. They're all different, so there'd be some differences, and so I think this is a good start.
Good, okay. So with that friendly amendment to this, focusing on the Crescent neighborhood as a starting point, any other speakers to the motion? It's pretty straightforward, I think. Reflects what Council has been speaking. So if there isn't, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the vote on this.
Thank you, Your Worship. With respect to the new motion, I will call upon you first, Councillor Young.
Yes, I approve.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Murray. Councillor Murray? Councillor Bryce?
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell? Councillor Mancinelli?
In favor.
Councillor Flagel?
Yes.
And Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
Passes by a vote of 10-0, Your Worship.
Thanks, everyone, for that. So move on to our next delegation, Angel Poirier, related to the grass and weed control report.
It's point of order, Councilor Murray. I had some issues with my mic, and I voted in favor.
He said he had trouble with his microphone, but he voted in favor.
Voted in favor? Okay, good. Okay. So we'll see if Angel Poirier is on the line. Ms. Poirier, are you there?
Hi there.
Hello, Ms. Poirier. Welcome to Regina City Council. You're up next to speak to the report on the enforcement plan for the grass and weed control. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and members of council may have questions afterwards.
Great. I've timed myself and I should be under 5 minutes. Good afternoon. My name is Angèle Poirier and I'm a resident and homeowner. My presentation today is called Creeping Bellflower, also known as Campanula, should be eradicated from Regina, and the full-length version begins on page 120 of your agenda package. I was delighted to read that in July, Council voted on a noxious weed control enforcement plan, and I'd like to join this discussion. So my first section is the invasiveness of creeping bellflower. It's even worse than dandelions. I've spent all summer pulling out taproots, which go down more than a foot, even further than dandelions. See page 120 of your agenda packet for a picture. Above these carrot-like taproots is a messy system of smaller roots. Separating the soil is like separating spaghetti from meat sauce. And it's not just my house. Creeping bellflower has invaded the neighborhood. It's gone from the front of my house to the back and into my neighbor's yard. A few blocks down, the same reality. It is slowly choking out lawns everywhere. In the back alley of 2100 block Reynolds, the plants are almost as tall as I am. And adult plants can spawn up to 15,000 seeds, so these should be taken seriously. Online forums confirm that creeping bellflower is invasive. Some phrases used are, the terror in my front yard, wish I knew where it came from so I could sue, and my favorite, had I really invited Satan into my garden? One forum screen name is Donna in Sask, so these forum posters are not that far away. Let us look at other Canadian cities. In 2013, Edmonton added creeping bellflower to its municipal noxious weed list. Then in 2018, they mobilized bylaw officers and imposed a fine schedule from $250 to $5,000. Calgary has also published a fact sheet with information about prevention and alternatives. Regina is not so proactive. In 2019, CBC did an article warning against the increased presence of creeping bellflower in Regina. Apparently, the Ministry of Agriculture doesn't recognize creeping bellflower as a weed, and so the City of Regina takes no measures to control or even monitor it. My hope is to change that. Next section, chemical warfare. A lab experiment found that clopyralid is the most effective herbicide for eradicating creeping bellflower, and it's 7 times more effective than glyphosate or Roundup. Clopyralid is the active ingredient in a whole list of products. See line 68 in my full report, page 122 in the agenda packet. Transline having the highest concentration of clopyralid. Only available at egg retailers, not available at Home Depot or Rona. I respectfully submit that the city consider allowing residents to either purchase clopyralid through the city or to pay a small fee to have the city come and spray. Next section, cut off availability from local suppliers. Garden centers don't sell dandelions because they never sell, and yet creeping bellflower is even more invasive and more difficult to kill than dandelions, but it's available as seeds, potted plants, and in wildflower mixes from local gardening centers, including Home Depot and Rona. I partly don't blame consumers because it is rather pretty. See page 122 for a picture of a Rona.ca ad. I think the city should ban creeping bellflower from the shelves at Home Depot, Rona, and other stores. This may require engaging their suppliers, which I have named at line 103 on page 122. My last section is about education. I would suggest educating residents about creeping bellflower with the following 5 points. How invasive it is, and I've already shown that. Identifying its many different names. How widely available it is, seeds, plants, wildflower mixes. Suggesting alternatives, and telling them how to eradicate it. And there's a link to a video about the safe application of clopyralid in line 118 of my report. I know I have 30 seconds left. These 5 points could be included in what I'm sure is a holistic education campaign for effective weed control in Regina. So to summarize, I've made a case that creeping bellflower is truly a noxious weed. I've shown that transline is creeping bellflower's worst enemy. I've suggested we remove it off the shelves from our local garden centers, and I've provided 5 points of education that each responsible homeowner should know. I submit this all in good faith with the intention of beautifying our city and promoting responsible stewardship of the spaces we occupy. The end.
Thank you very much. You're right on time. Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions of the delegation? You were very clear in what you had to say. Thank you very much. And we'll now move on to the City Manager's report and the enforcement plan for the grass and weed control. If I have a motion for that, please.
Your Worship Hawkins, I'll move the recommendation with amendments to section 3 of the recommendation. And when you're ready, I can give you the wording amendments.
You can go ahead and do it right now. Did you give it to the clerk's office beforehand?
No, I just worked it out.
Okay, you want to perhaps just let us know what that is then?
Sure. It reads, direct the administration to bring forward a report detailing how the city will meet the obligations under the Weed Control Act, and I would like to add, and all other bylaws and regulations, all other relevant bylaws and regulations.
Okay, we're going to get the clerk to write this down, so could you repeat it again?
Yes, under the Weed Control Act and all other relevant bylaws and regulations.
Okay, so that's a number 4 in addition to you're moving the first 3 motions?
No, that's number 3, and that's an amendment to the wording of number 3.
Okay.
And then there's a little more, and you can tell me when you're ready.
Just a moment. Okay, what's your next? You have something else?
Yes, it then goes on to read including and I would replace the word invasive with the word aggressive. So it reads including an aggressive weed management plan, etc.
Okay. Do you have that, Clerk? Okay. We'll put it up on the screen.
And if I can get a seconder, I'd
like to have a seconder for that, please.
Brasciani.
Councilor Brasciani, thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Your Worship, I have some questions for the administration. Let me preface this by saying that as a law student, I studied the Tax Act pretty intensively, and I can honestly say that this memo was as complicated as anything I read when I had to read the Tax Act. So these are my questions. First of all, how many enforcement routes are listed in the memo? I think there's 4, but I'd like to confirm that.
Mr. Mr. Weary?
Sure, thank you, Your Worship. Could refer to, we've tried to lay it out here as clearly as possible, and I acknowledge Councillor Hawkins' comments around complexity of legal and enforcement process here. But it's set out, the enforcement tools are set out at the bottom of page 7 and top of page 8 of the report. So, to start off, there is an order to comply, which would allow a property owner, it gives them formal notice of the violation and invites them to comply. And if they do, no further action. There's also a notice of violation ticket, which is a ticket that can be issued giving notice of a violation. And that ticket, if there is voluntary payment, that closes off that particular route. And as is noted in the report, there is no compliance obligation beyond simply payment of the ticket. So someone could pay a ticket and still not comply with the requirements, and then we would need to go a step further, and that would be to remedy the contravention. So we've given notice, the property owner has a right to appeal, and if they don't appeal, then we can go on the property and remedy the contravention and charge the property owner the cost of that on their property. And then the fourth one on here is a prosecution, and that would be a more conventional, a charge, very similar to what you would do with criminal code or other bylaw offenses, where a charge is laid, a summons is served on the property owner, and they are compelled to come to court to answer the charge. And as we note in the report, we don't often use this method because we rely on the one I previously described of giving notice of contravention and then asking them to comply, and if they don't, we go in and remedy. And then finally, there's a fifth option here that we discuss in the memo, which is not currently in effect, and that is an opportunity for us to give a notice of violation, and if we want to, we can go on the property earlier and remedy the contravention prior to the right of appeal being that 15 days running. And the consequence of that is that we're not able to add that to the property taxes. So that's not something that we currently use, but it is something that council could, by way of a bylaw, include as one of the tools that we could use. So to answer Councillor Hawkins' question, four methods of enforcement that are there, and those are consistent with, generally with our community standards approach. I guess the other one I would mention, that's the community standards process, and then we've also described in there the separate enforcement regime for the Weed Control Act, which is provincial legislation. So acknowledge there's a lot of complexity there. We tried to make the process as understandable as possible. Perhaps we didn't succeed, but it is important to lay out what the enforcement process is, because it is very rule-bound and rule-based.
Through your worship, I appreciate the chart, and I especially appreciate that's the way to start, but I have this question about the chart. If someone with a weed-filled yard wanted to be obstructionist about this, that is, if they weren't voluntarily complying with anything, and this had to go the whole way, what's the amount of time that it would take? I did a calculation, but in the end I was so confused I didn't have any confidence in my own calculation.
Mr. Weary.
Sure, we have control over how much time we allow at the front end. So we could issue a notice of contravention, give them a very short window to comply. That would probably be 7 days, and then we could, if they don't, we have to let the 15 days run. If they file their appeal, that is going to delay things, because then it of course goes to the appeal board, which meets monthly. It goes to the appeal board, their appeal is unsuccessful. If that's the case, then that probably is like a 2-month timeline, and then we can go on the property and remedy the contravention. If they were to appeal further, then we are not able to go on the property until that legal remedy or that legal avenue is concluded. And that becomes, when it's a referred matter to the court, that makes the timeline very uncertain. But certainly our process, the process that we have control over, to answer Councillor Hawkins' question, I guess in an ideal situation would be 2 months. And then, so 2 months within our current rules. If we're on top of our deadlines and move the process along in an expeditious fashion and not cause any administrative delay. Some of the other delay is...
And through your worship, if it went to the Regina Appeal Board, that would add further time, right?
Yes. Correct.
So 2 months plus the Regina Appeal Board, which probably means about 3 months, and that's if everything goes well. I want to ask this question through your worship. You mentioned very low payment rate. I want to ask about your prosecution rate and success rate. As I read the charts again, I'm not certain I have this right. 4% of all those complaints received. Is that correct?
Mr. Worry?
That's roughly correct. There was a low voluntary payment rate in 2019 for voluntary tickets, which was the first year of that program.
Again, through your worship, I want to ask questions about staffing. I understand the weed inspector position was not filled and that as a result, a bylaw enforcement officer was asked to fill that position, but he or she is not qualified to do that and is seeking help from people who know about weeds. Have I got that right?
Mr. Worry?
Yes.
Okay, and the second staffing question is, you wanted to hire 2 casual bylaw enforcement officers, I'm talking about this year, but they weren't hired. Am I right on that?
Mr. Worry?
That's right.
Okay. And your worship, one other question. There was no enforcement at all this year until July 6th because of COVID. Is that right?
Mr. Worry?
Correct. We did do investigations, but we didn't take active enforcement until the restrictions were lifted in I believe it was early July.
Can I ask further to that, why not? One person that I spoke to said, look, enforcing these bylaws doesn't involve close contact with individuals, or they could certainly social distance. This is not a crowd situation. The mail got delivered during COVID. Why did we have to stop all enforcement after mid-March to July 6th?
Mr. Worry?
Your worship, I should clarify, it wasn't that we didn't do enforcement. We did not start doing the remedy of the enforcement until July. So we were still issuing notices in the lead up in that intermediate period, but we weren't doing active remediation. So that would be a point of clarification there. But we do acknowledge that the staffing levels did have an impact, and COVID did have an impact on our ability to fully enforce along our normal timelines.
Again, finally, I don't wish to prolong this because it's difficult. The motion from council asked for an aggressive enforcement plan, and you've provided one example by shortening the informal period from 14 to 7 days of how the plan is a little more aggressive. But as I read it, apart from that, what you're basically saying in this submission is that we are going to follow the rules and regulations as they're set out to date. And in other words, nothing much is going to change as things have gone to date. You want to comment on that?
Mr. Worry?
Certainly, Your Worship. A couple of points. There's 2 pieces. There's the community standards enforcement approach, which probably will look fairly similar in terms of what the rules are currently. There is one of the recommendations will be dealing with bringing recommendations forward to council around boulevards and other public spaces where I understand there are weed issues and overgrown vegetation around the city. So that is something that council will be given the opportunity to consider by the end of Q4 of this year, if all goes according to plan, because we do, if we are going to make rule changes, want them to be in effect for the next season. The weed report, the Weed Control Act report, dealing with that separate category of weeds, we will be bringing forward a recommendation. We acknowledge that we are doing. We have to make a choice about how many resources we want to put towards that problem. It really will become an issue of how much we want to spend on getting more active in dealing with that. So there will be recommendations that will come forward on that front. And then finally, we do not plan on going into the 2021 enforcement season short-staffed like we were this year. So we will have more resources on the ground ready to do the work and looking at being careful not to create any additional administrative delay in enforcing these violations, because we acknowledge that the season is short. So that will be something else to monitor as well. So it's not going to be status quo, but we will have more resources to put towards it. We're going to tighten up our administrative process, and there might be some rule changes that Council will consider potentially to have enforced for next year.
Councillor Hawkins, I just want to point out you have just under a minute to go in your 5 minutes allocation.
Well, most of my presentation has been questioning and responses, which I appreciate.
Yep.
And I just want to say this. I hope when you bring forward the options, you bring forward the pricing options as well, so that we understand what we're dealing with. And I want to make one last comment. The difficulty here is the process is so complex that a person can easily run through the summer without having done very much at all and frustrate the whole effort by the onslaught of winter, and we're no further ahead at all. So I'm hoping whatever is brought forward deals with that problem. We're dealing with enforcement mechanisms that run 3.5, 4 months, when a summer growing season is scarcely 10 weeks. So I hope your report grapples with that central issue, which has caused so much frustration for residents in my ward, and I know in other wards as well. Thank you for your answers, and thank you, Your Worship, for your tolerance here.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Sorry, I was cutting out. I couldn't hear everything, but I just want to thank Councillor Hawkins also for the work here, but I want to know in regards to city property. We are asking residents, we're talking about enforcement for people to keep the weeds down. How does this work for city property, our parks and everything else? How are we going to monitor and ensure that we're doing our part? Because that's a big concern from residents that I've heard. You want to have an enforcement plan to ensure that we're keeping our weeds down, but when weeds breed into our fence line from the city properties, how is that going to be dealt with? Through the chair?
Mr. Wurry.
Well, the way that it currently works is that we encourage residents to maintain the property, they're adjoining, the public space adjoining their property, whether it's a road right-of-way, et cetera, for any landscaping. But it's a voluntary, on the part of property owners under our current rules. So one of the things that we are looking at bringing forward, because this has been discussed and it's been highlighted that a number of other communities have rules around requiring property owners to maintain some of the city-owned property that adjoins their property. So we will bring forward recommendations for council to consider on that front. On the broader issue of general maintenance standards for city parks, that's probably a question best answered by the community services people at the meeting today. So that would not be something that we would be bringing forward as part of the recommendations. It's currently the responsibility of the Parks and Maintenance Department to maintain city parks to a reasonable standard. So we're not proposing, I don't think, any changes to that obligation. The city is a property owner just like individual private residents are. So So that's the answer to that question.
Mr. Holden, do you have anything you want to add to that?
So through you, Your Worship, I think Councillor Bresciani is getting at the condition and maintenance of our parks and open space. So I would ask, I know that we have Ms. Shaley and Mr. Irick on the call, to just provide some commentary in terms of our maintenance practices, and, no different than members of the public, individual homeowners. There are times when obviously we have challenges with weather that encourages weed growth, etc. But Ms. Shaley can provide some comment as to our approach and our program.
Ms. Shaley.
Through you, Your Worship. So our primary focus within our parks is to control weeds through our regular mowing schedules, as well as preventing weeds by ensuring a healthy turf through our aeration practices, our fertilization and watering. We do apply herbicides in our athletic fields, and that's really intended to ensure that we have a healthy turf that allows for safe play among our sports groups. And then we will apply herbicides in areas where we're trying to restore a space. A good example would be the work that we did this year in the Harbour Landing Environmental Reserve. So that's our focus within our parks areas. As Mr. Weary relayed, we do ask residents to look after the side boulevards in front of, or the boulevards in front of their homes, and then the city looks after the boulevards that are adjacent to public spaces such as along parks. So I'll maybe ask Mr. Irick, who's responsible for pest control, if he has anything further to add.
Mr. Irick?
The only other thing I would add, is that we use thresholds when we are going to be applying some herbicides to some of our athletic fields. We try to have it so there's a minimum standard, so that we're not overusing the herbicides in an unresponsible manner.
Councillor Bresciani?
Thank you, through the chair. I guess the concern I'm just trying to get at is in a park, and I spend quite a bit of time. I was there again this morning. We have foxtail that is in the parks, and now as we speak. And foxtail has been one that the residents of Regina have spoke about too. In new areas especially that are not fully developed out. Open lots through either if it's yards that are not finished or maybe developed lots that aren't done. I guess the question is, how does this pose if a resident says, I keep up my yard, but the city park is blowing these weeds into my yard, and my dog has now had to have, had an operation and that kind of thing because of the foxtail. I guess in one breath I agree, we have to get everybody to comply, but I want to ensure that there's something that comes out of this policy that we ensure that when residents make a complaint against the city, that the city also is going to ensure that these weeds are looked after in boulevards and in parks. Like, it's got to be a team effort here. I can't accept the fact that we're going to go and start charging and fining people when the city is not doing their part. So I guess that's the one concern. How are we going to mandate that? Is it going to be through either more staff or ensuring that these weeds get down in the parks? That's all I really want to know.
Okay, so this is the second time you've asked that question, Councillor Bresciani. I'll let you do that. I'll direct to the city manager for comment, and then if you want to delegate to someone else, Mr. City Manager.
So through you, Your Worship, I think Councillor Bresciani asked a valid question. Obviously, the city has hectares and hectares of open space to maintain. We do have some resource restrictions and limitations. Obviously, as Mr. Irick indicated, when we look at using pesticide application to eradicate weeds, that's something that we take a very cautious and responsible approach to. Every time we do that. Obviously, there's concerns in the community about pesticide use, so we have to be cautious of that. So as Ms. Shaley's indicated, we do look at our maintenance practices around, aeration, fertilization, irrigation. So I think we hear you loud and clear. If we're going to be holding the community to a standard, we need to make sure that we can maximize the care and maintenance of the park spaces. And if at a point we need to come back to council and have a discussion about additional resources or additional budget, then we'll have to do that.
Councilor Brashani?
Good. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Massanelli?
Thank you, and through the chair. I have a question regarding easements for things like Canada Post or utility easements. How would the responsibility fall in those cases?
Mr. Wurry?
Well, just give me a second on that. So the example you're using is Canada Post easements.
Mm-hmm.
I think those would be treated same as boulevards. I believe that we ask them like we would other property owners they are usually on city on property that the city either owns or is required to maintain. So it would be similar to other boulevards where we would ask them to do it on a voluntary basis. The only exception would be if there may be some situations, and I'd have to confirm this, where we have maintenance agreements, maybe with larger parcels where there's maybe a larger Canada Post use or presence. I believe we sometimes have maintenance agreements with the agency there, but that's as much as I could answer right now without checking further.
Okay. Could we check further into that?
Sure.
It is an undertaking. We can get something back. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. I can send a memo back to council with more specific information on that question.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilor Massanelli. Okay. Other speakers to the report? Councilor Hawkins, do you want to close debate, or are you okay?
I'm okay. I think the essential points have been made.
Okay. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. I will call upon you first, Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councillor Young?
In favor.
Councillor Stevens?
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani?
In favor.
Councillor Findura?
In favor.
Councillor Murray?
In favor.
Councillor Bryce?
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell?
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli?
In favor.
Councillor Flagel?
Yes.
Mayor Fougere?
I'm in favor.
Carries 11-0, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. On to our next delegation is Kathleen Donovan on the Unwanted Guest Initiative. Ms. Donovan, are you there? Ms. Donovan, are you there?
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Donovan, how are you?
Good, good.
Good. Welcome to Regina City Council.
Okay.
Thank you for appearing. If you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and members of council may have questions afterward.
Okay. My name is Kathleen Donovan. I'm a retired social worker and a university professor, and I want to thank you for hearing my concerns regarding the trespass to property initiative or unwanted guest policy, and to support Councilman Andrew Stevens' motion on the issue. To provide a little background for those listening who may not be familiar with this initiative, for over 5 years the city has used the trespass to property initiative to deal with what they call unusual or unruly and disruptive behavior at businesses. The initiative was enacted to reduce disturbance-related incident calls to the city police. Their first 6 months report on the initiative glowingly reported that they had reduced calls already by 18%. Prior to 2015, theft, intoxication, or violent incidences were dealt with through existing laws, and businesses issued bans without police involvement. This process, through this process, a business can fill in a ban sheet, which I've included for people's information, and give it to the individual. If the individual violates the ban by returning to the same business, police can be called and issue a ticket. If the person continues to return to the business, he or she can be issued more and more tickets or ultimately be charged under the mischief section of the criminal code. Just a point, I have discovered through a Freedom of Information inquiry to the city police that many of the businesses are places like Subway and Tim Hortons. At a time where more and more light is being shed on the hazards of dealing with human problems such as disability through police enforcement, this initiative should be placed under scrutiny. Councilman Stevens' call for a review is important if Regina is to truly work towards being an inclusive community. As it is now, this is a policy based on exclusion. It is not a sound rationale to enact this practice in an attempt to reduce calls for the city police, presumably as a cost-saving measure. At the heart of the unwanted guest initiative are human beings. Okay, this banning, some of my points I want to emphasize are this banning law is arbitrary. Anyone who is disliked can be banned and later ticketed through police involvement many times. There is no real right to challenge and appeal the initial ban. This is a quasi-judicial initiative that criminalizes the least powerful in our society and leaves them no recourse to defend themselves. As you look at the ban, you can see that it's open for the business or the employee who's been told by their employer to fill it out. It can say one thing, but can be based on racial discrimination, the mere dislike of personalities, or people's appearance, among other things. There is no need to prove the named infraction. There is no appeal process to the bannee, yet the result is severe. Financial hardship, stigmatization, embarrassment, loss of dignity, and the fine for each ticket, if it's still $250, is more than most people can afford, never mind multiple tickets. Many do not even have enough for a coffee. As mentioned in the motion, one person was given tickets over 20 times, which amounts to nearly $6,000 in fines. What happens to people if they cannot pay? And what was the issue behind why someone would break a ban that many times? There are ways to deal with such problems rather than issuing ticket after ticket, causing financial stress or fine default and possible imprisonment. There are already laws prohibiting shoplifting, violent behavior, and drunken behavior. So I wonder why this is even needed.
Ms. Donovan, you have 30 seconds left in your time.
How many?
30 seconds. 30?
Oh, wow. Okay. This initiative is often used for people who are trying to get out of the cold because they are unhoused and living in shelters and they can't be there in the daytime. It also criminalizes and stigmatizes people who would benefit from supports that do not exist in our community. Is it their fault we live in a province that does not have support for the most marginalized? Do we think people can stop behaving certain ways because they are banned, or is it a way to render them more invisible? In reality, it is a crime to live in a city with insufficient social and financial support for many
Ms. Donovan,
people.
I'm going to have to stop you there. I'm sorry, you're 5 minutes up. I apologize. That is the rules. There may be questions from members of council to have you amplify what you've written here, but it's a public record and members of council have read this as well. So I'll see if there's Councillor Stevens. You have some questions.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you very much for the overview and the submission and for providing me with this data. what would you like to see done in its place? So specifically, not only a review, but is it just a matter of abandoning the initiative, or is it about creating an alternative way of dealing with what could be bigger social problems?
My feeling is that we need to look at what other places are doing in a more humane way to deal with problem populations that are so being targeted by this initiative. But I also feel that the initiative itself is unfair, and that what was I going to say? Oh, shoot, I don't know. So what we should do, I can't say. I'd have to look at what other cities have done. But I know that there's alternatives, and I think we should seize it immediately rather than waiting until the length of time of a review or when and if it starts. Because they didn't have it before, they don't need it now. And if you look back to 2010 when we got rid of the anti-panhandling law, it didn't really cause any problems to take that away. And I think that's going to be the same from this. It'll just revert back to what it was like before.
Okay. Through the chair, a property owner can remove somebody for virtually any reason from their property. So what would change? These individuals, if they're distressed or have other underlying issues, as a business owner, I can ask anybody to leave. So what would effectively change?
Ms. Donovan?
What would effectively change if what?
Well, we abandoned the initiative. As a property owner, I can still call the police, ask someone to leave. I share no concern with them as a business owner. I just simply want them out of there. What really would change? They still have the right to...
Yes, that's right. The business would still have the right, as they did before, to ban the people. And they wouldn't be charged with tickets, which are quasi-judicial in my opinion, because they can't say, whether or not, they can't, defend themselves as to what they're being said to have done, yet they can be fined, as we see, thousands of dollars. And most folks, I suspect, are not able to even pay an initial ticket, much less that many.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Murray.
Thank you to the chair. Thank you, Ms. Donovan, for your detailed delegation and the information that you gave. You had talked at the tail end of Councillor Stevens' questions about the fine structure, and you're absolutely right. I mean, these are folks that probably don't have any money to pay a fine. And I'm wondering if you have looked at any other cities, or if you've come across any other information of another way other than fining. Is that something that you've heard of, or, I mean, that's something we would obviously have administration look at, but...
Ms. Donovan?
No, I have not looked at other cities and what they have done, but I do think that would be one of the first tasks of the review. And I also know that there are more humane ways of dealing with it. And I just don't think using something that is not really fair, actually it confronts people's civil rights the way it's set up now. Something needs to be looked at here, and I think we would have to review many different initiatives across the country to see what would be more humane.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you for that information. I was just looking if you had come up with any other or seen any other, so it sounds like that's work for administration. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Murray.
Okay.
Are there other questions of the delegation? I have a couple, and thank you for your presentation. You're very clear in your position. I'm just wondering, do you think there are any instances where a business may be justified in sort of making a call of a concern at their property? Or is this always the case where the individual is not the problem, it's just that they're not being treated fairly?
No, I don't agree. I think there are cases, as I said, there are cases where shoplifting, theft, the laws of theft come into account. There's, I think they often mention violent acts or intoxication. These things have always been dealt with in other ways through the law. So yes, of course those things occur, and yes, businesses should not have to put up with it. But this isn't the way to go about it. It doesn't have an appeal process for the tickets, and yet they can go forward and become involved with the police, and as I mentioned, be fined a lot of money, which I'm assuming 100% of them haven't got.
Thank you for that. You mentioned earlier in your submission near the front that this banning is based on racial discrimination or dislike of personality, some subjective kinds of things, the way that they look or whatever. Do you have any evidence of that? Do you have proof that that is the case?
Well, I think, again, that that's something the review would have to look at. I would like to see actual people who are subjected to this initiative, be on the consultative body of such a review. But I have known a couple people who I can't prove anything either, but one person was mentally distressed. He looked shabby, I suppose, and but was not doing anything violent, was not harassing anybody, was not shoplifting, but who was asked to leave a business in the city here. I do know of one friend like that.
Thank you. I have one last question for you. It's sort of an alternative program, because this initiative is imperfect, to be sure. Saskatoon has a community support officer program where those who attend to these calls are not police officers necessarily. They are community workers that may have specialty or expertise or knowledge in, drug addiction, intoxication, or any other issue related to homelessness. Is that kind of an approach more palatable for you, that there would be not an officer necessarily that would come forward and try to direct this person for help?
Yes, that's more palatable for sure.
Okay.
I think that's more humane, and I think that the skills of that person or whomever is, if it doesn't have to be a police officer, perhaps shouldn't be, but those skills would be, whether it makes it or not, in terms of engaging with the person. And unless they could relate to them and weren't scared of them or angered by them, different kind of social skills that the worker, whoever it is, would make a big difference in terms of whether that would help or not.
So in general terms, theoretically, you would support that kind of a program?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
For sure. Yeah.
Thank you for answering questions in your presentation. Are there any other questions of the delegation?
No, nothing from me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nami. You can retire now. We'll go to the motion put forward by the councillor. So, Councillor Stevens, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I need a seconder, please.
Seconder?
I'll second that.
Okay.
Great, thank you. So through the chair, just to be clear here, what's being asked is a review of the initiative through the lens of a community well-being framework. We've talked a lot about that at council. We've given it its support and on several occasions about taking a different approach to crime. And also, to be clear, the initiative was really endorsed by the Board of Police Commissioners. It's enforced through the Regina Police Service, and it's enforcing a specific piece of provincial legislation. So it's not a review of a city bylaw per se. And the review that I'm asking for here will be conducted in partnership with the Downtown Business Improvement District, Reconciliation Regina, and some of the anti-poverty groups that I mentioned for all the reasons that Kathleen has outlined. And one is to evaluate the implications of the initiative for poor and vulnerable populations. So to essentially establish some ground for making claims that certain populations are targeted. The other question being asked, and I seek information on, is the implications of collecting race-based data to see whether or not those claims of the over-policing of Indigenous people in particular and racialized individuals in our community is actually executed by such initiatives. And really what this is about is creating alternative mechanisms to respond to and deal with the calls for service that are often initiated by businesses. And a final point here is that administration conducts this review. This is currently work that's already being done, and that these recommendations could then be advanced to the provincial government and the Board of Police Commissioners. And as a final point in that regard, there's really nothing in the Cities Act or the Police Act that prohibits us from making recommendations or in conducting this review. It's not overstepping any jurisdiction. It's really aligning this practice with other commitments that the city has made. The mayor mentioned a really important point, which I want to put on the table here, and that is the Downtown Business Improvement District, the warehouse bid, and their equivalents in Saskatoon are already taking this approach. It's a field test here we're talking about. It's actually about a different way of dealing with crime and social issues in the downtown. Saskatoon has piloted this for quite some time, and this community support unit is really what I'm looking for. So a lot of the groundwork is already in motion. This would give it a specific task and a purpose for us to work on. And I think, again, it really aligns with the many commitments that council has already made. So I'm looking for a council support for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Young, you're next.
Thank you, Your Worship. I certainly think that this is a problem, and I think the biggest part of the problem is that there is no place for these people to go. So they may be put out of a store, for instance, because they might be causing problems. If they're in there just to get warm, the solution is not to toss them out. The solution is to have a place for people to get warm so they don't have to go in stores to do that. What I'm asking the mover is why the Regina Police Service are not being also part of this consultation. Sometimes they're called and they're not the right ones to call, and they would have a lot of information about what kind of help people need that they are called to deal with, and what other groups would be best to do that. They're not taking on new work. They're trying to find other organizations that would do that work. So I'm wondering if a friendly amendment to include the RPS in the consultation, they would have numbers too, wouldn't be worthwhile.
Councillor Stevens, a friendly amendment?
Yeah, I'll accept that. I guess my comment to that point is the Board of Police Commissioners and the RPS could have conducted this review whenever it pleased, so I never thought of them because it was always their jurisdiction to do so. But yeah, I'd be happy to see them as part of the
So add that to the resolution section there, where you have a list of other organizations and the RPS. Okay. Councillor Young? Do you still have time?
The other comment, yeah, the other comment that I would ask about is race-based information. There's reports from across Canada about doing that and how difficult that is. And if you're going to do it in this instant, you're going to be doing it by observation. And I don't know whether that is going to help, whether you'll find the information you need. We already know that people who have difficulties, that there are more people who are Indigenous that you're going to find in this position because of poverty. So poverty is one of the causes of this. Have you considered how that race-based information would be collected and what you would use it for?
Councillor Stevens.
Through the chair, great question, Barbara. Really all I'm asking for is an assessment of the implications of that. So really I'd put that question, that concern on the table for those in the stakeholder consultation and for the staff doing this work to figure out what the pros and cons would be, an environmental scan, what are the implications, and then we go from there.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Murray.
Thank you, through the chair. My question is actually to the mover, Councillor Stevens. A couple, when this initiative came forward, it would sort of, I don't want to say championed, but it was a request of the Downtown Business Improvement District. And being that you're on the board and you have regular interactions with them, has there been a bit of a change in perspective on their side?
Councillor Stevens.
Great question. I don't know. Judith and I and the board have always talked about it. What I do know is downtown associations are really trying to take more of a social determinant and harm reduction approach. And I'm not sure if there's been a change. I can't speak for her. But what I do know is they are actively trying to seek different ways of dealing with those challenges. And I think this would align nicely from what I hear now. I can't speak to what their position was in the past. Sorry.
No, that's totally fine. Just looking for if there was an update. So, no, that's very helpful. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. And Councillor Murray, I sit on the board of downtown, and we had a meeting on August 10th with the chief of police, a few of us on the downtown board, and we talked about this specific thing. And we reached out to the chief and his staff sergeant that was there, and some of the conversation was about increasing the amount of police, but also interacting with other community groups and associations to get their input as to how we deal with it. I know a long time ago the race-based count was going to be very difficult for the police because it didn't, if I remember correctly, when there was other issues going on in the city, they didn't really feel that that was the right thing to do, but they may have changed their position on that at the time. The other thing that we talked about was, we talked about kind of like the RCMP have cadets that are almost there and want to be, and about how they could be implemented into the downtown as visual and maybe not as full-blown officers because they're not allowed to carry all the suppression gear that a full officer would have. And that became a bit of a challenge when the chief was asked about that, because they don't want to put people in jeopardy when they're unknown situations. So that's a bit of a challenge for them. Putting more people on the streets in terms of the boots was something that they looked at and maybe need to address, because, and allocating and changing resources and looking at a bunch of different things, because we met for a good hour and a half and talked about specifically the downtown, specifically Victoria Park, the Hill Mall, the Cornwall Center, all those different areas. And it was always brought up about, we are not sure whenever we go to a particular situation what's going to happen, because all of a sudden there could be 6 or 7 officers at any given time, much like when all of a sudden there's 11 officers sitting at the general hospital and they're all kind of looking at each other, but they're not sure what to do because they have to wait for the perpetrator to be released from the hospital, or there's 2 or 3. And so those are the types of challenges that the chief was talking about, because every situation is different. One might have a weapon, one might have mental issues, one might have alcoholism, one might have something else, with the drug issues in the city, and they're not going to pick one race or the other. They're going to, if somebody's doing something wrong, it doesn't matter. That was sort of the opinion that we gathered from that. So they are working on it. We did have a discussion with them. Councillor Stevens is the councillor, and I know he keeps in contact with Judith, which is good, but from a board's point of view, we've been addressing this and trying to figure a way out, because we feel, and Judith from the downtown feels, that if we don't create a safer downtown, and I feel the same way, if we don't create a safer downtown, people are going to stop going down, which they have, and we need to change that, and it's got to be changed like soon, because the downtown businesses are coming back, they're going to reopen, but if they don't feel safe, it's going to be a tough slug for them. So anyway, that's sort of the little bit of an update from the board, and we can get more out of Judith as well. Good, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Anyone else on the motion? So I have a couple of comments, and a lot of these have been covered by other members of council. Adding the RPS, I think, is really quite important to ensure they're at the table. As I read this report and listened to the delegation, and Councillor Flagel got to this point to some degree of a safe downtown. There are always 2 sides to every issue, and the current initiative is imperfect. It's causing a problem. I think we all recognize that as being an issue. But we have to keep in mind that a business owner opening their business has a right to conduct the business. And so we just need that balance, that there's both issues at play here. And both the motion and the delegation assume that it's just a one-way issue here. So it's important we understand that. I'm sure that the RD bid will speak to that. It's important we have that balance. The other one is the issue of race-based data. I'm troubled by the second one. I know we're looking for implications only, but this is can be looked at as almost trying to prove a negative, that you don't target a certain audience. I think that's unfair for real policy development. The RPS does not collect race-based data and would not be doing it in this case. The Board of Police will have a comment on that because we refer to the RPS. Ultimately, it will be the Board of Police that has a comment on that. So just to understand and keep that in mind that providing a database or the race of those who are looked at, arrested, or ticketed, I should say, won't happen in the sense, I think I understand what's being asked here. You can't prove a negative that you don't do it, and that doesn't help public discourse. I think the idea of what Saskatoon is doing is a really good model, and the implications of that both for the City of Regina and for the RD bid, how that's funded, how it works, I think is really something to explore. It's more compassionate, and I know the police don't want to be doing that, to be going to stores and saying you're ticketed for, you know, whatever you may be doing in the store that's deemed to be an issue by the owner. More qualified people to come in and deal with the circumstance, I think, is more compassionate, frees up the police to do what I think is more important, unless there's a violence issue. So I'll support the recommendation, but I'm really having trouble with race-based data, and when the report comes back, I'll speak more clearly to that one. I don't think I would support any organization collecting race-based data. That is a slippery slope. Thank you. Any other comments on the motion? Councillor Stevens, do you want to close debate?
I have nothing else to add. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll start the voting with you, Councillor Stevens, please.
In favor?
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor?
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor?
Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor Young.
In favor?
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Mayor Fougere.
Oh, yes.
So carries unanimously, Your Worship.
Thank you. So we'll move on to our next delegation, drainage law and grading regulation. Kevin Way could not stay online, so I'd ask for a receive and file for his delegation. Councillor
So
O'Donnell.
moved, Hawkins.
Councillor Hawkins, second that.
Bresciani.
Anyone opposed to that? Receive and file? Thank you very much. So we have 5 communications from the Regina Regional Home Builders Association, Melissa Hickey, Ron Martin, Les Anderson, and I'm going to mess this last name up, so I'll leave that. You can read that, and then Councillor Bresciani, you have your motion. So if I have a motion to accept the communications of the delegations here. Councillor O'Donnell once again, seconder.
Bresciani.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Anyone opposed to receive and file? Thank you very much. Councillor Bresciani, you have the floor for your motion. Report your motion number 15.
Okay, thank you very much. I would just like to point out a correction in the third whereas statement of this motion, that this should reference the year where it says year 2021. It should be Public Works and Infrastructure in Q2 of 2020. So if we can just make that amendment for that. But the purpose here, and I'll just say this is council was directed, City Council directed administration to bring forward a report on drainage on this matter in Q2 of 2020. And I understand that COVID-19 has definitely impacted the deadline, but I felt this issue needed to be rectified in the matter that so it can be considered as part of the 2021 budget process to ensure that it doesn't get delayed to the 2020 for potential considerations. So given that I've heard increasing issues and it's had undue hardship, as you've seen from many of the letters that have been submitted, that raised the concern recently by many property owners. As well, I bring your attention to Midwest surveyors as well, who has, they're unable to speak today, but in favor of this drainage motion moving forward. So what I'm really asking is that council support this, and the fact that we can get this considered at December 2020 meeting, and then into, if it's passed there, into budget for 2021. One of the things that I've learned, as I brought the last motion, but one of the things that I learned is that garage pads and parking pads have been a real concern for residents. So when we're building these alleys, where we have these parking pads that have been put in the back, and in the bylaw, garage pads and parking pads are considered accessory buildings. And the building bylaw does not require a rear lot elevation certificate for accessory buildings. So this is then left up to the responsibility of the owner. So therefore, people can determine whatever grade that they want, which impacts the whole street or the whole alley in that way. And that's what I had heard from many of the residents in the Greens and Gardner. It's an area where there's a lot of these alleys and a lot of these garage pads. So the real concern, I think, for residents is that where they have these rear garages with the alleys, we are going to continue to build more as we see in new subdivisions. And I think this is something that we really want administration to look at when they bring that back, this report. As we know, currently the city does not regulate or enforce lot drainage and any grading discrepancies. And I think when we look at this, we know that we did this over 8 to 10 years ago when we took it out. And I think it's time now that we actually go back, because what's happening is we're pitting neighbor against neighbor. And you can see from Midwest, they've been, one of the things that they've seen is that those are the things they get called on, is the grading, the downspouts, and things like that. So what I don't want this, I think we really have to take this as the bylaw and look at if we're going to hire an inspector, or to see what other cities have done, and that's what the report is asked for. So again, I just wanted to bring this forward because the impact on residents, and the more that we continue to build these, and if we don't have a bylaw in place, it's going to get worse. So I'll leave it there.
So we need a seconder for the motion, please.
Barbara will second the
motion. Thanks for that. So just before I open up for the other people to speak to this, Councillor Bresciani, what your motion's doing is simply speeding up or bringing forward a report by the end of this year versus into next year, so this can be part of the 2020 budget process. So you're just bringing it forward for a more quick discussion. Is that right? Because you're asking the same thing again. This is already being reviewed by the administration.
It's being reviewed right now, but it was supposed to come back in Q2 of 2020. Right. But because of COVID, it was not going to come back until later of 2021.
Understood. So
what I've asked is that because there's been a lot of problems in this, it has to come in 2020, like I asked, because of the impacts on residents, and so we can be considered, if it does get passed, to be considered in the budget for 2021, not 2022.
I got that. So but the work is being done. You're speeding it up. That's what you're saying. Okay. So people know the review is being done already. So I do have a list of speakers. One anyway. Councillor Young.
Yes, I just want to make sure that everyone knows that infill is also a big issue in drainage. It's actually destroying houses on both sides of infills where water goes down into their yards, and if they have a concrete pad as opposed to a foundation, it's actually ruining the house. So I just want to make sure that infill is an important part of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Okay, any further discussion on the motion? Mr. Clerk. Oh, sorry, Jason. I see your name. You're seeing it later. Okay, Jason, go ahead. Councillor Massanelli, go ahead.
Thank you. I was wondering if I could get administration to comment on the timelines and why the timeline was stretched and their ability to fulfill the tasks being asked, and if it will displace anything else and affects.
So who would take that? Mr. Searle?
My apologies, Your Worship. Can I just have the question repeated?
Sure. I was just wondering if I could get a comment on the timeline. This was already put to a future timeline because COVID displaced. If we agree to speed it up, what type of other programs or research or anything will it be displacing, and do you have the capacity to speed it up to the requested timeline?
Mr. Searle.
Through you, Your Worship, we've looked at the work around the motion, and we're on target to bring this forward in Q1, potentially early in Q1 of 2021. The work does involve engagement analysis and some consideration of the implications around enforcement options and costs and so forth. So it does require that analysis and assessment. And so I'll maybe leave it at that.
Councillor Massanelli?
Okay, I guess I understand there's a fair amount of work to do with it. I also know that you've been tasked with a fair amount of work. Will this to be displacing something else just as important? Is there any effects? Or being that it's already forecasted for Q1, you're confident that you can grind the grindstone a bit tighter and fulfill it by December 2020? I guess that's where I'm asking. If all of a sudden we put away the noise attenuation bylaw for another 3 months in 2021 because we've displaced it by this, that might affect my decision. So that's why I'm asking about outcomes from the decision.
I'll ask the city manager to ask that. Mr. City Manager.
So, thank you. Through your worship. So, obviously, if this is a discussion that we want to have as a part of our 2021 budget, we will need that information early in December so that we can include that into our budget presentation and budget discussion with council. There are a number of things now that are being referred by council to the budget process. So obviously, as an administration, we're going to have to take a look at a bit of a strategy as to how do we, balance that. So on the floor of council tonight, if you want this advanced to December 2nd, we'll do that. And then we may have to look at what other things are impacted. But obviously the priority is those things that council has asked for that will come to budget. So there may be something in Mr. Searle's area that has to slow down, but we're not going to slow down the things that obviously are critical and that are going to impact our 2021 budget development.
Okay, thank you for the answer.
Thank you for that. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you. Sorry, Worship, I heard a comment saying that the way the drainage is right now in the residential area, existing areas, we leaving it up to neighborhood to settle that issue. Is with this motion and what the administration is going to be bringing back, is this going to change anything that's already happening in the existing? Because we don't have, I think if I can recall, back in the 70s or somewhere we repealed that bylaw that we didn't deal with that. That's the reason it's happening right now. So is this going to change anything? What's happening in the existing areas already? To your worship?
Mr. Searle?
Can I just, Your Worship, just ask for just clarification on the question again? I just couldn't quite.
Councillor Fundura, you want to try that again?
Yeah, the question is that the existing areas now, let's say, let's just pick any of the established areas where they have a drainage problem, and so let's say the drain is in a neighbor's yard and the neighbor puts up a garden and the water stays back to the 3 houses, we as a city do not get involved, and I guess it's a legal issue between the neighbors. With this motion, were you preparing to go in December at the budget? Is this going to change that, or we have to change something else to look at the existing areas, or we're just looking at the future builds? Worship?
Okay. Mr. Searle?
Through you, Your Worship, yes. We're looking at those various contexts, which would include greenfield development, existing development, and situations where we have infill as well. So it's looking at the best practices and research from other communities in terms of how this is managed, and then coming forward with recommendations for potential approaches for Regina.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fandera. Other speakers to the motion? Councillor Bresciani, do you want to close debate?
Just quickly, I think that the reason I bring this forward is because we've heard from more and more residents that have been impacted, and the concern I have is that if this is not brought forward and passed, gets through until later in 2021, therefore does not get into the budget for until 2022. Just consider how many other jobs that will be done where they're continuing to build, and projects where there's infill and concerns with drainage, which we've had many. So this is not just a small bylaw. It's a bylaw that's affecting these people's lives, where they are seeing basements, seepage, ponding of water, and flooding in garages and garage pads. So we've got times where we've got manholes that have been covered up with landscaping. They have not found where the drainage passage is. So these are things that have to be looked at now. I don't think we can wait. So that's why it was to come back in Q2 of 2020, and I'm asking it to come back for budget deliberations for 2021 budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. You've closed debate, so I'll ask the clerk for the vote.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll begin with you, please, Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Flegel.
Yes.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
In favor.
And Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
Carries unanimously, Your Worship.
We're going to the stunting, racing, and excessive vehicular noise. We have a delegation. Brian Mayer.
Yes, Your Worship, I'm here.
Are you there, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Your Worship, I'm here.
Okay. Welcome to Regina City Council. If you could state your name for the record, who you represent. You have 10 minutes to speak on this issue, and members of council may have questions afterwards. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. My name is Brian Meyer, and I'm representing my wife, Charmaine, and myself this evening. I want to thank you, Mayor Fougere, and the council for the opportunity to present this evening. I've submitted a letter on this matter, and as it is in the council's meeting package, do not plan to read it, but will speak to some of the points made in the letter and expand as necessary. I'd first like to reiterate our support for the motion put forward by Councillors Bresciani and Stevens. We see this as a great opportunity to start confronting this serious problem in the city of Regina. I also want to note that driving, is a privilege, not a right. And I want to repeat that. Driving is a privilege, not a right. With privilege comes responsibility. The responsibility in this case is to conform to our community norms, which are our bylaws. We do not accept people driving on the wrong side of the street, nor do we accept people driving through red lights. We should therefore not have to accept speeding, stunting, or excessive vehicle noise. This is an issue that I believe touches on both physical safety and quality of life. Residents of all ages should be safe walking, jogging, bicycling, or driving within our city. This is not now the case. They should also be able to use decks and yards and not be disturbed by squealing tires, revving engines, or loud exhaust, nor should they be startled from their sleep by these same noises. The concerns we have regarding speeding, loud vehicle noises, or what I now know to be stunting, are long-standing. I first wrote to my Ward 4 councillor about this in 2016. I mention this as I'm sure the RPS has been applying the existing bylaws in their intervening years, yet the problem has worsened. Simply continuing to apply these same bylaws over and over and over again, but expecting different results, is one definition of insanity. Clearly changes are needed, and we therefore support a broad review and the enacting of new or amended bylaws to start addressing these issues. We hope that Council will support this motion and commit to considering all possible solutions, from enhanced enforcement to static measures which can be in place 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That concludes my oral presentation. Thank you again for your time and attention. I'm now happy to respond to questions if there are any.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer, for your presentation. There may well be questions. We'll see. Councillor Bresciani, you can start.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer, for coming forward to council and sharing your support and also your suggestions. One of the questions I have is we've indicated in here that we're going to reach out to SGI and of course Regina Police. We've heard. Have you heard anything from the community regarding any of the racers or anything like this? Because you've indicated you've had this problem for a while. Any suggestions there to the chair?
Yes, Your Worship. I actually have. I reached out. I live in a condominium development, and I reached out to the other folks who live here and had several of them respond to me verbally. And they are concerned by what's going on. They certainly support enhanced enforcement, but they're looking forward to something that can be in place 24/7 because they recognize that the police are a finite resource and they can't be here at all times. They suggest like speed bumps, be they temporary or permanent, lane choking on wide streets, and by that I mean narrowing of the lanes. Others suggested prohibitive costs to licensing the vehicle and for driver's licensing. Others suggested impounding vehicles for various periods of time, for, say, a first-time offender, so many days, a second-time offender, and so on. Again, those are SGI. And I admit as well to reaching out to a fellow who drives a vehicle, which I would call one of those that could be used for stunting. And he too supported the fact that the city should be considering taking action against those who are doing this in residential areas and putting people at risk. He's not suggesting that it won't happen, but he's saying that perhaps there could be a venue somewhere where people could stunt or drift in a controlled environment. And he suggests that it might be something like 2 or 3 events during the summer months supported by the city, by the Regina Police Service, by SGI, where people would have an opportunity to do these types of behaviors in a more acceptable environment.
Great. Good. Good. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you again for coming.
Thanks.
My pleasure. Thank
you, Councillor Bresciani. Other questions? Thank you, Mr. Meyer. You can retire. Thank you very much for your presentation and answering questions.
Thank you, Your Worship.
So we have 8 communications on this subject. If I have a motion to accept all of them as communication, Councillor O'Donnell, is seconder, please. Okay, Councillor Bresciani. Anyone opposed to the motion? That's carried. So we'll move into the motion itself. 2017, Councillor Bresciani and Councillor Stevens. If you want to start.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you to Councillor Stevens for co-signing the motion. Oh, sorry. And as well, also thank you to SGI, Regina Police Traffic Unit Superintendent Lorley Davies, Sergeant Verbeek, and Inspector Jeff Wagner.
Can I get a second? Sorry, just get a seconder for the motion, please.
Seconded, Andrew.
Okay. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. So what we're talking about today, of course, is looking at the stunting racing and the excessive vehicular noise that's been happening in our community, in our city for quite some time. First of all, I have to amend the motion. It says, therefore be it resolved, number 1A should read, from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. This is the nighttime hours within the noise bylaw. So I'd just like to make that amendment.
We'll make that as a friendly amendment.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to add also, as a point number 3, if I could right now, just, and I think the clerk has it, engage with stakeholders, but not limited to Regina City Police, SGI, muffler shops, to develop a strategy to reduce speeding, racing, and stunting and excessive vehicular noise. So,
Councilor Brochet, in just a moment, I'll take that as part of your original motion, as opposed to an amendment. And Councilor Stevens, are you okay with that?
Yes.
Yes, I am.
Continue on.
So it's time, I think, to take actions regarding residents who are concerned of the noise and the speeding within the city limits, the racing and the stunting, especially at nighttime hours where people, it affects people's lives and quality of life, as we've heard from Mr. Meyer. We have an increase in vehicular noise and speeding within the city. It's become a community concern. Regina Police indicated the top 3 complaints that they receive are speeding, cell phone usage, and aggressive driving. And this is not uncommon. This is happening across Canada. When we did the research in regards to the motion, many cities are seeing, even during the pandemic, but the increase with regarding racing, stunting, and noise. But many of the cities, such as Toronto, Vancouver, Edmonton, Calgary, Saskatoon, Windsor, St. John's, Fredericton, and Mississauga, they just brought a similar motion as we're bringing tonight. One of the things that I think we are dealing with in this, the motion is asking for us to bring everybody together, because right now we have the Traffic Safety Act, which is administered by the SGI. That's who does that. It's the Traffic Safety Section 215. Then we have the City Noise Abatement Bylaw, that's 6980. And so we have all of these pieces here. We're talking about the noise, we're talking about the excessive noise and the speeding. But one of the biggest things is we need to get everybody in the same room to have a discussion as to how can we actually reduce and mitigate the stunting, racing, of course, and the vehicular noise. When you read some of the submissions from the delegations, one of the things that hit home with me was this is affecting people's lives. Especially during the COVID, there was essential workers that called, that emailed. There was a big Facebook page about the racing that they couldn't take any longer. People were putting video cams on their car to see if they could catch these individuals. I know Regina Police Service actually heard many concerns, and they were very good to respond. But again, as we know, they can't be there at all times. They did an initiative called Project Speed, which was to provide education and enforcement and to decrease the speeding and the excess vehicle noise, which I think I was really grateful for. And I think residents did see a bit of a change in the behavior. But again, that was their focus for June, and it made a difference, but they can't do that all the time. So what we're asking for is just to have some tools for Regina Police, give them the tools. So if it's looking at Edmonton, other municipalities, what they're doing, they have gotten equipment that they can use. We do not have a decimal here rating. So that's something that could be considered in the report as well. Edmonton, all these other cities have determined a decimal rating. So that would help. One of the other things with conversation, and I think with Regina Police Service, is certain equipment. They may need some testing equipment. But again, that could be part of the discussion. I contacted the mufflers. There's 3 muffler businesses in town. You know, they don't go by any guidelines. If someone wants an adaptive muffler, they just put it on. There's no questions asked. So I think it's time we engage the muffler shops to talk about the impact that it's making, but also in line with some kind of a bylaw that we could they could come forward.
Councillor Berchiani, you're getting close to your 5 minutes. You got about half a minute left.
Okay, all right. So I'll leave it there. I'm asking for that we actually have SGI, City Police, and City Regina, and muffler shops, and any others that could be involved in this discussion to reduce sound, mitigate the sound, as well as reduce street racing and stunting within our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Berchiani. There are some other speakers to this. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm very, very supportive of this motion, and I'm glad to see number 3 where SGI has been added, because I think they would be a very important partner here. I'm wondering if some of the stakeholders might be car clubs or motocross clubs or racing clubs, and so it would be good to consider whether any of them exist and whether they'd be willing to be part of the stakeholder group. The speaker talked about having a controlled environment, and there are racing areas in other parts of the province, and I think we have some kind of a racing area out by the Tor Hill Golf Club. So I don't know who we would include in this to actually take a look at that. We had this problem in Douglas Park for months, and the police acted on it, and we were able to even take cars away from some people, but it didn't really stop until a locked gate was put there, and then now these people are out on the street with all the other people. So I am fully in support of this, and I would like to make sure that we're looking at the option of, is there a way to do racing in a controlled environment? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you to Councillor Berchiani and Councillor Stevens for bringing this forward. This has been a serious problem in Ward 2, particularly on Gordon Road and on Albert Street. I want to acknowledge the efforts of the Regina Police Service in this regard. They have taken license plates from numbers from residents in my area who submitted them, and they've acted upon them. And I think it's made a real difference. So I appreciate the efforts of the Regina Police Service. I think that the measures which Councillor Berchiani and Stevens are proposing here are necessary, and I look forward to supporting this motion. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Mr. Onray has just a comment related to timing here, so I'll give you the floor just to add to this. Mr. Onray.
Thanks, Your Worship, through you. I would ask that the report come back in Q2, just due to the amount of work that will be involved, and more so on the collaboration with the other regulatory areas within the city, SGI and RPS, just making sure that we get all the information gathered that will be required to bring back to council for their consideration.
So it'll be second quarter?
Yeah.
Councillor Berchiani, I understand you're okay with this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So it'll be a
Thank you.
friendly amendment, then that's good. Okay, Councillor Bryce, you're next.
Thank you. So do we not have bylaws in place for speeding, for noise?
Mr. Onray?
Through Your Worship, I'm going to ask Councillor to repeat that again, please.
Sure. Do we not have laws in place about speed, about noise, about stunting, those sorts of things? Do we not have laws in place already?
Through Your Worship, we do have the noise abatement bylaw. I'm going to ask Mr. Weary to comment on the details of the bylaws that we do have in place in regards to this.
Mr. Weary?
Yes, Your Worship. Noise abatement bylaw, I think, is referenced in the motion. So that is a primary way that we regulate different types of noise in the community. And so what's being referenced here is mostly, as I understand it, traffic noise, which is a specific category in the noise abatement bylaws. So typically, for some of the problems that are being described here, they would typically be dealt with by the RPS because it is traffic safety and roadway patrol. So they will typically deal with the types of extreme driving that are referenced here. City bylaw enforcement gets involved in responding to complaints for other types of noise. So the noise abatement bylaw has been in place for many years. So part of this exercise might be to look at some of the measures that are there for enforcement and see if there's an opportunity for tightening some of these things up. The decibel measure idea is something that we've been aware of for a number of years. We can certainly look at that and see if it makes sense for that to be included in our bylaw, if that's going to assist enforcement authorities in enforcing and prosecuting offenders. So there's certainly an opportunity for us to review this and see if there's a need to modernize some of the language.
Councillor Bresciani, do you have anything you want to add to that response to Councillor Bryce's question?
Yes, I do. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Bryce, for that question. I think it's the wording of the bylaw, because in the TSA Section 215, the Transportation Safety Act, it says creating or causing a loud and unnecessary noise. So the question becomes for court when police give a ticket, well, what's deemed unnecessary noise? So I asked those same questions, and it's no different in our bylaw, the 6980. It reads create loud, unnecessary or unnecessary noise with a motor vehicle. But again, if you don't have a decimal reading, you don't have it more clear, it's very hard for a ticket to hold up. So again, that's the reason that this has to be revisited, because I don't think the bylaws we have right now, they do have to be tightened up in that frame.
Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. So what you're saying is it's not an enforcement issue, it's the way that the laws are written. Am I hearing that correctly?
Mr. Enright?
Through you, Your Worship, I'll ask Mr. Weary to comment.
Mr. Weary.
The decibel reading equipment is somewhat analogous to a breathalyzer machine for impaired driving. It's just another way of gathering evidence of the offense. We could look at whether that makes sense, and as police, I think, have already advised, it would require an investment of decibel measuring equipment, and not sure what the cost of that would be, but we certainly can look at how this is working in other jurisdictions. It is in other bylaws. We would probably need to make some inquiries to see if it's as effective at assisting with enforcement. I think there's still potentially questions about the effectiveness of using that type of a device, but certainly that's something we will look at and see if it's something that administration would recommend to include in the bylaw. And again, police would have a lot to say about whether that will assist them with some of their patrolling and enforcement of these measures as well.
Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. Do we have anybody from RPS here to respond to any of these questions as well?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, that's unfortunate. Do we have a specific decibel point in our bylaws, or does it just say loud and unnecessary?
We have. Just one moment. So hey, we do have Sergeant Warren here, I believe, who could answer some questions, Councillor Bryce.
Okay, excellent. So maybe that question that I just asked to start with, and then I'll go back to my Steve question.
Through you, Your Worship, Chris Warren here. I'm at the Roadways Department. Actually, we do have Constable Greg Krawitz here from Indiana Police Service. I believe he's on the phone, so if Constable Krawitz could speak to the issue.
Okay.
Yes, I am here on the phone. Can you hear me okay, everybody?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Councillor Bryce, if you could just repeat the question, please. I didn't quite catch it all. Thank you.
Certainly. So we were talking about speeding and
stunting and racing. Do we not have laws in place to avoid that? And is it a law question or a law issue, or is it an enforcement issue?
Yes, we do have the laws in place. We have laws under the Traffic Safety Act for creating or causing loud and unnecessary noise, as Councillor Bresciani has also already alluded to. We also have laws for driving in a contest to speed, which is racing, which carries with it also an automatic vehicle impound of 30 days. We have laws under the Traffic Safety Act for stunting by a driver, which is any activity that is likely to distract, startle, or interfere with other users of the highway. Passengers also fall under that stunting law, that they're not allowed to do anything that distracts users of the roadway, as well as pedestrians. Of course, we have the City of Regina Noise Bylaw, Section 4A, for creating a loud, unusual, and unnecessary noise. We also have the vehicle equipment regulations of Saskatchewan here, which allude to having a muffler that effectively reduces combustion noise. So we do have the laws in place, and we are doing the best we can to enforce them. I don't believe it is an enforcement issue. I think it's coming up with a solution that isn't a law for us to enforce, that everyone gets on board with, to solve this problem more than it is creating more laws. So that's, if you have any other questions, please let me know.
Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. And how do you determine whether something is loud and unnecessary?
Usually what I tell people when I explain this to them, I've been doing this for 16 years now. I've been a police officer for 16 years, and I've spent the last 10 years with the traffic safety unit in some fashion or another. And basically what I tell them is, when you're out on a roadway and everybody's driving by and everything sounds normal, everything sounds the same, nothing stands out, and then you hear the vehicle from 2 blocks away that's louder than every other vehicle on the roadway, that's when it's a loud and unnecessary noise. The Canadian Motor Vehicle Safety Standards, which are part of the vehicle equipment regulations, do have a decibel reading that all vehicles are supposed to comply with at a certain level. The biggest issue with that is that there's very strict testing procedures behind that, and that's not something that we can accommodate here with the Regina Police Service because of the strictness behind it, the facility that's required for it, the testing equipment that's required for it. But when you go in and explain to a justice or a judge in a court, or when you're explaining to other people, such as some of these motor vehicle groups out there, that's basically the definition we use is, if I can hear you from 3 blocks away over the other 700 cars that are currently on the roadway, then we have a loud and unnecessary noise, and that's what we focus on.
Mr. Weir, do you have any comments? I see you have some comments in our chat box here. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just to follow up on the question about where do we have decibel levels in the noise abatement bylaw, the only place we do have it is for land use related noise. So there are decibel thresholds there that are in the bylaw. So, but we don't, to answer the question, we don't have specific decibel levels identified for traffic. So it's already been described. It's a judgment call based on the facts of the individual violations.
Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. So it sounds like we do need to take a look at what we've got and maybe tighten up what we've got. It's unfortunate that that we aren't able to enforce it so people are able to live their lives in peace. But so having a review, but making sure the appropriate people are in the room at the time is obviously needed. So I'm in agreement with this.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Massanelli?
Thank you. I'm having some kind of a problem. I can't get my camera to work. I'll just ask my question. The noise abatement bylaw, is that not coming up for review in 2021?
Mr. Weary?
Your Worship, I'm drawing a blank on when it may be coming up for review, but certainly I can check on that. And in the context of if Council is going to direct us to examine something specific related to traffic noise, it might be an opportunity for us to update some of the other aspects of the bylaw as well, if we're going to be bringing that forward. But I apologize, I don't have a timeline for that unless the clerk's office is aware of a timeline for an undertaking that's been made by administration.
I see they don't have that either here. So, Councillor Massanelli?
It just seems to me in discussion about the university bar, there was a talk of the review happening in 2021. Follow-up question or a friendly amendment possibly for the list of people to gain information from, I'd suggest the automotive industry. With the problem described, it goes from new car dealer to parts supplier as well as repair. And I know there's information from all those sources through the industry. So when taking in opinions and viewpoints, that might be a useful resource to write into the motion.
Okay.
My 2 bits. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli.
If you'll take it as a friendly amendment, I guess.
Councillor Bresciani, are you okay with adding that to the groups to be consulted?
To the groups to be consulted. I'm sorry, it was cutting out there. What groups was that, Councillor Massanelli?
This is in the automotive industry. But I'll get Councillor Massanelli to repeat his request. Councillor Massanelli?
For simplicity,
Yes.
yeah. For simplicity, I indicated the automotive industry, and that would be comprised of the dealer network as well as the repair industry and the parts suppliers. We all three have a stake in what's going on in terms of exhaust noise and everything else, so that might be a more comprehensive input.
Councillor Bresciani,
Yes,
you okay
sure.
with that?
I have no problem. Thank you. I have no problem with that. I left it not limited to. So if they want to add that, and city administration finds that they need to go and they're in the group and they need to explore more options, more stakeholders. We want to get this right. So I'm open to that for sure.
Okay.
And Councillor Stevens.
Councillor Stevens, you're the seconder. Are you okay with that addition?
You bet, yes.
Okay. Councillor Massanelli?
Thank you.
That's it, okay. Councillor Flagel, you're next.
Thank you. And this is all good because this has been going on a long time. I've had people in wall shakers after me about motorcycles ripping up and down McIntosh at a school zone of all things. But I'm wondering also, what's the illegal part about drag racing on city streets? Like, is it an impound of car? Is it lose your license for a year? Or like, what's the criminal code for drag racing on a city street?
Do we have our RPS still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. In regards to drag racing or racing on the street, the Traffic Safety Act has section 214, sub 1, sub B, which states no driver shall compete in a contest of speed on the roadway. It's a fine. It's an automatic 30-day impound of your vehicle, and you can be subject to a license suspension and review from SGI as well. There's also, of course, the criminal code, which you can look at dangerous driving and consider that. Then everything would be imposed by the judge for that one, and that would be up to the judge as to what the penalty would be.
Thank you for that. And through you, I was just wondering, like, do you have any idea how many cases we've taken to court or you've impounded or ticketed in a year on an average?
No, I don't have that off the top of my head, sorry. I do know that we have done some recently, especially in the last few months. There has been a few vehicles that we've been able to take off the road. I'd like to say we've been able to take a whole bunch off the road, but I know that that's not the case because, as been indicated, we just can't be everywhere at once. We are reactionary a lot of times, and by the time we get the call and get out there, they're already gone, and it's tough to find those vehicles. But if we do catch them, we do take them off. I know we've had a handful of them in the last couple of months, but that's the best I can give you right now.
Yeah, I know we all have instances, and mine is Diefenbaker Drive, and I know your RPS has been out there numerous times and probably done a good job to sustain it. I know in Estevan years ago they had a community drag strip where it was allowed. You would go out there, you and your buddy would say, my car's faster than your car, and it would be okay to go out there and use that. Is that something that is taboo these days? Is it too unsafe? Because it seemed to really help the Estevan area at the time. Now, I'm not saying today, but at the time, a lot of guys had the old 67 Chevelles and muscle cars and the old Mustangs, and you know, talk is cheap, let's put it on the road. And is that something that would be looked at in today's policing?
Absolutely. We'd obviously need many groups and many stakeholders to be part of that as well. It's not something just the Regina Police Service could do. But, I mean, there's the SIR, the Saskatchewan International Raceway up by Saskatoon, where they did that for a very long time, where every Saturday was bring your streetcar out and drag race a day, and it had to fall within certain parameters. And there were safety rules involved that were put in place that everyone had to abide by to make sure that it was as safe as absolutely possible to do. Absolutely, that's something we would be interested in being part of to work on something like that, for sure.
Thanks. Just to follow up on that, so through any communication with the Saskatoon Police, is it, not anymore, but was it a success for the, on-street drag racing?
I believe it was actually for quite a considerable amount of time, because it did give somebody the place to go do it without getting themselves into trouble or losing their vehicle.
Right.
A lot of these people sink their life savings into these vehicles, and that's their pride and joy. So when you start to talk to them about losing the vehicle or losing their license, they take it quite seriously. So they just want to show their vehicle off more than anything. So you just got to give them the means to do that.
Exactly. Instead of trying to suppress them, give them an outlet, and then they'll get out of the city and not bother everybody in town. Thanks for that. I'm just going to, as a friendly in the motion, I'd like us to make sure that we have a conversation either with SRC or Saskatchewan Raceway in Saskatoon and or the Saskatoon Police to get the impact on actually the hard numbers of what that could do for the city of Regina, because it's been something that's been on my mind for a lot of years. And I know, 20 years ago we were talking about this just as a bunch of parents around, because we had young kids, and we were talking and we're going like, wow, we got to get people off of Daglish and off of Arcola Avenue, and Park Street was a big one, and North Park Street, and when I lived in the East End, it was everywhere. Park Street was a big number. And so if there's a way to do that through Councillor Bresciani and Councillor Stevens, to just add it in there, to ask about it and find out, it might cost us a bit of money, but it might come out of SGI, because it would be a safer way too, right? Sorry, I wanted to ask the police officer the question, Mr. Mayor. What percentage of vehicles that are stunting, racing, end up in an accident? Do we know?
No, I don't know that, because a lot of times when we categorize an accident, it may not necessarily relate to stunting or speeding, because they may have been stunting and speeding and then went through a red light. So then it would get categorized as disobeying a red light. It wouldn't get categorized as stunting. So no, we don't have that narrowed right down to that, because sometimes they get categorized differently. So.
Okay. So and thank you for that. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would just like to maybe ask the movers if there's some way in their motion that they could make sure and look at maybe having the RPS or SGI look at a raceway or a drag strip, if that's what you're going to call it. That's what we used to call it in Estevan. To bring it into your motion somehow, if I could get a response, please.
Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. I think we're open. I think Councillor Young had mentioned that we want to bring in some of the racers if they want to be contacted, and if that was one of the options. I understand there is an area in Regina somewhere that they used to do this, and maybe it's where Councillor Young had indicated, but I think that's part of the discussion. I don't think it's part of the discussion that maybe the racers will bring up. That's kind of what I've heard. There's an option for that. So I think that if it's an undertaking, or if you want to add it into the motion, I think Councillor Stevens and I are both fine with that. We've kind of said that we really want to get a handle on this. So let's not get everybody revved up. Let's just get this down, and I think the big message is that we want them not street racing and dragging, especially during the midnight hours, but also during the day when pedestrians and kids are out walking. So those are big things that we've heard from the residents, and we just want to keep it safe. So I think that's a race, a strip, something like that is good.
Okay.
Thank you. One other quick comment is just that the noise the noise of these motorcycles and the different vehicles that are out there is really causing neighborhood problems. And then, as we all get fresh pavement on certain roads, it gets even worse. So the speed gets out of hand. And we've had accidents hitting walls, and some people have lost their lives and stuff. So we've got to take a good look at this. So a drag strip might be the answer to get a lot of the heavy artillery off the roads too. So hopefully we can talk about that. Thanks.
So Councillor Stevens, you say you wanted to respond to Councillor Flagel's comments?
Yes, please. Thanks, Your Worship.
Right.
So I think the current amendment or change to the motion is sufficient. I have had a conversation with members of the community who are interested in a facility. The motion here is about bylaw and bylaw enforcement and this other concern. I support that direction, but I think it's a bit much to rope it in here. I have, however, suggested to these community organizations that they reach out to the city, they consider this discussion in the context of our partnership framework for recreation facilities, and we invite that conversation. This motion is a start, but I would worry about it all of a sudden becoming an invitation to now invest in a drag facility when we haven't really heard from the community officially.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. Any other speakers to the motion? Councillor Bresciani, do you want to close debate? Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry, I have Councillor Fendura here. Councillor Fendura, you want to speak?
Yes, I do. Just going to get myself. I know that this has been debated quite a bit, so I mean, it is a dangerous thing that's been happening. It's difficult to police that. There's a lot of laws out there, but yet when it gets to the courts, there's no impact there. So that's the thing to work on. But we are forgetting that we do have a speedway called Kings Park Speedway. I mean, that's something that could be incorporated. I mean, I did talk to them before this, and they said they would welcome some kind of a summer gig to go on maybe once or twice, so get people out there and allow them to do their little get their speed out of their system. So we do have one already, and it's in works. It's active. There's memberships there, so I think we should look at that. That's my comment. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Fendura. Councillor Bresciani, any closing comments?
Just really quickly, I think that this is a good start. I think we need to look at tightening up the bylaws, as we said, and in consultation with SGI and Regina Police and all the other stakeholders that would like to. The reason I say that the excessive noise affects the quality of life is that when you hear some of those mufflers, they've changed. I've learned there's some cherry bombs and there's other names for some of these mufflers. And one of the ones that it spouts out like a gunshot, like a pop. And on Facebook, you'll see sometimes people say, "Did you hear a gunshot last night?" And did you hear fireworks? Many of these times, it's the mufflers that make that pop, pop, pop sound that scare people to think they're other things. So again, that's kind of the whole reason we can have a conversation with the drivers, the racers, the muffler owners, and then have a conversation with Regina Police. And I do want to say thank you to Constable Kovetz for being here to answer some of the questions. And honestly, the work that RPS has done, without having some of the tools, they've done a very good job. So I just want to say thank you for that. Today, I think that it'll be about education, awareness, and then enforcement if it has to be. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. You've closed debate, so I'll ask the clerk to take the vote.
Thank you. I will begin again with you, Councillor Bresciani, please.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Murray. Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagle.
Yes.
Councillor Young.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
Carries 11-0, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, everyone. So our next item is the renaming of the City Square Plaza. We have 3 delegations here. I'll start with Jean Hildebold.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Welcome to City Council.
Oh, well, thank you.
If you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and maybe questions afterwards.
Okay. I'm Jean Hillebold, and I'm representing a group called Decolonizing Relations. Yeah, thank you for welcoming me to City Council meeting. We are living in a time of iconoclasm, which literally means the breaking of idols. The white men who were formerly respected for bringing Western culture to this continent are now being reconsidered. The statues of those who governed by means of deception and brutality are coming down, and landmarks are being renamed. Following the principles of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, in 2017, the City of Vancouver launched its 150-plus naming project with the intention of changing the names of 150 streets, parks, and buildings to make them more inclusive of a diverse population and to acknowledge the history of First Nations peoples on this continent. This project has undoubtedly cost time, effort, and money, but it was deemed necessary to show a local government's good faith. The proposal to rename City Square Plaza seems well-intended, but it is not part of a general movement to address historical injustice. It does show a will to rename public landmarks and to bypass procedural obstacles to that goal as far as possible. Since 2017, 2 petitions have circulated in Regina asking for the name of Dewdney Avenue to be changed to Buffalo Avenue and for Dewdney Park to be renamed Buffalo Meadows. We can't bring back the former inhabitants of the prairies who died of starvation and disease as a direct result of the policies of Edgar Dewdney, Lieutenant Governor of the Northwest Territories in the late 19th century. However, the City of Regina could have the decency to remove Dewdney's name from a major city street and to honor the buffalo that once roamed freely here. This change would go a long way toward demonstrating the goodwill of Regina City Council toward all the people it serves. It would demonstrate this body's awareness that the injustice of the past does not need to continue into the present and future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll see if there's any questions from council. Oh, you made yourself very clear. Thank you very much. Move on to our next delegation. Ms. Florence Stratton. Ms. Stratton, are you there? Ms. Stratton, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome to City Council. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Florence Stratton. I'm representing myself. Mayor Fougère's motion to rename City Square Plaza Pat Fiacco Plaza seems to have come out of the blue. Made first at the July meeting of City Council, it was not, to my knowledge, preceded by any consultation with Regina citizens. It is our tax dollars that paid for the plaza, which cost more than $13 million. It is surely our plaza to name or rename. There is also a process in place for renaming streets and places. Why is this not being followed? In 2017, a campaign was launched to have Dewdney Avenue renamed Buffalo Avenue and for Dewdney Park and Pool to be renamed Buffalo Meadows and Pool. This campaign is ongoing. Just last month, a petition with 577 signatures calling for these name changes was submitted to City Hall. The proposal to rename Dewdney is, I understand, following city guidelines and going through the public consultation process for the renaming of streets and places. It seems to be a very lengthy process, as 3 years have passed since the Dewdney name change proposal was first put forward. My question is this: why is the proposed name change for City Square Plaza not having to follow city guidelines and go through the same public consultation process? On July 30th, on CBC's Morning Edition, Mayor Fougère was asked this same question. Why could City Council proceed to rename the plaza without following city guidelines and the same not happen with Dewdney Avenue Park and Pool? The mayor's answer was this, quote, "The guidelines speak to streets and parks. The process for city-owned property is separate from that, and council is allowed to do that." End of quote. At best, this is hair-splitting. At worst, it looks to be an unreal distinction. Aren't Dewdney Avenue Park and Pool city-owned property? What is the urgency in renaming City Square Plaza? Why can't it follow city guidelines and go through the public consultation process? There is, on the other hand, a very real urgency to the renaming of Dewdney Avenue Park and Pool. As councillors no doubt know, Dewdney Avenue is named to honor Edgar Dewdney. In the late 1800s, Dewdney was both Indian Commissioner and Lieutenant Governor of the Northwest Territories, which included what is now Saskatchewan. In these roles, Dewdney carried out Prime Minister John A. Macdonald's policy of starvation, withholding food from Indigenous peoples living in the territories until they moved on to reserves, thus clearing the plains for European colonial occupation. Dewdney also implemented the policy of establishing residential schools in the territories. On 2 counts, Dewdney's actions fall under the definition of genocide in the United Nations Convention on Genocide. Article 2C, quote, "deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part." Article 2E, quote, "forcibly transferring children of the group to another group." There aren't 2 sides to this story. Once we know the history, it becomes clear that the name must be changed, and not next year or even tomorrow, but immediately. I therefore call on City Councillors to vote against the motion before it that City Square Plaza be renamed Pat Fiacco Plaza, and to require this renaming proposal to follow city guidelines and thus to show proper respect for Regina citizens by holding public consultations. I also call on Council to do whatever needs to be done to expedite the renaming of Dewdney Avenue Park and Pool. The matter is extremely urgent. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll see if there's questions. Well, there are none. Thank you very much, Mr. Stratton, for your presentation. Next delegation is Jolie Bigigo Kakakaway. If you're there.
Yes, I am.
Welcome to City Council.
Can you hear me?
If you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you. My name is Jolie Bigil Kakwedawe. I'm a resident in Regina and co-founder of Buffalo People Arts Institute. I wanted to share a little bit of history of who we are. Buffalo People Arts Institute's mission is to bring back the Buffalo mentally, physically, spiritually, and emotionally through sharing our traditional Indigenous arts practices such as storytelling, visual arts, and teaching others the importance of how Buffalo shaped this land in our hearts. Historically, Indigenous people have been considered obstacles to settling Canada. Pre-Confederation strategic military and government strategies were enacted to reduce the Indigenous population through tactics such as the intentional genocide of the millions of Buffalo that lived on this continent. The colonial culture wanted the land and were intentionally cunning about it. They knew we relied on the buffalo for everything. The buffalo was our food, shelter, clothing, culture, and ceremony. With no buffalo to hunt meant the inevitable demise of many First Nations people, my ancestors, and many people did die along with the buffalo. Indigenous people have persevered but suffered through trauma after trauma since colonial contact. One thing Indigenous people have is a resilience, one that was developed because of that close connection to the buffalo, and a way of life that was generated for thousands and thousands of years. The loss of the buffalo has meant a forced creation to evolve and create a new way of life. Although today we suffer from a myriad of complications related to this loss of life, many people may have forgotten our connection to the buffalo, and the colonial systems have almost erased them from our memories. Buffalo People Arts Institute shares their love of buffalo through stories, culture, and land-based education. In this age of truth and reconciliation, the truth must be shared about what happened to the buffalo. Reconciliation may be possible if the buffalo returns to the land. Currently we have many organizations and ranchers and landowners who are assisting in restoring this connection, but maybe not enough. But so do our politicians have a responsibility to help us to reconnect. I present my case about the importance of buffalo because my ancestors have been on this land for thousands and thousands of years. However, if you were to walk these streets and parks of Regina with names like Victoria Avenue, Albert Street, Broad Street, A.E. Wilson, Region, and Parkdale Parks, and these are just a few of the names that I just would like to share, but there are virtually no identifiers to who the original inhabitants of this land were. It's almost as if our ancestry and connections here to this land have been erased. Truth and reconciliation to me is that the truth about how the buffalo were killed off for the sake of settlement be shared via educational and political institutions such that it is understood by the people of this land and that intergenerational trauma still lingers within our Indigenous communities. In this era of reconciliation, as noted effectively in the newly released City Regina Community Plan, when these plan creators surveyed people from this community, how should we celebrate the contributions made by Indigenous peoples in our community? The response was, design public spaces designed for the general public to visit and learn about contributions by Indigenous peoples. Maybe spaces like museums, art galleries like places. Maybe model what South Africa did in some cities and assigned Indigenous names to some of the streets. This is verbatim from the most recent plan that was shared in our community not less than a month ago. When I first heard that our elected officials were considering renaming the downtown plaza after an ex-mayor, I felt like all these years of consultation for the Truth and Reconciliation Community Plan meetings was for naught, which I have been a part of. We have been consulted for years on how to make our city feel better for the citizens within it. I personally have made it a mission of mine to request that Dooney Avenue be changed to Buffalo Avenue, and our supporters Decolonizing Relations have been requesting Dooney, Pool and Park be renamed to Buffalo.
You have about half a minute left in your time.
This has been an ongoing community, nonviolent direct action in response to addressing some of these TRC recommendations. This renaming of this plaza to honor ex-mayor is a slap in the face to all our efforts of requesting not only a name change, but to address the present and future legacy renaming projects that this city endeavors to support. I request that this mayor and council reconsider their name change for this plaza and address the name change from Dooney to Buffalo as a priority over naming the plaza. I also request that this plaza be renamed something that is more reflective of the Truth and Reconciliation Community Action Plan recommendations to be more inclusive of Indigenous peoples of Treaty 4.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll see if there are any questions from members of council. There are none. Thank you very much for making your presentation. We have another delegation. I believe that Paula Kus is not here, though. She was to be a delegation. Councillor Dow.
If I could, in regards to Mayor Kus's submission, I would ask that it be read into the record, please.
Thank you for that, Mr. Clerk.
Pardon me. Thank you, Your Worship. This is the letter that was received from Chief Lynn Akus. It reads as follows. I am expressing support for the naming of the plaza in downtown Regina to be named after former Mayor Pat Fiacco. We understand that the City of Regina has the discretion to name the plaza based upon their own reasons and desires, and that the naming of the plaza is not restricted by the rules required for the naming of parks and streets. Pat Fiacco has demonstrated, through words and action, his support for Indigenous people and our broad struggle for self-determination. Pat was mayor when the City of Regina became the first city in Canada to raise the Treaty 4 flag. The flying of the Treaty 4 flag at City Hall paved the way for greater awareness and partnerships within the context of treaty. Treaty 4 remains a living agreement and is the economic, educational, and social guidepost in our relationships as Indigenous and non-Indigenous residents of Regina. Pat was the CEO of Four Horse Developments Limited, a company owned by Zajim Anishinabek since August of 2015 until March of 2020. Under Pat's leadership, Four Horse Developments Limited broke ground on our first development at Zajim Anishinabek's Regina urban land near Pinky Road. Pat is credited with finalizing our municipal services agreement, head lease negotiations, establishing municipal water services, and opening SOTU crossing services with a full-serve Esso and Tim Hortons restaurant. These are just a few of Pat's accomplishments as the CEO of Four Horse Developments Limited. Most importantly, Pat has worked diligently to establish credibility and trust for our business entity. The strength of his leadership has served us well during his tenure at Four Horse Developments Limited. Zajim Anishinabek's relationship with Pat began during his time as the Mayor of Regina when we began negotiating a municipal services agreement. As the Mayor of Regina, we understood that Pat was a strong ally of Indigenous people and we could rely on his commitment to fairness in our negotiations. We understand that the City of Regina sits upon Treaty 4 territory and the story of our disenfranchisement from our territory has yet to be fully told. We understand that many of our ancestors must be honored and remembered through the telling of our stories in ways that are appropriate to our traditions. When we determine that the naming or renaming of something is necessary, we undertake a rigorous process of ceremony to undertake a naming or renaming. It is not in our tradition to name things after one of our ancestors, so in situations where we do this, we are very careful about why and what we are naming in honor of one of our ancestors. This has taken us a great deal of time, negotiation, and much spiritual and emotional labor to undertake. This particular naming of the plaza is within the tradition of the City of Regina and its non-Indigenous leadership. For this reason, we are in support of City Council in their wish to name the plaza after former Mayor Pat Fiacco. Sincerely, Chief Lynn Akers.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Can I have a motion to receive and file that communication? Councilor O'Donnell, and seconder,
So
please.
moved, Bob Hawkins.
Councilor Hawkins, you second it. Thank you very much. Any opposition to that? Anyone opposed? Okay, that's carried. We also have a communication from Jim Elliott. Again, if I have a motion to receive and file, please.
So moved, Hawkins.
Thank you, Councilor Hawkins. Seconder, please.
Andrew.
Mr. Stevens, thank you very much. Anyone opposed to that? Thank you very much. I'm going to introduce this motion to rename the City Square Plaza Pat Fiacco Plaza. If I could have a seconder, please. Councilor O'Donnell. So we had this discussion last month, asking for to debate at that time. A lot of the points that I made tonight, I made at that time. The motion speaks to, in one level, the contributions by former Mayor Fiacco over his tenure in office. I want to start in a different way this time and refer to Chief Okusa's communication. It's another dimension of his activities while he was mayor and after being mayor, but more particularly, I want to focus on he had the Treaty 4 flag, Métis flag fly at City Hall, the first municipality in Canada to do that. So there's no question about his desire for reconciliation and to work for our Indigenous community for reconciliation and to build a stronger community. The motion speaks to his campaign of I Love Regina and what that means, and I don't want to understate that, of what that meant to change how we see ourselves as a city, that we could do many things, could be many things, and could change and grow for the better, and we've been seeing that for many, many years. He served 4 terms on council as mayor. He worked on some key projects that we see for us today. That is the stadium, of course, the downtown neighborhood plan, City Square Plaza, which we're speaking about now, are all part of under his stewardship. The rail lands we see today, the old Mosaic Stadium, are all flowing from decisions made under his tenure and after he'd left. So I would just ask members of council to support this. I know we have many councilors who have signed off on this, and I'll leave it with this comment. I understand the heartfelt concerns of the delegations about reconciliation and the naming of Dewdney Avenue, renaming that, and and McDonald statue and other areas in the city. And I would just ask that when we do, as a city, provide or name a entity, we'll say in this case, the plaza for a former mayor, we're not in any way slighting anyone else. This is not because one person has received this that somehow we are not helping anyone else. Our policy for naming, civic naming, ensures we have 25% of all streets and 50% of parks will have an Indigenous connection. And we as council, having approved that policy, believe it is generous, that it reflects the attitude, the desire for reconciliation, to recognize the history of Indigenous peoples to our city. That will never stop. Our council, I believe, is generous with this. Reconciliation Regina is another avenue to talk about how we want to move forward together. So when we look at this naming, it is not meant in any way to slight anyone who's a delegation or anyone else. It's simply meant to recognize someone who had a profound change on our community for the better. And we have named other places for former mayors. And I note finally that with respect to this policy, it is not related to streets or parks. When we talk of facilities, that is within the domain of council, and it is the decision of council to make. I would ask members of council to be generous and thank Mr. Fiacco for what he's done for our city. We have many other things we will be doing related to naming of Indigenous individuals who had a great impact on our community, and those times will come, and they'll come very soon. So I would ask members of council to please support the motion before you tonight. Thank you. So we have Councillor Young, you're first. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm totally in favor of honoring Mayor Fougere. We have a tradition for naming things after mayors who have served our city well. I can especially remember I was not on council when the I Love Regina thing came on board, and it actually changed the perception of people who live in the city about our city and people from outside the city. There are fewer and fewer councillors left working on this council who worked with Mayor Fiacco, and it's been 8 years now since he's been gone. So I can see why this is an important thing for us to do. I really appreciated Mayor Akusa's comments, and thank all of the speakers who came to speak this evening. And so there are some things that are coming forward in a report that won't happen tonight, but it will happen in the next meeting. And it's IR 26, and it's the annual report from the Civic Naming Committee. And there's quite a bit of information in there about Aboriginal naming, and I'll be happy to cover that when the time comes. But in that civic naming report is also a moratorium on changing names. And that moratorium exists while the consultation is going on with the community about changing names of streets, parks, and dealing with statues that are in the park. And so for that reason, because there's a moratorium, I think we should honor that. And so I would like to table this motion until the moratorium is lifted. So I'm making a tabling motion, Your Worship.
So Councillor Young, I'm wondering if you would allow other people to speak first?
Certainly.
Okay, we go, next speaker is Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I support all of the points that you have made. And I, like Councillor Young, I support and appreciate the testimony of Chief Acus. I want to add just one other thing. Councillor Fiacco dedicated 12 years of his life, and perhaps longer even before that, to public service. And I think it's appropriate that we honor people who have made very substantial contributions to public service as an example to all who come after those people of the value of public service, that it will be recognized and it will be appreciated. So I'm supportive of this motion in large part because I think Mayor Fiacco has set an example which will guide us. We've talked about creating diversity on council, so we're setting examples, I hope, to people as to why they should engage in municipal public service. I appreciate the example you set. I appreciate the hours you spent, the dedication you demonstrated, and so I support it. I don't see any reason to delay this decision. I don't think anything's going to happen between now and the future that will change this decision. I think we should make the decision tonight, and I think we should honor Mayor Fiacco for all that he's done for the city. So I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I want to speak in favor of the motion, and I will speak against any tabling. References were made to the fact that there was an I Love Regina campaign. I want to put that in context. Prior to the mayor being elected, I think the city of Regina did not feel very good about itself. In fact, was in a bit of the doldrums. We were not a growing city. We were not attracting people, and we were not a welcoming city in my estimation. He not only changed that in terms of how we ran a campaign to be elected for that, but throughout his entire term at council, he did that. And to some extent, I think that legacy continues. Federally, through the Big City Mayor's Caucus, he championed as its chair the need for infrastructure funding for all of municipalities across Canada. Eventually, the Harper government actually agreed to that, which was a huge step. That National Infrastructure Summit, the two of them that we held here, was also part of his legacy because we brought that need to champion that to our entire community. We had hundreds of people at that summit and the following summit, and it made the case. We owned it. Provincially, the mayor, along with other mayors in the province, and as well as then called SUMA, worked tirelessly to make sure the province of Saskatchewan understood the need for revenue sharing. And then Premier Wall acknowledged that and Pat's leadership at that time. So to the federal funding and the provincial funding, we continue to enjoy those benefits now, and it matters to us greatly. I want to give two personal reflections. As a leader, Pat understood the notion of a team. He knew how to put together a team. But more importantly, he understood if you empower people around you, we all get better. He was a true leader. And secondly, and I remember this vividly because he and I went for a few walks in the downtown. And of course, as soon as he appeared in Victoria Park or wherever we were going to have a private chat, people came up to him. It did not matter your status in life, lead businessman or someone who struggled on the streets. Pat had time, and he had equal time for every person. It's something I'll always remember. I believe he deserves this. I will be supporting it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Very good. Councillor Massanelli, you're next.
Thank you. I guess I'd like to just echo the sentiments about Mayor Fiacco, especially sharing an immigrant background. I think he's a super guy. I didn't sign on to the original motion because of the timing of the world and what's going on in our nation right now. I questioned if it was insensitive in regards to all the names being debated. I had a real crisis with this because of the way I feel about Mayor Fiacco. I'd like to thank Councillor Young for putting out the tabling motion. I think that's insightful, and I plan to vote in favor of it. I think it answers the problem of the insensitivities of possibly today. So, thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. I will be supporting the tabling motion. I agree, from what I have gathered from the history of the city, that those accomplishments certainly warrant recognition, but we've committed to a process, and this isn't it. And there are other avenues which we could feasibly follow. So I believe at the very least that tabling motion is a way forward. I understand that what the delegates have raised is not specific to this square and that we will be dealing with it in due process, of course. But we have a process for them and we've allowed them to wait and we've fast-tracked that. It's not appropriate. I think there are mechanisms in the city to establish what is fair, public consultation, a recognition of a space that makes sense, advance it to the council for consideration. So I won't be supporting this, but I will be supporting the tabling motion.
Thank you for that. Councillor Findura, you're next. Councillor Findura?
Trying to get my technical stuff going here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'll put my camera on. Yes, Your Worship. I will echo the sentiments. I was there when the Treaty 4 flag was raised. I was part of the sweat, the feast. I mean, the smudging ceremony, the raising of the flag, all of that about. So I believe that Pat paved the road at the time towards the reconciliation. I believe that road that was paved by that flag, Treaty 4, started a journey. And one of those journeys went to the Pinky Road Residential School Cemetery, where from that came heritage designation. Groups met and decided how this is going to be. So I do believe there's a lot of things that we could do, cannot do. But if I look at Pat's history through getting punched by him in the ring, working with him in the council, before the council, in the community, he's done more to put the city on the map. The comment was made that he fought for the cities and the province, the cities and on the federal level to get some funds across here. And he did put us on the map on the Isle of Regina. And I still have one of those pins. Yes, I struggle as well. Of course, there's a lot of things, but I do believe that the road was paved and started towards reconciliation. Chief Akus mentioned is that he did a lot of the work. So we are carrying on that road now with reconciliation, the call to actions, and all of that stuff. And we will be dealing with all these things. And Chief Akus put a right on the nose about naming things, just like when we were naming and designating the Pinky Road Cemetery. The indigenous people had to do that through the tradition. So I do believe that it's the, and then again, let's look at the family and the community. We need to look at ourselves as people living together. We did something. We must remember. We can't be criticized. We get criticized. We get talked to and about different things. But one thing we must remember: we are human beings, and we will. And it's a slow change. Some of the changes are coming. Our children will be working on that. It's been so. I believe in the family. So you look at the Fiaco family. Look at the Fiaco parents that were here. I believe Mr. Fiaco is 90 years old. I mean, it's hard work, dedication to the city, living here in the city and growing the city. So I'm proud of living here, and I'm proud of the fact that who we have here and where we came from. So I do believe that designating or naming this for Pat, naming it to Pat Fiaco, I know we can name other things, but I feel comfortable that as people, we need to understand there are things that are not favored or liked or disliked. When we as people do things, we don't do just for fame and names and lights. We do hard work. It's a hard decisions, and so I do believe that naming Pat Fiaco Plaza, he's been tirelessly working for Isle Regina and for the citizens of this city and the province. So I'm definitely in support of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you very much. And I'm also one of the councillors that worked for many years with Pat Diaco as mayor, and I can tell you from working with him, the civic pride that came from our community, being in a crowd where everybody was chanting, "I love Regina," it just turned the city around at that time. Also for reconciliation, I don't want to go into everything as others have done as well, so there's no sense repeating. But I just wanted to say he's a man who walked the talk. He just didn't talk the talk, he walked it. So if he said he was going to do something, he did something. So I think he's well respected in Regina. I think that he did very good things for our city, and I think we need to recognize that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was one that never did get an opportunity to work with Pat Fiacco, but as a citizen, I would agree that the hype was up and he created a city of excitement. And I think, as Councillor O'Donnell had indicated, it did feel like a little bit our city was pretty drab. And he brought back excitement, and I think more of really made you happy that you lived in Regina. And the reason, you know, people think that it's just about I Love Regina who live here. And the reason that the I Love Regina has just not impacted people from here, I remember meeting a lady that moved here from, I think it was Nigeria, and this was many, many years ago, and I was not involved in council with city politics or anything, and just really was a resident, and she'd said, you know, I said, how did you pick Regina out of wherever you could have lived? And she Googled love for a city or something that, the most loved city, and up came I Love Regina. And she said, if people say they love Regina, that's why she wanted to move here. People are so, again, I don't think we realize the impact that I Love Regina has, and I think we still talk about it today, but it's something that I don't think, I think it should be remembered as that. And so, I mean, again, I have to go with what my colleagues have said, is he was a team player and a leader and a community man. So I think that's very important. So I did sign the motion. I also do want to add one thing, though. My question was, what did other mayors get, or how were they recognized? And, you know, there are some are in City Hall in rooms. So what I do think, though, is necessary is that we do have a policy moving forward in regards to, I mean, so it doesn't become that you need to leave a big legacy in order to have a you know, if it's a park or if it's a, you know, it should be something that's kind of in a policy, and it'd be interesting to see if that's something that moves forward. So I guess that's the question I have after this. Is there going to be a policy formed of how we name our elected officials through the chair?
That could be an undertaking to the administration. I see Mr. Holden nod yes, that they would look at that.
Okay. I think that would be the next steps for me. I think that would be very much appreciated. So there is some kind of a frame around what other cities do and how they do it. But I think it's important to value the people who have served in our community and done it for the love of the city, and no different than us as councillors. You do it to serve, and I think that's what I've heard from about Mayor Pat Fiacco. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. And at this point, after reading Chief Lynn Akus's remarks and hearing him spoke, it's solidified it a lot more for me. The one thing is, besides Councillor O'Donnell, I probably have known, I'm going to take a shot at this, that I've known Pat probably second longest, because I remember him when he got thrown out of Notre Dame hockey rink as a coach, and our kids were like 8 and 10 years old. So That goes back a long time. But I think the biggest thing, everybody talks about, I love Regina, and that's a big one. And I've got this little poster right here, the pin. But the other one was Think Regina. Think Regina was an initiative brought on by Rock, and we all traveled. And we went as councillors and the mayor, and we went to the different cities in Western Canada and promoted Regina. Today we don't do that. We haven't done that. The timing of all of that stuff was huge because the economic impact and the changes in Saskatchewan were happening. And I mean, as far as naming a plaza or naming whatever, I mean, if you look at the T.C. Douglas building, the Walter Scott building on the ledge lands and the Wascana Park, there's lots of buildings out there that are set out for the times and maybe right or wrong, but totally respect the Indigenous side of things as well. But the one thing that I think we've done to this is we've shown a little disrespect to Pat in the timing of this with all the controversy going on, and the well-wishing is not as empathetic as it could be. I don't know why, and I'll ask the mover, like, why didn't we do this 2 years ago as opposed to 3 months before an election in the middle of all of the controversy that's going on?
Well, I would say that any time is a good time to have this recognition. And of course, if we pass this tonight, there will be an actual celebration that we would have at the City Square Plaza to recognize them. So there will be a positive outcome of this one if we do pass this.
Okay, I just wondered, it just seemed odd, and to me, it takes away from what Pat did for the city because of all the other stuff that's going on. And I mean, the stadium was an initiative. I stood in one of the buildings on Dudney Avenue overlooking the derelict lands that were there, and the stadium was going to go there at the time and then eventually moved to the permanent location it's in today. And it's just something that was taken about Pat. Every time he walked around, and I forget who made reference to it, you go, Councillor O'Donnell walking on the plaza, and it was like bees to honey. He was the honey pot, and everybody kind of had to swarm around him. And that kind of environment and that kind of atmosphere doesn't happen today again. So I think I'm for this. I believe that he deserves the recognition. He has done a ton of work for the First Nations Indigenous, as according to Chief Acus, and I believe that it's well overdue. It should have been done 2 or 3 years ago. But remember, Think Regina, because that was the one thing that initiated and brought businesses to Regina from other centers, and then they built from there. So there's a lot of legacy that Pat has, and apparently he's still got some energy to burn, so he's still pretty busy doing other things too. So when I have to ask the question, why was Henry Baker Hall given to Mayor Baker, if anybody knows that from a history point of view?
Anybody can answer that question? I don't think anybody who's around. Perhaps the clerk has something to offer. Mr. Clerk?
Councilor Donald Hawkins?
Thank you.
No, the clerk's answered.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't have any specific information at hand. My understanding of it was that he was honored as perhaps being one of the longest-serving mayors in Regina's history, because he did sit in the mayor's chair for many, many years, and simultaneously as an MLA for Regina, which was something that was allowed at that time. But that's all I know off the top of my head.
Okay, I just thought if we had any notes that in archives or anything like that to say that. So I'm going to leave it at that, but I question the timing of this. I think, that, like I said, it's a bit of a disrespect to Pat in terms of the timing, because it kind of overshadows a lot of the things that are going on. But I totally respect everything he's done for the city, and the I Love Regina campaign was one of the big ones. Think Regina was another one. So I'm all good. Thanks.
Okay, I will give the floor back to Councillor Young. You do say you wanted to table that motion. Before you table, I want to close debate. and I will just reiterate support for this. And I will not be supporting a tabling motion. I'd ask members of council to do the right thing tonight. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think we all agree that Mayor Fiacco should be honored. And I heard several people say that the timing is not perfect, but that they would like to go ahead and do this. I just want to make sure people know that I think he should be honored as well, and that I'm putting a tabling motion forward to honor the moratorium that we have, that everyone else has to respect, and I think we should respect that. And so I will put the tabling motion on the floor, Your Worship.
Okay. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will begin with you, Councillor Young, with respect to the tabling motion.
Yes.
Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Hawkins.
There we go, opposed.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor of the tabling motion.
Councillor Bresciani.
Opposed.
Councillor Findura.
Opposed.
Councillor Murray.
Opposed.
Councillor Bryce.
Opposed.
Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Opposed.
And Mayor Fougere.
Opposed.
Tabling motion is defeated, Your Worship, 8-3.
Mr. Clerk, do you want to vote on the motion, please?
Sure, and with respect to the main motion, I will begin with you, Mayor Fougere, if I may.
I vote yes.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Mancinelli.
Yes.
Councillor O'Donnell.
Yes.
Councillor Bryce.
Yes.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
Against.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
In favor.
Motion passes 10-1, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So we did have a motion to recess at 7:30, and we had a longer debate on this issue than I thought we might have, so I'm going to move forward with to recess now and have the clerk poll the rest of council to see what date would work for us to continue with the rest of the agenda. Thanks, everybody. Have a great evening, and we'll continue on hopefully either Friday or Monday, maybe the days we look at. Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon, and welcome to the resumption of our Regina City Council meeting. I would ask, before we start, to do a roll call is to see who is actually on the line for council. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Young.
Yes, I'm here.
Councillor Hawkins.
Present.
Councillor Stevens.
Present.
Councillor Bresciani.
Just in answer.
Here.
Councillor Findura.
Here.
Councillor Murray.
Present.
Councillor Bryce.
I'm here as well.
Councillor O'Donnell is here in the chambers. Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Mancinelli, are you present at this time? Councillor Flagel. Councillor Flagel. And the mayor, you're here.
Yes.
We have 9 of 11, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And just a reminder, of course, we will be taking our usual break, but we starting half an hour early, so our break will be at 3:15. So I'd like to move into where we left off last time, when this would be on report CR 20-75, Executive Committee report, oh, sorry, no, it's not, the City Manager's Report 23, Seasonal Licenses Reallocation. So I have a motion for that, please. Anyone? Councilor O'Donnell?
So moved, Bresciani.
Okay, that's good. So I'd like to ask for speakers. Any speakers to the report? Councilor Fundura. Councilor Fundura, go ahead.
Trying to figure out.
You're on now.
Uh-oh. We got a look. We have a feedback?
Not from this end.
Okay. Sounds like it stopped. Okay, Your Worship, I'd just like to ask, in the report it states we asked for the brokerages and tax industry has been asking for clarification on the seasonals. They were told back that in the first discussion we had about they're going to be keeping these whatever the allocation they get, and then the bylaw came and then we asked for the bylaw to be looked at. So the way the bylaw reads, it's 30 days, but there'll be extension of another 30. So there'll be a grace period of 30 days. Is that? I mean that's going to stay, but after the 60 days, I mean, if someone is not picking up or doing things after 60 days, they'll be getting more than enough. My question would be, they'll be getting more than enough notice and communication with the administration that there'll be no, like, any kind of issues, any kind of trouble. If I can get the description from the administration on this, please.
Mr. Wurry. Mr. Wurry, are you there? Or Mr. Kowski, either one?
Through your worship, yes, after the initial 30 days, if a broker hadn't picked up their license, we would communicate with them, look at a number of different factors to see if it was necessary to reallocate based on market demand, what plans they possibly had to operationalize the license. And then at that time, we would identify to them that they had another 30 days. Another 30 days to put it on the road before we would reallocate, but only if there was a need to do so.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other speakers to the report? Mr. Clerk, will you take the vote, please?
Sure. I will start with you, Councilor O'Donnell, please.
In favor.
Councilor Bryce? Councilor Bryce, are you there?
In favor.
Councilor Murray?
In favor.
Councilor Fundura?
In favor.
Councilor Bresciani?
In favor.
Councilor Stevens?
In favor.
Councilor Hawkins?
In favor.
Councilor Young?
In favor.
Councilor Flagel, are you there? Councilor Mancinelli, are you on the line? Mayor Fougere?
Oh, yes.
Carries 9-0, Your Worship.
Thank you very much for that. Now we'll move into Executive Committee reports, Economic Development Regina, appointments of directors. Councilor Dowell.
Thanks very much. Good, thank you. This is a report. If I get a seconder, please, I'll speak.
Seconder for it, please.
Andrew.
Thank you.
Your Worship, there are two openings on Economic Development Regina. The recommended appointees are Kyle Jaworski and Darren Howden. This is one-year appointments. These two individuals bring a particular set of skills. that will be necessary in the next while, and we recommend concurrence in this, please.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Speakers to the report. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you. I will begin with you, Councillor O'Donnell, please.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
In favor?
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor?
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor?
Councillor Mancinelli, are you on the line? Councillor Flagel, are you on the line? Mayor Fougere.
Oh, yes.
Carries 9-0, Your Worship.
Thank you, everyone, for that. I'll move into Planning Commission meetings, reports. Report 76, discretionary use at 1955 Italic Street. Councillor Young, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm bringing forward RPC 2076. This is for the YWCA building on 1915 and 1955 Italic Street. The CEO of the YWCA spoke to Planning Commission, and there were 8 consultations for this building and this development. And so the question was asked, what changes did you make to the plans based on the consultation? And there were 4 changes, Your Worship. The first was that they moved it back from the property line to make it more in line with residential areas, which made it more friendly looking. Number 2, they have green space for the community plan with trees and even planting more trees. The third is that they reduced the parking spaces, and the fourth is to fence the play space. This building is remarkable, and for people who have not been able to look at the plans and drawing, this will have the first 4-season sweat lodge in the province. It'll have 2 child care centers, 81 affordable housing units, a domestic violence shelter, an outreach team, income support, mobile crisis, Regina Sexual Assault Center will be there, and they'll be able to serve more clients, a public community space that has a drop-in reach store and pop-up services, and a second-hand store and a cafe. So Regina Planning Commission voted unanimously for this, and we ask for concurrence from Council.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I have a seconder for that, please?
Hawkins, I'll second.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Speakers to the report. There are none. I have one question, either of the mover, the committee chair, or the administration. Do you have any idea as to when construction would start?
I don't have any information about that, Your Worship.
Okay. Ms. Howard?
Through you, Your Worship, I don't have the exact date. They'll have to put in their applications, and I would anticipate next year.
Good. Thank you for that. Good. There are no speakers to this. I'll ask the clerk to take the vote, please.
I will begin with you, Councillor Young, please.
I am in favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor?
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
Favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor?
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli, are you on the line? Councillor Flagel, are you on the line?
Yes, in favor.
Mayor Fougere.
Oh, yes.
Carries 10-0, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Next report is the heritage designation at 1938 Dudney Avenue. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. This heritage designation is in the warehouse district, and it's the Cameron Wholesale Grocery Building on Dudney. And if people took a look at the criteria of integrity, there were 4 moderates, which puts it in the category of being able to be on the inventory. It did not have citywide significance, so it didn't say that it had to be designated heritage. but in this case, the owner is asking to be designated, and they plan to apply for the grants necessary to recondition the outside of this building. Regina Planning Commission asks for concurrence.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Do I have a seconder for the motion, please?
Hawkins will second.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Any debate on the report? We're burning right through our agenda. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. I'll begin with you, Councillor Young again, please.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Flagel. Councillor Flagel?
Yeah, in favor, sorry.
Councillor Mancinelli, have you joined the meeting? Councillor O'Donnell?
In favor.
Councillor Bryce?
In favor.
Councillor Murray?
In favor.
Councillor Findura?
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani?
In favor.
Councillor Stevens?
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins?
In favor.
Mayor Fougere?
I vote yes.
Carries 10-0, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Information report from the Planning Commission and the Civic Naming Committee. Councillor Young, do you want to introduce us?
Yes, I'd be happy to, Your Worship. The Civic Naming Committee has to give an annual report to Council, and that's what this is. And they have removed 51 names from the list, and they have given the percentages of streets and parks, streets and parks that should have Aboriginal naming. And in addition to that, they have also listed all the people that have been added to this list. And so I would recommend concurrence, Your Worship.
Thank you. And a seconder for the motion, please.
Flagel?
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Any discussion? Apparently there is none. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you. I'll begin with you, Councillor Young, please.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Hawkins?
In favor.
Councillor Stevens?
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani?
In favor.
Councillor Findura?
In favor.
Councillor Murray?
In favor.
Councillor Bryce?
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell?
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli, have you joined the meeting? Councillor Flagel?
Yes.
Mayor Fougere?
Vote yes.
Carries 10-0, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move into motions from councillors. The first one is amendment 20-13, sidewalks. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is coming about because of 3 phone calls I had in the last 2 months about people who were seriously injured from sidewalk falls. And we have a long waiting list for grinding down sidewalks and fixing cracks. And so if someone were to call the city and say that they have one and someone took a fall, a serious fall, the information from the city is that they'll send someone out to take a picture and inspect in 2 or 3 weeks, but it might take a year or more to have something done to the sidewalk depending on where it fits in the evaluation. So I would like that budget line to be looked at during the city budget discussions to see whether there's something that needs to be added to it so that we don't have to wait that long to get them fixed. And the other thing is I would like the administration to consider flagging an area like that, either spray painting it or doing something to show that this could be dangerous and you need to take care. So I'd like this to go to the budget discussions in 2021, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Do I have a seconder for the motion, please?
Seconded, Andrew.
Second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevens. Before I open up for discussion, the administration, Mr. Reinhardt, do you have any comments?
Thank you, through your worship. So, administration is bringing a report in Q1 of 2021 around this subject. The report is looking at current status, progress that has been made. The backlog really goes back to 2018 when there was a substantial amount of water breaks. In the report, we will be looking at process, and we will also, what was going to be in that report is looking at whether or not additional budget money would be required. The reason the report is coming in 2021, in Q1 of 2021, is we need the information from 2020, which we will not have until the completion of 2020 construction season. So it is going to be difficult to get this into the 2021 budget discussion. The intent of the report would have been look at what can be done to improve processes, look at the changes that have been made over the past year and what gains have been realized. And then after that, if there needs to be a further discussion around budget, that would come in the 2022 budget discussion. So I will leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Enright. Councillor Stevens, you're next.
Thank you, Your Worship. To administration, I've had discussions with staff, I think as far back as January, February, following the passage of this motion last year. You gave an update on where we're going from here. I do know that some process changes have already taken place. Could you go over what's already been done to fast track, if you will, the replacement of sidewalks that are damaged or ripped up due to water, sewer, and other repairs?
Mr. Enright?
Through Your Worship, I'll ask Mr. Warren to comment.
Mr. Warren.
Hi, thank you for the question. Through you, Your Worship. So administration over the last couple of years has been working closely to coordinate our various repair programs that we do have in place, primarily around the cut repairs, so the utility cuts, the water breaks that take place every year. So those programs, as well as our concrete distress program, which is it's a program that we we rate the condition and the severity of the various concrete distress maintenance or distresses that we do have on our sidewalk network. So we've over the last couple of years been working to coordinate those two repairs, so that when we're in an area, we're both repairing both the cuts that have been made as a result of water breaks, as well as the distresses that may be present and meet the severity criteria in our concrete distress program. So I don't have the actual numbers in front of me, and it continues to evolve and process continues to streamline, but we've seen a significant decrease in the amount of time that it's taken for us, our concrete crews, to go in. From the time that we start the repair to the time we complete the repair has been significantly decreased. And that's the type of information that we would be looking to present in the Safe Sidewalks reports that is scheduled for Q1 2021.
Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. I'll ask this of the mover. Barbara, since some of this research is being done and a report is pending, would you be satisfied with rolling your concerns into that report? So basically refer this to the existing process that's underway?
Councillor Stevens, just put your question through the chair, please, not directed to other members of council, but Councillor Young, how do you feel about that?
I am happy to hear about the change in process where you're trying to do both the distresses as well as the repairing, which makes a lot of sense, and I think will probably shorten time. I didn't know about that, so I was glad to hear about that. I would say that I would be comfortable letting it come with the major report that's coming Q1 2021. But I would like you to consider, and I'm not asking this to be voted on, just whether you would do something to point out that a sidewalk might be dangerous to walk on with some kind of a sign, either spraying paint on the crack or doing something. not saying that I want that to happen, but I'd like you to consider it.
That's to the administration. I see Mr. Onright is nodding in agreement with that. Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
That answers the question. So through the chair to Councillor Young, should we refer this by an official referral motion? Is that something you'd like to do, or is there further information that you want to see in that report?
Councillor Young.
Through you, Your Worship, if this information is going to be in the report, and I was hearing from Mr. Onright that it is going to be included in the report, that you're going to talk about how you can fast track things, and you've already changed some of the processing. So I am comfortable waiting for that report. And so I don't know what's the best thing to do with this motion, Your Worship.
Well, you could refer it, or we could just simply, you could withdraw it, knowing that there's going to be information coming that meets what you want. Those are your two options.
Okay, I am more comfortable referring this to administration to be covered when they do the Q1 2020 report for the budget in 2022.
So we do have other speakers. Do you want to hold that referral off until we hear from Councillor Fundura and Councillor Bresciani, I believe?
Yes.
Okay, I'll give it to you, Councillor Fundura.
Okay, thank you, Worship. Some of the questions that I had have been answered in detail, but when we talk about concrete, and I hear the word used, concrete distress. So if a resident calls and reports there's been no cuts, there's been no issue, and the sidewalk just, part of the sidewalk just sunk, like 3 to 4, maybe 5 inches or even more, and resident call. I know that you talked about that you have a program, you have data collection. So how do you deal with the concrete distress? And do we communicate with the caller or the resident, and then we put it on the list? Do we connect with the resident to tell them they're on the list, what the list is, or is that a big part of that you do or don't do? I know it takes a lot of effort and time to do this. So how do we let them know exactly? Conversation happens that sometimes the residents say, I haven't heard from the city. I know I've called, but what's the process? Your Worship.
Mr. Onright.
Through Your Worship. So we do have a process. I'm going to let Mr. Warren walk through that process. I do want to just add one comment to the previous question about what we are doing that we did not mention. So this year we have added a contractor list and asked for contractor support in bringing that backlog down. So that is another process change to this year's program. So I'll let Mr. Warren answer the process question.
Thank you, through Your Worship. Currently the process is a combination of both our annual inspection program, where we go inspect the sidewalks, distresses, and when we speak about distresses, we're talking about cracks, trip hazards, settlement, things like that. So we would collect that condition, and also when we receive a service request, so a concern raised by a resident, we will do that inspection as well. As a complement to the annual inspection program. So we collect the data through both means. The typical scenario is we would do the inspection, we would rate the severity of the distress or the issue on a scale of 1 to 10, and then based on the severity, 1 being the worst, the most severe, 10 being the least severe, we would repair those locations. They would go on a repair list. And based on whether it was a Group A sidewalk, Group B sidewalk, so the priority of the sidewalk, the types of sidewalks that are used the most, it would go onto a repair list, and we would set forth to repair those. Now that said, sometimes with the inspections, it might not get on a repair list to the following season. But when we have that information, we do share that with residents. We can let them know we did the inspection, your sidewalk rated out as a X, and it will either be on a repair list or it doesn't meet the current thresholds, and we would continue to monitor that through our annual inspection program. So we do share that information when residents ask and when we have that information made available.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. Just to follow up on that one, I think in the motion, Councillor Young's motion about spray painting, or that you do that right now too, or if there's a major hazard, or if you, to Your Worship, if the city is not, or you're not repairing the sidewalk till next season, is there some kind of a marking that you put on right now, or is this something that's not part of the process or practice, to Your Worship?
Mr. Warren?
Thank you, through Your Worship. So currently, when we are going out and getting sidewalks ready for our crews to come in and do the saw cutting and excavating, basically once we've identified a repair is needed, we do paint the sidewalks just to indicate where the saw cuts need to be made. That said, when it comes to just regular distresses, we currently don't mark those unless, of course, there is an immediate safety hazard. If we come across something that is potentially hazardous or damaging, as we've seen it, we'll put a barricade on that. We'll continue to monitor that. We'll monitor our barricade lists, and sometimes we'll actually reprioritize locations and get that work completed. However, that said, the marking of a distress is something that we can definitely take a look at, and something that we can bring back in this report in Q1 in terms of an option to identify distresses for our residents in the future.
Great, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm good. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Fundera. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just a little along the lines of Councillor Fundera's communication with the residents. I think that what we've heard from many residents, they don't know they've sent in requests, a few years back, and they still don't know where it's located or on this list. And I guess it kind of comes down between the communication and the city. So how is that decided? So do they say, well, you know what, you're on the list, but we don't know if it's 4 years out, 3 years out? I think that's the concern. And do we have as a city a time frame? So if you've been in your home 50 years, do we have a goal that we're actually trying to replace sidewalks in some time frame, whether it be 30 years, 40 years, 50 years? Through the chair.
Mr. Warren?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. So the first question around notifying residents. So as you can imagine, we do get a lot of service requests on our concrete sidewalks. So what we'll do is we'll do the inspection within a couple of weeks, and we'll log that information into our database. And then in some cases, we do phone the resident back if they've asked for a callback. In other cases, if they haven't asked for a callback, they're just calling in the service request and identifying the issue. We typically wouldn't phone them back. However, that said, if we did get a call, one of the first things we do is we look up the condition, we look up the distress, and we would let them know when the last inspection was done and what the rating might be. The current concrete distress program, as mentioned, we do have the sidewalks broken into Group A and B, basically based on a prioritization system. Group A's are sidewalks that typically carry the majority of pedestrian traffic in terms of things like in our downtowns, on some of our arterial roads, commercial districts, sidewalks that are adjacent to schools and parks and things like that. So we have those broken up, Group A, and then the remaining sidewalks would be Group B, obviously Group B being the largest section. And then once we understand the rating, so our current process is that for Group A sidewalks, we would repair anything that is listed as a severity 1 through 4. So basically about half of the distresses being, on the higher end of the severity scale, those would be on the repair list. Our Group B sidewalks, again, because of the sheer volume and nature of some of the less, the more minor deficiencies, we do repair those that have been rated as a 1 and 2 severity. So that's a current process, a current policy in terms of how we direct the crews. And again, that would be, and then what we do is we try to target our annual repairs to match the number of distresses that we would normally have come in a season based on those targets and those thresholds.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. I know that Mr. Armight wants to speak, but I'm going to ask Councillor Dow to take the chair for a few moments. Councillor Dow?
Not a problem. So, Mr. Armight, you want to respond, please?
Thank you. So I'll maybe just add to Mr. Warren's comments. So the other two programs that our sidewalk repairs are tied to are the residential road renewal program. I think, Councillor Bresciani, when you were talking about, if I understood correctly, replacement of sidewalks, so I'm trusting you're referring to more complete, so blocks or a block of sidewalk. So we try coordinating those with our residential road renewal program, and in some cases we will tie those to usually the street infrastructure renewal program will have replacement of sidewalks in that program. But we don't, it's more tied to the condition rather than the year of a home or an area. So whether or not underground work is required, whether or not road work is required, or the residential road program comes into play.
Thank you. Back to you, Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. So can I just ask about the paving that we do on the sidewalks sometimes? Will that be included in this report that comes back? Because I know that many residents that I've had talk to me, they're not happy with this asphalt that goes in to temporary fill the sidewalk. Will that be part of this report that comes back through the chair?
Mr. Warren?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So, Councillor Bresciani is correct that in the past we have used asphalt capping is the terminology we use. Basically an asphalt material similar to paving to cover the sidewalks. It immediately eliminates any trip hazards and creates a more accessible sidewalk. However, you're correct that often residents would prefer to see full concrete sidewalk replacement. So we have used those in certain circumstances. It is definitely a more cost-effective and faster solution to full block replacement or full concrete replacement. I'm not sure exactly how much of that that we are using currently in our current program is. I think it's fairly minimal, but I do know that we do use it for a temporary measure if we do see some severe distresses, and we know that, for example, it might be up for renewal in a residential road renewal program in the following year. I maybe would ask, we've got Mr. Evan Gunther here from our maintenance operation. Maybe ask Mr. Gunther to comment on the current use of asphalt capping.
Thank you. Mr. Gunther, please.
Yes, so asphalt is one of the things that we do use. Typically, it is used in neighbors where there's already asphalt capping adjacent to the location. That's the most common use. There are some, as Mr. Warren alluded to, there are some situations where we know that there's impending capital work on the neighborhood. As for moving into a street where asphalt capping hasn't currently been used, that's not really an option for us. We're only looking to do that as a temporary measure until we can get in there and do full replacement. So no real resurfacing of locations with asphalt capping is the current practice.
Mr. Warren, I'm going to go back to you, and I just asked that you answer the question in regards to, will this be in the report? Will you be commenting on asphalt capping in the report, please?
Thank you.
We had, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, so we have identified in some of the initial drafts of our Safe Sidewalks report options for creating faster, quicker accessibility and better accessibility on sidewalks, and using asphalt, primarily a cold mix asphalt, is something that we've been looking at utilizing over the winter months versus just the crushed concrete type gravel type material that we've been using in the past. So we have been looking at the different uses of asphalt on our sidewalk network, and this can be something that we do discuss in that report.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Bresciani?
Good. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mancinelli, you have joined the meeting, and you're up next.
Thank you very much. And actually, most of my questions were already answered, but in the understanding of the answers, it made another one. I understand the process of weight is given to usage of the sidewalk as well as state of degradation. And if I understand correctly, that pedestrian usage is based off of car counts? I understand that proper.
Mr. Warren.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So I was trying to grab it up here. So our Group A sidewalks and our Group B sidewalks, so the prioritization, Group A is based on things like high pedestrian volume, zoning designation. So for example, if it was in a high density neighborhood, residential neighborhood, or commercial or institutional zone, anything adjacent to schools, churches, hospitals, shopping centers, senior citizens complexes. So those are the types of areas that we identify as and prioritize as Group A sidewalks, and then the reverse is opposite for the Group B. Any normal usage, and basically anything that hasn't been identified as a Group A. So that would be typically the majority of your residential areas. So that's how we currently have that system set up, and that would be something that we have in the report for more information.
Thank you. Okay. Councilor Martinelli.
I've witnessed what you've described in process as a councillor in my area, and I've explained it to many residents, especially about streets that maybe aren't as populated, taking longer to get to. But what I've also witnessed is people take foot traffic paths in a different movement in cars, and also not necessarily next to the type of establishments you described. In your report, could you have any type of search for a mechanism for actually measuring people's use of the area? I have a couple of examples in my mind that have very prominent dangerous hazards that are on very low density streets, but because of the layout of my area, it's very high foot traffic areas. So I don't know if there's a measurement factor or some type of reporting factor you can take back that way, but I think it's something to uncover. My comments. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Warren, did you want to respond?
I was going to say thank you through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Councilor Mancinelli, that is definitely something that we can look at seeing, based on our current prioritization system, is there anything that we may not include, or something that we could look at further in terms of including in the future? Definitely.
Okay, thank you for that. The mayor has returned. Mr. Mayor, there are no other speakers on the list on this one. We have not voted.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell, for that. I believe we go back to Councillor Young for a referral.
Yes,
Councillor
I
Young?
would like to make that referral motion, Your Worship.
Okay, and you're referring it to the administration as part of its review of sidewalks?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Seconder for that, please. Councillor O'Donnell's done that. There's no debate on a referral motion. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll begin with you, Councillor Young, please.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
Favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
Passes unanimously, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll move on to our next motion. This is related to temporary parking lot policy. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. I'm doing this for remote. I've got some other stuff on, which is great for teams. So this was brought up by the Regina Downtown bid to maybe look at enhancing on-street parking for the people that need to come downtown, to revitalize some of the downtown, talk about the different people have always said there's no place to park. We've had a moratorium on this, and it's really done nothing, because it's not allowed us to increase the amount of parking that we need for the meter. So there's not, apparently we've been told through the downtown that there's not enough parking for businesses to use, monthly parking, weekly parking, whatever they want. So the downtown bid is sort of, between myself and Judith and the board acceptance, have come up with this, and we're looking in, we've sort of put a 3 to 5 year timeline on this, and with some restrictions in terms of lighting, bushes, fencing, and also a fee going back to the downtown to enhance some of the rest of the downtown, and I think there's already a fee attached to some of the parking lots. So what we're looking at through you, and if I could just indulge for a sec, is that when COVID is done, and we're still working through it, but the problem always was that people were always saying there's no place to park on the street downtown, and they didn't want to go into parkades for various reasons, because it was maybe like 20 minutes or half an hour. So this might open up the door a little bit and alleviate some of the stresses on the meters, and give us the ability to put it out there so that if a new business comes to town and there's 20 parking spots to use. We had a situation just kind of last month where the business said there wasn't enough parking for them, but that was that was 200. But I've heard from realtor developers and places that want to maybe look at opening small businesses, and they said they have to park 5, 6, 7 blocks away when there's vacant, derelict left type of vacant lands right next door or half a block away. So that's what this is about. This is not to take away from anybody else or to take away from the parkades or anything. It's to enhance opening up street meter parking, and possibly generating a bit more revenue for the city of Regina and the downtown bid. So this is what we're looking at. The downtown was good with it, and they felt it was something. So if I could get somebody to second that, I'd appreciate it.
Seconder for the motion?
Andrew.
Okay.
Fresh hand up.
Okay, Councillor Stevens seconded. Any further discussion, Councillor Flagel?
I'm good for now.
Okay, speakers to the report. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, through the chair. To administration, can you comment on parking availability, whether it's on street or commercial lots in the downtown, please?
Who won? Okay. Oh, Mr. Weary. Mr. Weary, are you there?
I'm here, thank you, Your Worship. As far as the on-street parking issue and the 24 and 2-hour parking zones, we don't have any recent analysis in terms of whether that is really sufficient to deal with total parking demand downtown. So don't have much to offer with respect to that. I think that would be something that would have to be built into a decision on whether this would be a temporary measure or a longer term. Obviously, at the moment, parking is being managed. Our enforcement approach is to enforce metered and 2-hour zones as necessary, and then outside of those zones, our observations currently is that the overall on-street parking numbers are still dramatically down.
Thank you. Yes, through the chair, to administration, can you walk us through how the DDRA currently works? Specifically, how is it funded? How much is in that fund? What are the rules about how that money can be spent and so on?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship. So the DDRA was set up as a fund, and it's through the zoning bylaw. When development happens in the downtown above Podium, there is a fee that gets charged back. But we also included a fee for the DDRA with respect to greenfield development where parking requirements in the office area zone, they go above the minimum and want more parking, then they have to contribute to that reserve. I don't have the exact amount in the reserve right now, or in the fund right now. I believe it would be between the $200,000 and $300,000, I believe, is where we're at. It doesn't have a sustainable revenue source in the sense of, because it is dependent on development. The way it works is projects do come forward. either through administration or the RD bid has put proposals together and presented them to administration, and we'll review them against the downtown plan to see how they line up with that, and then we'll make recommendations to council whether or not to use those funds. Originally, the funds were thought that we would use them for a larger project because they are limited, but we have done smaller projects in collaboration with the downtown bid, such as the wayfinding signage and things of that nature. But it is an internal process, and then we make recommendations to council.
Councillor Stevens?
Thank you. To administration, are there any limits to how much we could charge? So for instance, this goes ahead, are there maximum amounts, minimum amounts, or is it really whatever we want if it comes to charging for these lots? We could set that fee per stall and work from there?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, I'd have to defer to the solicitor in terms of whether or not there is restrictions and how we would go about. Right now in the zoning bylaw, we do have I believe it's $7,000 a stall over, so I would say that we could set those limits, but I would ask the solicitor to verify.
Mr. Woory?
Your Worship, I don't have that answer right now. That would have to be something that would be viewed as part of this report coming back if this motion was approved. But I'm not aware of any limits. A lot will depend on the nature of the charge, but as to which authority is being relied on. But I don't have that answer. My apologies.
Well, that's fine. Through the chair. Currently, if I was to propose a parking lot, or temporary or permanent in the downtown, how would that process work, and what would be the time constraints? So this motion asks for suspension of parking lot restrictions be limited to 3 to 5 years, upon which there would be an assessment. How does the status quo currently function?
Ms. Harlock?
Bishop, right now the zoning bylaw does not allow for surface parking lots in the downtown. What we have done in the past, though, is RPC and council has considered temporary parking lots, so we've seen that in a couple of instances, and the time frames upon which that parking lot is allowed to operate is at the discretion of council. So we have seen a parking lot that was approved for 3 years. We've seen others that have been longer. But right now it is through a temporary permit process.
Okay, thank you. Yes, through the chair, final remark. If this passes, I have an undertaking for administration, and basically it's a request for specific data. The first undertaking would be that in addition to the structure, that some purpose for this money be established, and that would involve consultation with the RD bid and others in the downtown, including residents, and that the purpose would align with other objectives like the transportation master plan, transit, walkability, art, you name it. But ultimately, let's figure out what we can generate and what we would spend it on. And the second undertaking, if this passes, is that administration would return in the report with a more complete analysis of downtown parking needs, what they envision happening in the future post-COVID. Is that clear?
Ms. Harlock?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, yeah, we may want to add it to the actual motion instead of an undertaking, so it's just captured.
Okay. Then I would ask through the chair to Councillor Flago, would you consider that a friendly amendment, or do I need to make that amendment formally and have a vote on it?
I won't take that as a friendly amendment. That's a substantive change to the elaboration to it, so it would have to be a motion seconded and voted on.
Okay, I guess the motion then would read, or the amendment rather to this motion would be that administration provide a parking an analysis of parking needs and availability in the downtown, as well as potential projects that could benefit from the DRA.
So we'll get that written down. Do you have that written down? Councillor Stevens, does that fit what you're asking for?
So just to clarify that, an analysis of parking needs. Sorry, it didn't come off clear. Parking needs and potential projects that could benefit from the DDRA be included in the report.
The seconder for that, please.
Bresciani.
Okay. So we have...
I don't have anything else to add.
Okay. We have two speakers on the amendment. It's Councillor Murray and then Councillor Flagel. 3 minutes on the amendment. Councillor Murray.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, through the chair. So I just have a question for administration on this. It's with municipal benchmarking, is availability of parking one of the things that we look at in other Western Canadian cities? There's some metrics on that.
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, I'll ask Mr. Weary to comment on that.
Mr. Weary?
Thank you, Your Worship. Parking services are included in the municipal benchmarking. I don't have that information in front of me right now, but certainly could provide that to council as part of the report back here.
Sure. I think that would be helpful. And in administration's view, is a per capita measurement useful when we're assessing these scenarios?
Mr. Weary?
Again, I'd have to go back and review the material on this, but certainly a per capita measure would be one of the things that we could look at. I don't recall whether that is something that is included in the NBN criteria, so would have to refer back to the report. But certainly, if there's any information that's contained in the NBN information, we obviously would make use of that in the report back. But I apologize, I don't have the NBN material in front of me right now.
Okay. Is there anyone from administration that would provide how many parking spaces we have within the current downtown jurisdiction? Does anyone know that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
The question is if anyone from administration can provide how many parking spaces there are in the downtown currently, including both paid and on-street.
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, I think it's around 5,000.
5,000. Okay.
Very much. That's the end of my question. Thanks. I'm in support of the additional information for it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Flagel on the amendment.
Thanks. My first question is, if we add this report in as an amendment, which I'm okay, I just don't want to bog down the original motion because this needs to get done sooner than later. And if this amendment is going to draw this down for another year, now's the time for us to get this stuff in order for these people to change because of the COVID situation. They can go and they can clean it, fence it, do whatever they need to do and be ready, when we get out of COVID and people are back to a more normal state. So that's my question right now. Do we need to put this into the same motion, or can we have it as a separate request altogether? Because I don't want this thing sitting back for a year waiting on a bunch of other information for us to sit and read a report when these guys could be possibly, if we pass this, they could be up and running and cleaning up these these sites that need desperate repair and cleaning. So that's my question.
Mr. Holden.
So through your worship, so just in follow-up to Councillor Flagle's question and the comments from both Councillor Stevens and Councillor Murray. So NBN Canada captures a significant amount of parking data in terms of the number of parking spots, revenue collected. So that information is readily available through the data that we submit to NBN Canada. So that's not a significant amount of additional work. And of course, we do have, the data that we collect through our parking system. So this is not something that will take us a significant amount of time, and we'll be able to include it in a fairly timely manner in terms of providing the response.
Okay, then I'm okay with the amendment, because I just don't want us to get bogged down. I mean, we got way too many reports, and this one is a fairly simple one. The downtown bid is asking for some help on this to open up more parking spaces on the street, and this could possibly help do that. So, on the amendment, thanks.
Thank you for that. Other speakers on the amendment? I don't see any listed here. Councillor Stevens, do you want to close debate?
Nothing to add.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, on the amendment?
Thank you. I will begin with you. Councillor Stevens, please.
In favor?
Councillor Hawkins?
In favor?
Councillor Young?
In favor?
Councillor Flagle?
Yes.
Councillor Mancinelli?
Approved.
Councillor O'Donnell?
In favor.
Councillor Bryce? Councillor Bryce?
In favor.
Councillor Murray?
In favor.
Councillor Findura?
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani?
In favor.
Mayor Fougere?
I vote yes.
The amendment passes 11-0, Your Worship.
Thank you. So we'll go back to our main motion, and the speakers on that is Councillor Murray, then Councillor Bryce. Councillor Murray?
Actually, I asked my questions on the main, on the amendment as well. They were together, so I'm good there.
Okay. Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. My question is just asking, so if this request is coming from RD Bid, and I'd like to know what kind of documentation we have from RD Bid, what kind of consultation the administration has done. Are they coming to speak today or anything? So I'm just wondering, this is an unusual process, so where's RD Bid in this?
Ms. Howluck?
Through you, Your Worship, I was not at the last meeting, so I might ask whether or not Councillor Flagle, as he sits on the downtown board.
Councillor Flagle?
Thank you. Yeah, we had a discussion about this, and this is going to be one way to clean up the aesthetics of the downtown. That's going to help. There are some parking lots that right now today would be available. They're all for it, because what they're finding is they're still lacking metered spaces. They're not having enough spaces, the 1 hour parking, 2 hours, and this might even open up the door to allow us a few more accessible areas if there's more parking is off the street. So that's going to help in the drop-offs, and they're trying to get the couriers and all that to use the back alleys, but they're finding that accessibility for parking and drop-offs is they could use a few more. And also the in-out times, people are lingering and they're holding on as long as they possibly can, and overdoing it and there's still people out there that are getting one parking ticket
and they're sitting there all day. So we're trying to encourage from Judith and the rest of the board that this was a good way to go and put a moratorium on it, or open the moratorium, but also put a time frame on it so that in the event that people want to go build on buildings, at least now they know that there's other parking available. And that was a concern with some of the people on Broad Street, was that there's buildings that are left, but there's still need for parking, and they want those to be turned into parking facilities so that the businesses across the street and down the street can then go to a monthly parking there instead of having to park on the streets or side streets like on Halifax and, you know, throughout the Halifax, St. John, etc. And they're parking there for free, so not too far away.
Councillor Flake, I think the question was more, what's the RD bid role in all this, and are they, what role are they taking in this? Not well, justification for it.
Allowing the acceptance, and they're open to opening up the moratorium for all those reasons I just gave. Their involvement is going to be monitoring and watching so that it's not even an involvement, it's they want enhancement of on-street parking so people can come down for an hour, get out, come down for an hour, get out. Whereas today, they're driving around, they're looking for a spot, according to what they've seen, and they don't stop, and they don't go shop, and they don't go to a restaurant because if they can't find a parking spot, so they go somewhere else. So they have the opportunity to have the people down there, and they're just trying to enhance it as best they can to keep them down there instead of being frustrated and not finding a parking spot. Not right now today, but their experience has been when we were up and running 100%, that's the experience. So we have an opportunity with a lower amount of people downtown right now because of COVID to give the opportunity to these people. And that's what they're looking at. And they can also generate some more revenue out of the fund as well.
Councillor Bryce. Councillor Bryce?
Does that mean she didn't hear my answer?
I don't know. Councillor Bryce, are you there? Okay, we'll go on to our next speaker then, Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, the Chair. Well, thank you, Councillor Plato. I think this is a good motion to move forward. One of the biggest things that I've heard is that we want to have people go downtown. I know from residents in my ward, the common thing is that there's not enough parking, and they don't want to risk, of course, they could get a ticket. So I think when we're looking at different ways to revitalize downtown, is what I've heard from many individuals and businesses downtown, we want to attract people to get them downtown. So if we can start cleaning it up a little bit by utilizing some of the spaces, I think we should absolutely look at this. And I agree with Councillor Stevens in the fact that we should look at the utilization of and have some kind of an assessment of the parking situation downtown. Where is it in demand and where isn't it in demand, and kind of have that conversation. So I think all of this is good as we move forward to revitalize our downtown. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Bryce is back on the line. She said that her line cut out on her. Councillor Councillor Bryce, go ahead.
Yes, it did. I'm sorry, technology. My line did cut out. So my point being, what normally is the process that we have, this question's for administration, for RD bid whenever they're requesting something of City Council? What's the normal process? Because this just seems unusual that a motion like this come forward from a councillor.
Ms. Harlock.
Through you, Your Worship, well, typically the RD bid will have discussions. Like I said, I sit on the RD bid board as an observer, and then we have a councillor as a member. And then they'll put requests forward, and then we, depending on the type of request, it will come through council, typically through a report. But in this case, we do have council representation, so Councillor Flagel is bringing it forward in this manner.
Thank you. And has RD bid done any studies already with parking? I know that Judith has come forward in different council meetings, but have they already done some of this work?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, I believe they have done some studies in the past. We've done some parking studies of that nature, but at this point, I don't have anything in writing from the RD bid with respect to this specific motion.
Okay, I would like, if I can get a seconder, I'd like to refer this motion back to RD bid to get more information on what they've done so far and where we're at and what their specific request is. If I could get a seconder.
Is there a seconder for that? There is not a seconder, but we'll likely find out what you want.
I'll second that.
Oh, sorry?
I'll second that. It's Jason.
Okay, Jason. Okay, we have an amendment on the floor for a referral motion. Any discussion on the referral? Oh, I can't have, we're going to have a vote on this, sorry. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. I will begin with Councillor Bryce on the referral, please.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
Just to clarify, this is on a referral?
Yes.
Yes.
Opposed.
Councillor Findura.
Opposed.
Councillor Bresciani.
Opposed.
Councillor Stevens.
Opposed.
Councillor Hawkins.
Opposed.
Councillor Young.
Opposed.
Councillor Flagel.
Opposed.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
Opposed.
Mayor Fougere.
Opposed.
It's defeated 9-2, Your Worship.
Thank you. Any discussion, Councillor Mancinelli, on the main motion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I just have one question. What led to the moratorium in the first place? Why did we start a moratorium on parking lots downtown?
Ms. Harlock.
Through you, Your Worship, so the downtown plan speaks to not allowing any more surface parking lots in order to see those lots become utilized with buildings and things of that nature. What we were seeing was demolitions and then temporary parking lots being erected. But the downtown plan is some years ago, and times have changed, and we have seen requests for temporary parking lots increase over the last few years, and we actually have one coming forward here to council this year with respect to wanting to allow a vacant site to have a temporary parking lot on it.
Okay. Thank you. For a follow-up, right now people have to apply to have a temporary parking spot. By passing this motion, they could instate a temporary parking lot if they have the land, and how would that affect some of the prominent spots in our downtown?
Ms. Harlock.
Through you, Your Worship, I think my interpretation of the policy would be that administration would bring some amendments forward for council's consideration for the zoning bylaw to have parameters around what a temporary parking lot situation would look like with respect to, as the motion indicates, time limits, payments with respect to a per stall fee that would go into the DDRA. So the passing of this motion would direct administration to go back and come up with some policy framework that we would bring back to RPC in 2021, to which would go to RPC and then to council.
Okay, thank you.
Any other speakers? Councillor Flagel to close debate.
Yeah, just
You have
briefly.
3 minutes on the closing debate.
Thanks. Through you, just so everybody's aware, this I didn't just pull this out of my hat. I want everybody to know that I talked to Judith. I talked to the chair. And Judith and the chair took it to membership of the interest and concern around the area. So it wasn't just me that did this. So this is coming from the downtown bid, and it came through a motion only because it was expedited and it was quicker than any other form that we would, by writing reports and doing all these other things that we did not Nobody wanted to draw this out for 6, 8, 10 months or 2 years like some of the stuff is. So just so everybody's quite aware, the board knows about this in terms of the ones that are affected. It was brought to some of the developer people that are on the board, and I said board chair and also Judith, the CEO. So they put some of it together. I suggested a few things. They gave it back to me. We fine-tuned it and brought it in. So it's something that they're asking for, they're looking for, they're wanting, and they feel that it's a good time to do it. So I hope I can get support and get this going. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. With respect to the main motion, I will start with you, Councillor Flagel, please.
Yes.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
In favor.
Mayor Fougere.
Vote yes.
Carries unanimously, Your Worship.
Okay. Next motion is on public disclosure of toxic spills and leaks. Councillor Stevens, Councillor Hawkins, whoever wants to step up.
I can start. I just need a seconder.
I'll second it.
Councillor Hawkins seconds it. Councillor Stevens, go ahead.
Terrific. Yeah, thank you. So, through the chair, the best way to describe the intention of this motion and the resolution within is public accountability and transparency when it comes to dealing with spills that are potential environmental hazards that enter our sewer system and so on. I also should recognize the work of city staff and EPCOR staff in discovering and handling spills that leaked into our sewer system, some of which are highlighted in the motion and the whereas clauses. And my big concern really here are the unknowns, and to actually have a more transparent and accountable system where we notify the public, and in particular downstream users, of a potential hazard, not after the fact, but before. And there was an incident earlier this year where downstream users were notified because it was covered in the media rather than initially from the city. And I think that's something that needs to change. And in many ways, what I'm asking for here is what we would see in other larger industrial towns close to refineries, pipelines, and so on. We might think of Sarnia, Hamilton, and Burnaby, where there are community liaison committees and public notices for all sorts of leaks and spills into the environment, water systems, or the sewer system. So as the motion reads here, sorry, I'm just going to pull it up properly. Apologies, I'm just having a technical issue here. Sorry, my apologies. So we would review existing fines and costs associating with polluting spills and leaks that affect land and waterways within Regina, and to assess whether or not those costs and the existing fines are sufficient to repair all resulting damage or to deter future incidents, and that we commit to making public all spills and leaks that could compromise our treatment facility infrastructure or effluent quality. That we would also develop regulations that would require the city to give public notification within 24 hours of all spills and leaks affecting land and waterways, and that we would commit to making public the quality of effluent released by the wastewater treatment facility. Some of this stuff has since been enacted, but administration can comment on it. We would also develop regulations that would require the city to make public all waste and water agreements that it enters into, along with the implications of those agreements for city infrastructure, the public, and water safety. And one example would be the one-off agreement we have with the Co-op refinery. And then finally, the sixth resolution is really advocacy and a direction that we would take with the provincial government. And that is that all spills would be reported publicly and promptly in a searchable database that is barrier-free. Currently, the Ministry of the Environment has a free system, but there are others that are not, specifically the Integrated Resource Information System, and you need to apply for it and establish an account and so on. and that it would make transparent the government's process for assessing and imposing fines on industry in cases of leaks, and that it would make public the number of fines and their amount, along with the polluter receiving the fine. So the first part of this resolution is really looking internally. The second, to have the city take a leadership role in advocacy. I have a couple questions for administration.
So you have about a minute, just over a minute in your time period, Councillor Stevens.
If administration could, how many fines have been issued by the city to industrial and commercial polluters in Regina?
Through your worship.
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship. Thanks for the question, Councillor. To date, I don't believe any fines have been issued. What has taken place is full cost recovery from a polluter. There was an example of this with Procore Industries earlier this year, and all of the costs associated with the spill were collected. I'm going to ask Mr. Doney to further comment.
Doney?
Through you, Your Worship. Yes, as Mr. Onright mentioned, we have not issued any fines to industry, and what we do is look to recover the full cost of any spills that may occur. We found that providing education and awareness has worked well, and if you want further information on the ability to fine, Mr. Weary might have some more information on our current bylaw.
Okay. And just to be clear, the existing maximum fine is $25,000 for businesses, correct?
Mr. Doney?
Through your worship, that is correct.
All right. My other question is, since 2016, how much money have we recovered from industrial and commercial polluters for damage to our water and sewer system?
Mr. Doney?
Through you, Your Worship, that's something that we can bring back in the report if that's of interest to council.
Okay. And in the last 4 years, how many incidents of hydrocarbon spillage that required effluent to be remediated, diverted, has taken place?
Mr. Doney?
Through you, Your Worship. So we would have somewhere, between 0 and 2 significant spills a year over the last number of years. But once again, we can look through our historical records and provide that to council in the report in 2021.
Okay. And just to be clear, I understand I'm running out of time. Despite that we've had these spills, several a year, there still has been no fines.
Mr. Doney?
Through you, Your Worship. So we will look to recover any costs that occur, and our objective has not been to fine the industries, but to work with them and to provide education and recover our costs.
So it is a voluntary self-regulation model here rather than using fines to act as a deterrent. Is that correct?
Mr. Doney?
Through you, Your Worship, if we ever run into situations where businesses don't willingly pay the cost recovery, there's a prosecution process that can occur, but to date we have not had to go down that path that I'm aware of.
Councillor Stevens, your time is up, sorry.
Okay, that's all I had.
Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Your Worship. My comments will be brief, but before I make them, I'd like to propose a minor amendment, which may be accepted as a friendly amendment, to number 3 of the resolve clauses. And that clause begins, develop regulations that would require the city to give public notification within 24 hours. And this is the point at which I would ask as an amendment, of the city becoming aware. So that's of the city becoming aware of all spills and leaks, etc.
I'll support that as a friendly amendment.
That's an important amendment. Let's see, wait till the clerk writes this down. Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have 2 points to make in support. The first is the transparency point which Councillor Stevens made to which I would add that transparency prevents rumors and innuendo from developing. It gets information out that's accurate, that stops people from speculating. So I think transparency is an important role to play in that. Second point I'd like to make is that this kind of motion is complementary to the efforts of the city to become a renewable city by 2050. This transparency will encourage safe, clean practices, and for that reason I support it as well. Those are my comments, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Before I get to Councillor Murray, I should have offered the administration a chance to comment on the motion itself. So I'm going to ask Mr. Onright if you have any overall comments on the motion. Mr. Onright.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. So just for clarification, within the report that administration will bring back, we are to include item number 1 is very clear. 2 through 6, we're to provide information around each one of those items. And then regarding number 6, it says immediately request the provincial and federal ministries. If I can just ask one of the councillors to maybe provide a little more detail as to what the expectation is. Is administration reaching out to the ministries, or is it, I know in the past sometimes the mayor on behalf of council has sent a request to the ministries, just if I can get some clarification.
To the mover.
Thank you. Through the chair, I hadn't specified deliberately who would do that. My assumption would be the best folks to do so would be staff in the city that manage this particular file. If you would like to provide direction on who should do it, please do, but I believe that this is something that administration should send and talk about the technical details and capacity to do so. With the other issues, yes, there is a report that we're asking, but some of this is these are issues we would like to be resolved immediately. So it doesn't need a report to say we'll commit to making all spills public. The directive here is pretty clear and presumably immediate. The rest requires report and analysis that we would then vote on as a council in the future.
Mr. Onright, are you okay with that?
Yes.
I'd like to, I don't want to go back and forth now. I just wanted you to do your comment on the motion itself. I'd like to have other councillors speak to it, then at the end I'll give you a chance to have another conversation once we, depending upon amendments or anything else that may come up.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So we'll go to Councillor Murray next.
Thank you very much. Thanks through the chair. Just a question for administration on jurisdiction and how, if we are able to do the Cities Act. I just want to make sure before we ask for this report, these are things that we can do, that the Ministry of the Environment will tell us we can't do. So I'm just looking for a direction before we vote.
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, so that is one comment I was going to make is we do get into jurisdictional issues when we talk about who reports or how we report, and we need to be very clear on where the city's role is and what is within our jurisdiction as opposed to what's the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Environment and the Water Security Agency. I'll ask Mr. Doney to comment further, or maybe Mr. Coons can provide a little more detail about that.
Mr. Doney?
Yeah, I'll start and I'll get Mr. Coons to provide a bit more detail. So there is a mixture of regulatory agencies, as Mr. Onright had mentioned. So if it's on private land, it's definitely the Ministry of Environment. And if it's in waterways, it can be Water Security Agency and even the federal government. And so if it's in our sewer system, we are absolutely responsible for that. But I'll give Mr. Coons to just make a few comments. It's something that should be laid out in the report when it comes back because it is it's complex.
Mr. Coons.
Through you, Your Worship, as Mr. Doney said, we do want to be sure we're within our jurisdiction on environmental regulation. and on reporting on private versus public lands. It's quite a lengthy document, AMPA, so we want to make sure we're clear on all aspects and speak with our legal counsel before we would move forward with something like that. There are also, I'm not the expert on this by any means, but there are privacy implications potentially. We want to make sure we're within the Cities Act and LA VoIP when we are reporting things like this, and we would just like to go away and make sure anything we report is within that and that we're not stepping out of bounds.
Thanks. So, thank you very much. That just makes it clear that this report would provide that obvious information for us. So, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, through the chair. So I just want to say thank you to Councillor Stevens and Councillor Hawkins for bringing this forward. This is vitally important, and I think the concern is raised in the community that there was a lack of communication in this regard. And it took so long to communicate it out. And I guess if this motion comes back in the fact that we have to develop a communication strategy, I think that's number one between all the stakeholders, if it's the ministry or if it's WUSA, whatever it is with the city. But I think at the end of the day, we have people downstream. We have people, our lakes that we talk about. We know that Chief Todd Pagan, he's at Pasco First Nation, and he was absolutely concerned that it was a week later that he had found out that this happened. So we have to also think about our how this works with our Indigenous peoples downstream and our lakes. The question I have, though, is we talk about the impact of the spills, and it was due to wind. I'm really concerned about that because May 22nd was not one of the windiest days we've had. So I question the fact that I want in the report that this is not going to be happening again and what they're going to do to mitigate this. Is that going to be part of this report through the chair?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, that will not be a part of this report. However, there has been extensive follow-up and requirements made to the refinery through the city and also with the Ministry of Environment. So I'll let Mr. Kuntz can maybe provide a little more detail on that part of the process.
Mr. Kuntz.
Through your worship, that's correct, Mr. Arnold's correct. This will be a separate report detailing the cause of the spill. We are working actively with the refinery on a new wastewater agreement, but also requirements on pre-treatment and ensuring exactly what you said to make sure this type of thing doesn't happen again, and putting protective measures in place and pre-treatment in place prior to release to the city.
Thank you. One of the reasons, and I know I wasn't on council when all this work went through with the whole treatment plant, but I think that at the end of the day, we want to ensure that, I mean, we built it, we put all the, most of the dollars in to get this done. We don't want it to become just a dumping ground for the refinery or anything like that. So at the end of the day, one of the biggest things that I think, when you talk about the costs have been recovered, it's just a cost recovery. What have been those costs so far? Do we know? Do we have an idea? Through the chair?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship. So the initial costs that we have recorded are in the neighborhood of $340,000. That does not include any of the lagoon cleanup, which we are still working with an engineering firm to determine how that cleanup will take place and what costs are associated to the cleanup of the lagoon.
Thank you, through the chair. But I think this has not been the first time that this has happened. Has there been obviously other costs incurred for previous spills?
We had that question answered earlier by Councillor Stevens, so I'll give it again to Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, the only other costs that have been recovered were through Procore Industries, and that was earlier this year.
Yeah, that was answered earlier. Yes, Councilor Barshani?
Thank you. One of the, so I guess this one, and they have reported, said this is one of the bigger oil spills that happened and it came downstream. How do we start looking at what is the cost recovery to the lakes downstream? To Chief Pagan's question, how is that ever equated through the chair? Or to the cottage owners that are downstream? How does that ever come into play through the chair?
I'm not sure we can answer that question. Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, so that comes through the Ministry of Environment. I'll let Mr. Kuntz explain further, but the costs that the city recover are directly related to the impact in our collection system. So impact at the plant, impact to the lagoons, staff time to divert and deal with the issue that was presented. Once it leaves the water treatment plant, that's when Water Security Agency and the Ministry of Environment are involved. And I'm just going to comment further on the notification period for this specific incident. We notified the downstream users when the Water Security Agency said we needed to notify. Prior to the time of notification, we were under the direction of Water Security Agency. There was no notification required. So that's why there was a gap in timing. We follow the security agency. They tell us when we need to notify, and that we provide all the data and information that is captured through EPCOR, that is all provided to the ministry, and also to Water Security Agency. I'll let Mr. Kuntz comment further.
Mr. Kuntz.
Your worship, Mr. Doney, I'll just take that one.
Okay.
With regards to any downstream impact, we work with the Water Security Agency as they're the regulatory agency. So if they ever did require any remediation work, it would be through the provincial regulations and we would follow their direction.
Thank you, Mr. Doney. Councilor Barshani?
Okay, so I'll leave it there. I just think at the end of the day, we want to ensure that, and I think this motion does speak to it, transparency and communication. And if we have to have a conversation with WSA, and that knowing that residents want to know and our downstream users should know quicker, I would hope that conversation happens, especially with the bands that are the First Nations that are on the lakes downstream. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm in support of the motion that's before us. But much of the debate that's going on is one about whose jurisdiction this falls in. City Council in Regina has not had too many times where we have put forward motions that fall on the floor of municipalities of Saskatchewan and have a chance to be directed right to the Minister of the Environment. And I suggest that in the future, that perhaps some of the people who may come back to council would consider putting a motion like that forward so that you can talk about that change to jurisdictional and actually bring forward some of this. I think that would be, obviously I think what's going to happen is staff are going to bring back where they are handcuffed and where they have to report and follow direction. If we wish to change that, then we need to go directly to the provincial government, and that's political, and I suggest that's the means to do it.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. Other speakers? So I have just a couple of comments, and I'm glad the discussion has sort of clarified the roles of both the regulator and the city, because the city is not a regulator. It's quite important that we look at that. And I'm glad that Councillor Hawkins made the change on recommendation number 3. I was concerned about that somehow we are responsible for notifying everyone within 24 hours of a spill, a leak, and we're not. It's based upon when the regulator tells us there's been a leak and what happens downstream and then with the residents here. I have a question to the administration, though, related to recommendation number 1. Talks about the costs and fines that are sufficient to repair all damage, which we're doing, and to deter future incidents. Can we do that under the Cities Act? Are we allowed to actually have a fine system that's beyond cost recovery? To the administration? Mr. Holden?
So through you, Your Worship, as Mr. Onright and Mr. Doney have indicated, right now we have a $25,000 maximum in terms of the fine. At the end of the day, it's about recovering costs. We could look at increasing the fine amount. The fine is not at cost recovery, which is why we really focus on working with the violator and trying to make amendments to their systems, for example, the wastewater treatment at the refinery. So we do have the flexibility to increase the fines, but for us it's more important that we have a strong relationship with industrial users in the city and that we work on education and improvements so that these types of things don't happen again in the future. But there is some flexibility in terms of increasing the fine amount if that's something that council wanted to pursue.
Thank you for that. The point number 5 goes into something that's a bit different than what we have for spills and that, and I'm a little concerned about that, of all water, waste and water agreements. And I'm just not sure why that's sort of beyond, if you're looking at transparency, openness in the event of a spill, who's responsible for what, the regulator, and then what the city does to both protect its assets and also recover costs of a spill. So to the mover, what is the purpose of moving into water and wastewater agreements when we're looking at a regulation of a spill that takes place? I'm not sure that what the purpose of that's for.
Sure. Through the chair, yes, this goes hand in hand with the transparency and accountability purpose here. So for instance, we have an agreement with the Co-op Refinery Complex signed in 1988, first negotiated in 1988, and has not been updated since, that actually outlines the relationship between both the city and the CRC with regards to what we're dealing with now. That needs to be public, and it was only made public and available to me when I had asked after these incidents. So I think it's important that if we have these one-off agreements that are actually dealing with particular polluters, that those implications are known to the public, and that council should also be aware of them. One of the stipulations in that initial agreement is that if we were to institute any kind of additional changes, it would nullify that agreement that's decades old. It's inappropriate, and I think it deserves council oversight, and we might want to change our approach to this. So rather than having one-offs with large industrial employers and polluters, we would just have a blanket policy instead. So at the very least, we need to know these agreements. They need to be made public, and we need to know the implications of those, because it does determine how we deal with individual parties like the CRC.
Well, I'm not sure that's sufficient for me. I thanks for the answer. I'm just not sure that's sufficient for me, particularly in a private sector. I'm not sure that's even FOIable. So I'm just hesitant on that one. I understand the rationale, but I just think it's overstepping what the intent of the motion is. So I just, as long as we're all really clear here that the administration's answer to these questions, that the city is not the regulator here. I want to repeat that. It's the Water Security Agency, and we take our step from them when they indicate there's been a leak, unless we tell them we know we're aware of one. But what happens after that is the regulator, not the city of Regina. If we are guilty of anything at all, then it should be said. But in terms of the process, to the administration, the report back will be very clear. I know Councilor Murray raised this issue. We're very clear on the jurisdiction of the city and the provincial regulator. Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, yes.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Other speakers to the motion? Okay, any closing of debate? Councillor Stevens?
Nothing to add.
Okay, Mr. Clerk?
Thank you. I will begin with you, Councillor Stevens, please.
In favor?
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor?
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor?
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor Young.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor?
Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
Carries 11 to nothing, Your Worship.
Thank you for that. So we'll move into notice of motion. The first notice of motion is from Councillor Findura, and you would just read the resolution, not the whereas clauses. Councillor Findura?
Thank you, Your Worship. Therefore be it resolved that administration be directed to include the area along the ring road between Glen Elm and Glencairn neighborhood adjacent to the Dudney Avenue as a priority in the event that an action plan to address exceeded noise limits within the City of Regina is adopted after consideration or in conjunction with the roadway noise attenuation policy that will be reviewed by the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee in Q1 of 2021. And number two, if a phase-in action plan is adopted by City Council, that this area be addressed in the first phase. Respectfully submitted, John Findura, Councilor, Ward 5.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. We'll move on to MN 2020. This is age-friendly Regina. So Councillors Young, Stevens, Bresciani, anyone to read the resolution clauses, please?
Yes, Your Worship, I'll do that. Councillor Young. Therefore be it resolved that the City of Regina administration work with age-friendly steering committee to consider an age-friendly partnership proposal to present to City Council in Q1 of 2021. The proposal should include how the Regina Age-Friendly Steering Committee's community survey and future community assessments can act as an age-friendly lens to assist the city with future policies and planning, and B, the costs of creating and sustaining that partnership, and C, the availability of funding or grants from governments or organizations. Number two is that this be directed to engage with the Seniors Mechanism, Age-Friendly Saskatchewan, and other municipalities to define approaches to becoming an age-friendly city. And finally, to coordinate the presentation of the Regina Age-Friendly Steering Committee's Age Well tool to City Council with a request to assist in publicizing the tool to the public and the media.
Thank you, Councillor Young. These two motions will be discussed at our September meeting of Council. So I'd like to move on to motion 21, which is the creation of a Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Advisory Committee. If I have a motion to second this, put it on the floor, please.
Andrew.
Bresciani.
Thank you very much. So for members of council and for the public, this motion really represents a discussion that's been taking place in our community since, as a focal point of, or starting point, the May 25th issue with George Floyd in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And shortly after that conversation, I was approached by members of the Black community, the African Canadian Resource Network, Black Lives Matter, and others to convene a meeting to talk about dealing with issues of racism, discrimination for the Black community. And this was discussed with members of council, and on June 29th, Councillor Bresciani and I met with 13 members of the Black community, including the African Canadian Resource Network. And what you have in front of you now is some of the outcomes of that conversation. So we discussed the issue of how can we provide a platform in a way for members of the Black community in Regina to have a discussion of voice in shaping public policy and practices, to ensure that they were treated with equally with dignity and respect, and that we provide a platform for that. So the resolution speaks to establishing a diversity, equity, and inclusion advisory committee, and that the City of Regina undertake greater consultation. And this is an important element because it's not going to be members of council alone or the administration alone that will just determine the mission, mandate, goals, and objectives of the committee and who sits on the committee or the kind of individual to sit on that committee. That will be direct public consultation back to Black Lives Matter and the African Canadian Resource Network and with our Indigenous community as well, because we did speak significantly to some elders related to how they can be a part of this process. So this is the beginning of a conversation that has been dealt with in many ways, not just in Regina, but across Saskatchewan, across Canada, and clearly around the world. Now, I'm very proud of the fact that we have 11 members of council signing this. We have agreement to move forward in this way. Where we get to and what the outcome is going to be on this committee is going to be significant for us, and it's going to be somewhat open-ended at this point. But I can tell you that all the conversations, and Councilor Bresciani can speak to this issue, have been very respectful, but very direct, and the ask has been very clear. Simply asking for inclusion of how we set policy for the City of Regina. The same group has met with the Chief of Police, and he is committed to having a committee set up that will have an advisory role for the police service as well. So I'm very pleased, and I want to reach out and say thank you to the African Canadian Resource Network and others for firstly reaching out and speaking to us, secondly being respectful but direct and very clear in their comments. These individuals on the committee are youth, teenagers, early adults, and then seniors who have come forward and speak with one voice. So I'm asking members of council to approve the motion before us to set this committee up, but also to begin the process of public consultation so we can come back with some significant practical processes and plans of how we can structure the organization, how we can determine the mandate, the goals, objectives, and the composition of this committee. So I open up for members of council to speak. I think Councilor Bresciani, you may want to, if you have any additional comments, please feel free to do so. Thank you. Councilor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Your Worship. I think you've said it, included everything that I did want to say, but I do want to also thank the Black community, but also the elders, the Indigenous communities that we met with, and it was a wonderful, respectful discussion, as you've indicated, and I think one of the big takeaways was we were there really to listen, and I think that's a big part of the next steps for everyone as well as our community, and that would be part of the next steps. I think one of the things that was very, very, I think, helpful was hearing the fact that, you know, they need to be part of the discussion, and how do we start there? And that's kind of where this the Equity and Diversity Committee or Advisory Committee could start. And they would look at some of the things that, and these I think would be similar across the board. And we did hear similarities between both groups. There was talk about employment, talk about barriers to employment. Also, feeling part of the community, as many as we would feel, you know, that with thinking that people are a part of the community, but how can we have inclusion in a better way? And that starts from understanding and learning and hearing what they have to say. And many of these were youth, as Mayor Fougere has indicated. They were young people that have got a vibrancy and want a better for their city, but also I think they want the next generations to not have to go through what they've gone through. So I look forward to, I hope to be a part of the next steps, And I think our council, I think we've all collectively knew that we totally agree with this. We want to do better for our city. So again, I'd hope that there's a public forum in some way where I think we should also engage people to come forward and speak so the public can hear what they have to say, so we can all learn. And that was which is really good for me. So I'll leave it there for now and let others speak, but thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor Bertrand. Any other speakers to the motion? Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you very much to you and Lori for putting this first draft together. For administration, the motion reads as soon as possible. What is feasibly as soon as possible, considering the time frame here? Are we thinking fall, winter, Q1, Q2 of 2021? When can we get the terms of reference set up?
So I'll answer this and I'll give it to the administration afterwards. This is joint. This will be both with members of council and the administration, and this relates directly to the availability of the Black Lives Matter, Black Sask, and the other organizations that are involved, including Indigenous. So I don't expect this will be something that will be done overnight, but it will be a priority for, I know Councillor Bertrand and I would like to move on this pretty quickly to start those conversations. But when we ever formally come back to the administration, I'd ask the city manager for that, comments on that. Mr. Holden?
So thank you, Your Worship. I'll start and then I'll ask Mr. Nicol to comment further. Obviously, we're establishing a new advisory committee, a very important advisory committee. But just in terms of developing a terms of reference, and to your point, Your Worship, obviously there's some conversations that need to occur that will provide some input into that terms of reference. So just in terms of timing, in terms of our upcoming council schedule and obviously election schedule, we want to make sure that we can respond as quickly as possible, but that we're also realistic in terms of timing. So I'd ask Mr. Nicol just to comment further in terms of when we actually think we could get something in front of council for consideration.
Mr. Nicol.
Thank you, Your Worship. With respect to the potential timing of this, as the city manager has already laid out, this is going to be a relatively aggressive effort on the administration and council's part. There's a lot of moving parts that are going to be part of this. I think we have to take into account a couple of realities that we're facing. Part of it will be the challenge to get people together during this ongoing COVID pandemic. We will also have the newly elected council as of November 9th, which the composition of that may impact how we move forward on this or when, in terms of availability. And we will have the 2021 budget in the first quarter. So realistically, I would say sometime in early Q2 of next year. We can move this forward as fast as we can, but I don't think there's any prudence in giving it too aggressive an agenda and then not meet that. I think that would be actually deflate the objectives of this.
Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. That's all.
Other speakers? Right on. Thank you. Just before I ask the clerk to do the vote, I want to thank members of council once again for signing off on this motion, and for all those who we consulted with. They were, to repeat again, very positive, very clear, and it's going to be a wonderful discussion that we have as we move forward on setting up this committee, and it will make a significant change in our community, all for the better. Thank you. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. With respect to this motion, I will begin with you, please.
Oh, yes.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
In favor.
Passes unanimously, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We have one more item of business to take care of this afternoon, and this is the motion related to mandatory masks. So I would ask the mover to step forward, and you have 5 minutes to begin the discussion.
Great. Nice.
Go ahead, Councillor Stevens.
Could I get a seconder?
Seconder, please.
I'll second it, Hawkins.
Yeah, second.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So as we all know, the purpose of this motion is pretty clear. That administration prepare a report on mandatory mask buy covers indoor public spaces and provides an overview of the implications of a mandatory mask bylaw. Since we first talked about this and drafted the motion a month ago, a couple of things have changed. One, the cases in Regina, specifically in Saskatchewan, are no longer on the rise, as was the case in July. Secondly, we now have the lowest active case rate in Western Canada. And third, the schools across the province, and certainly in Regina, have a far more robust reopen plan. And at that time, there was a lot of concern in the community and across the province about what school would look like coming back. So that has been addressed. We've also seen changing public perception in the province. There's more people likely to adhere to a mandatory mask bylaw as the realities of COVID have set in. But I would like to say that the most important element of this motion is point 8, and that is the consultation with the Saskatchewan Health Authority and the request for guidance on how to implement and enforce such a mask bylaw. The reason that's the most important, I would argue, is it is going to be instrumental in providing guidance to council, and I think the public, and specifically administration, a mandatory mask bylaw looks like, the implications, how do we enforce it. The reason it's important, again, is the contradictions in some of the messaging. If we look at the Health Authority's website, it says, quote, wear a non-medical or cloth mask to help protect others, even when you don't have symptoms. And second, that non-medical and cloth face masks are an additional step to help slow this spread of COVID-19 when combined with everyday preventative actions and physical distancing, especially in public settings. That said, the SHA and the Chief Medical Officer, while they recommend this, helpful when it comes on whether or not we should enforce and make mandatory such a rule. And I think that's where the problem comes in. Are we experts to put pen to paper and say, is it that important that we're going to have a bylaw in the city of Regina?
Councillor Stevens, you're cutting out on us, just so you know that.
Sorry, the last
Okay.
about minute just got completed.
You lost us for about 30 seconds.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. So I guess the last point I was raising was the inconsistency with the Saskatchewan Health Authority that encourages the use of non-medical masks. It talks about how important it is to help spread this, help prevent the spread of, but any clear recommendations on whether or not it should be required. So this is really about asking them to help the city of Regina craft a policy and a rule around masks in public spaces. The other thing that I think needs to be addressed.
Cutting out again.
Some kind. I love this world. Can I just write my response here? Okay, hang on. I'm going to try to turn my video off. All right. I'm just going to say, since you can still hear me, is that what the report looks like should include, based on SHA guidance, a trigger. And we know that the city of Regina has been, or sorry, the city of Saskatoon has been provided advice on how this would work. So for instance, there would be a threat level of, say, green to red, and a mask bylaw could be instituted when certain threat levels are high and perhaps not triggered if it was low. So if the low infection rate, low spread of COVID, we would gauge whether or not it should be enforced based on the public health situation. So I'm going to pass it off to councillors who can probably address this more effectively, considering I'm cutting out. But again, the purpose is clear. And secondly, it's about getting the health authority to provide us guidance and to help draft this bylaw. I'll end with that.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Speakers to the motion. Councillor Massanelli.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank Councillor Stevens for speaking so well about this motion so far and the work you put into it. I am not a health official, I'm a mechanic. I don't know how effective masks are or how COVID spreads, or I can tell you how to tune up a cavalry like no one's business. I appreciate this because it looks for information from authorities. It also allows us to get our game together and prepare should the worst happen in our community, and I think that's our responsibility. I intend on supporting this because that way we start to put the necessary resources into planning and effective management of what could be a huge problem for all of us. And I've seen a lot of outcry about masks and backlash, and I don't mean to step on anyone's personal rights. Like I said, I'm not an authority. I'm stuck with a decision that has to look out for the best of us all. I appreciate the insight into looking for information for those who have that information properly and vetted information, not just what someone feels like typing out and taking at word without being checked. And I also appreciate the fact that this coincides with timelines and with necessity as well. It shows a little bit of foresight that way. And for those reasons, I will fully support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. When I spoke about this before, I was a little concerned about it having some disparity if somebody can't afford a mask and the ability for them to go out and that sort of thing. I just don't think now is the right time to have mandated masks in place. I just feel that we're not there yet. I think our community has done well with one active case in our community. I don't see a need for this at this point. I understand when we were looking at this to start with, we were concerned about schools, we were concerned about the numbers going up, but I just don't think we're there. I also don't think the education piece of people properly wearing a mask is in place. So people don't know what to touch, what not to touch. Inside out, upside down, when to wash your hands, and the hand washing piece that is vitally important just doesn't even talk about it in the bylaw. So and I know we don't have a bylaw yet, but having a bylaw in place. So I really don't think we're there yet, and the education piece of how to wear a mask properly, what to do, what not to do, I'm just not there yet, and I think it could do more harm than good. We're not all medical experts. I'm a nurse, but that does not make me an expert on mask wearing. If you look at the experts from the CDC, they're back and forth on masks right from the beginning. No, you don't need a mask. Yes, you do need a mask. You need an N95. You need a surgical mask. So they're all over the place as well. I just honestly don't think we're there yet. I think that people are being responsible in our community. They are wearing masks in appropriate places, in stores, when they can't be 6 feet apart from each other or 2 meters apart from each other. I think people are already doing what we're asking them to do, but I think the education piece comes first. I'm not in favor of putting a bylaw in place and finding people if they're not wearing a mask and not wearing it properly and the like. So I just don't think we're there yet. So I'll leave it at that and let others speak as well.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Bresciani? Oh, sorry, Councillor Young, you're the next. I missed that. Councillor Young.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. I think I'll start with what Councillor Bryce said. I don't think this is the time to do this, and I like what Councillor Stevens said when he said number 8 on this is the most important piece. And one of the things that I have trouble with is that the rest of this motion almost looks like, yes, we are going to do it, and yes, we want to enforce it, and all of these other things, and we have not made that decision. I think we need information first, and I like the idea of if numbers go up and reach a certain level, then perhaps we would institute this. I choose to wear a mask at all times in public places since I don't know if social distancing is adequate in a business or a store, and I don't want to be a threat to another person with health issues. But one of the things I've noticed visiting stores and restaurants in the city is that they're all over the place. Some of them are quite good with their distancing. They have a store big enough to distance, and if they don't, they have restricted numbers. And there are some who have no numbers and no room for people, and who have all kinds of people in there, none of them with masks on except the servers. And the lineup to get takeout food is right next to the tables where people are eating. So I think maybe we need some education to help the business committee realize that social distancing is really important. And when you can't do it, there are other things you can do, including masks, to help make your place of business safe. So I like the education part of this. I like waiting until we get some information from Dr. Shahid. And I was reading the Pan-Canadian Public Health Network today, and he's the co-chair of that. And it says, where local epidemiology and rate of community transition warrants it, the wearing of non-medical masks is recommended for periods of time when it is not possible to consistently maintain a 2-meter physical distance in crowded public settings. So I think that distancing and personal hygiene are the top two, and that we need more information before we make any kind of a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Brasciani. Councillor Brasciani. She may have had to leave, I believe.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. Sorry, it's cutting in and out. I think that, Regina has done a good job. We have had no cases as of yesterday. I think that Regina is listening and following. I think the social distancing, and as we have heard from Dr. Shahab, they are recommending that people wear masks when you cannot social distance. So I think at the end of the day, when our cases are so low, I think people already are respecting that. So one of the things, though, that I do think it's very important, though, is that we need to have a conversation. There's not one medical expert on council. And maybe it's a conversation as we move forward with Dr. Shahab as to next steps and the Ministry of Health as to what more can we do as a city. And if that means an awareness and education program collectively, where we talk about the importance of, again, it's not just wearing a mask, it's social distancing, but washing your hands. So if that's something that the next steps could be with city administration, I would rather see us do that. I have heard from businesses as well. There are some that are doing it, some that are not, some that are saying, please wear a mask. And then you go into some businesses and they're not adhering to that. The workers are wearing masks, but people, when they come in to pick up stuff, there isn't that. So I also would like to see, if administration, an opportunity to work with the chamber to educate some of the businesses as well, and how we can kind of work together with even CFIB and have a discussion. Is there a need for an education awareness around wearing masks and washing our hands and social distancing? So is that something that the city administration could look at through the chair?
Mr. Holden.
So through your worship, obviously if council would like us to do that, we can do that. That said, there are a lot of entities that are already, promoting, educating around mask use. The province does it directly. We've been doing some education, obviously, for the last little while, but especially since the 13th of August when council had a media event held at the Cornwall Centre. So I think there's lots of organizations that are already entertaining and undertaking that. If anything, I think we could task our citizen experience area with an opportunity to try and have some external conversations just to make sure that there's maybe some better coordination in terms of the discussions. But really it does come from the Health Authority and from their daily briefings and from their recommendations and advice. And I think as a community, lots of different organizations and retailers are picking up on that.
Yes. Thank you, through the chair. So I think just my last comment is I think right now as we sit, our cases are low, and I think that our residents are saying that we are doing our part. But I do think that if it's city administration, I think that's one thing that our citizen services can ensure, that loud and clear, and having that it's important to consider others wearing a mask. I think an education and awareness info just from the city, I think would be great. And I think right now we're doing well, like I said. But I do think that we should be connecting with the provincial government on an ongoing basis to keep up with if there's anything more that from a city's perspective or anything more from their perspective that we could be doing collectively. And I'll leave it there, but right now I think a mandatory bylaw is not needed, but I do support that we need to wear a mask, but I don't see it to be mandatory at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Marchiani. Councilor Flagel.
Thank you. I'm out of the wind finally myself. So I agree with, I think that, first off, I think the communication that has gone out to the members of the city in terms of what are we voting on today, because if you look at the amount of emails we got, the decision was that we're going to vote on this today, and we are not. We are asking for a report. So however the message got out to the public, whether it's through us, through the media, through whoever it was, that needs to be cleaned up because we put a lot of people at unrest and unease, which has caused them to get on their computers and send emails and stuff, which they can do. But as residents, I'd be a little upset that they were maybe whether they were misinformed or misread it, I don't know. But we need to do that because we've had a few other incidents in the last little while that the whole story hasn't been told. And it's caused all of us in administration some grief and the residents as well. So that's my first point. The second is that, all the residents in Regina have been doing a great job. Whether you want to wear a mask or not is up to you. You look at some of the larger retailers in the city, they're mandating that you can't come in their store if you don't wear a mask. And that's totally up to them because that's a private business. For us to come along and do it, it's something that we've got to look at in terms of, I'm not a mechanic, I'm not a nurse, I'm not a doctor, I don't have those qualifications. It's one of those things that it's not up to us. We have Dr. Shabab and his team, and we have all the other medical people across the country as well, and nobody is clear-cut saying that masks are absolutely have to be in order for us to survive. And that's something that nobody has come out and said. There are people that are for them, there are people that are against them, and if we look at the majority of the emails that I counted, more people are saying leave it to us to decide, and I think that's where I'm laying it too. There is no decision today. It's a matter of collecting information and gathering it. Sorry, I'm a little braid here, so I'm trying to make out. It's not up to us right now. We've got to decide. We've got to figure it out. The city's done a great job so far. Not even the city, but the residents have done a great job. And I think we continue this way. We're down to minimal cases in terms of compared to other cities and jurisdictions. We're in great shape. So we've got to continue that fight. We've got to support
police and healthcare workers. I was just in Swift Current to see my mom on the weekend, and they made it mandatory, of course, but the average age of the person in the building is over 75 years of age. So you want to be careful, you want to be clear to those that might be a little bit more vulnerable, but there's no indication that a mask is going to save them, anybody. So does it help? Is it uncomfortable for some? Absolutely. So let's wait and see what this thing brings back. And I think if it really gets bad, then we know that the province and their medical staff and team can put it together. So we'll leave it at that. Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, Councillor Murray.
Thanks. Through the chair, thanks. I want to just thank Councillor Stevens for bringing this forward. It's unfortunately, it's a divisive topic these days. So where I'm at on it is I actually really do trust the health authority at this point. Early on, we had this experience where we weren't sure if they were actually enacting basically triggers as they went along. At this point, I'm pretty comfortable that they are. We haven't seen major they say now. I would be the first person, if we started to see a massive outbreak, to start to ask for this report as a motion. I would hope it would get unanimous consent on the floor if we started to see a really bad outbreak. So far, I'm comfortable where we're at. The testing capacity has gotten up to where it needs to be. Like I started feeling ill about a week ago. Within 48 hours, I had a test, and I got the results back negative 24 hours later. So to me, that was a good eye-opener that the testing capacity is up. So I'm personally comfortable right now. I don't know if we need to do this. I do trust where the health authority is currently, and I think if we get to a situation where we don't feel that they're working hard enough or enacting some of those triggers, then I would bring this up again. But right now I'm comfortable, so I won't be supporting asking for it right now. So I appreciate it. I appreciate the debate though, and I thank Councillor Stevens for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. I'm just going to get my camera on going. Okay, we're here. Thank you, Worship, to you. We need to respect our citizens. I am in favor of all safety precautions, but just enacting a bylaw, it is already, it's an intrusive, it's a law, it's a bylaw. It doesn't sit well with most people. We are, as a citizenship, we as people work together to achieve the common goal. You can catch a lot more with honey than vinegar. And the discussion about the bylaw, we have many bylaws that are on our books, and it costs us money, costs citizenship money, taxpayers, and really, I don't believe that will be the good choice or a good bang for the buck. So bylaws are not always correct to do things. This is not the way to do it. Punishing or something, this is more of an education. I'm all for education, all discussion. Families protect themselves, the neighborhoods protect each other. Soap and water. Discussion was, this is not just now, this was before. We had flus, we had influenzas, all kinds of stuff. Soap and water. So mask, I wear a mask when I know that, if I go into the store and it's packed, whatever, I don't go in. And if I know that it's going to be difficult, I put it on. So I do believe in that. We need to protect all kinds of things, but soap and water is important. Another thing too is, one mask is one thing, but when we go shopping, go places, we as humans touch everything. And then we touch our face, touch our nose, touch our eyes. So there's more into that. When you heard the story that it gets passed to your eyeballs, your nose, your mouth. Mask is on the face, but the eyes, I've seen it where people scratch their head, scratch their eyes, and we have no problem there. So I don't believe that bylaw is going to be the resolve at all. And I do believe the province is doing a job, and I think we need to state we're not experts. And I believe individuals should have the ability to decide for themselves. As a society, it is a human right. Of course, I understand that. But as a citizenship, we need to understand the fact is that as people, we need to work together. And we need to help each other through education. and at home. Everything starts at home. So I definitely, if there's any discussion about bylaw, I will not support any kind of bylaw because that's something that most of us know takes a lot of effort and very little result from it. So education is one thing. I do understand as people, but we need to ask our citizens, and they've been doing a great job protecting themselves, protecting each other, respecting each other's spirits, and that's all it. And bylaw is not going to help us do that. Bylaw is just going to put us against each other. That's not the way I want to see this world go around. And I mean, if this is continuing, we've had this before. Different strains of different kind of flus, and SARS were here. I mean, we've battled through it. So again, I don't see any reason for me to even entertain supporting a bylaw. So thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Fundera. Councillor O'Donnell, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Hawkins.
Your Worship?
Go right ahead.
Your Worship, there's some political shilly-shallying going on here. Here are a couple of facts in the sea of facts about which we're uncertain in COVID that we are certain about. The first is there is COVID in Regina. It has not gone away. We are not an island unto ourselves. We know that people carry COVID without showing any symptoms. And mercifully, they aren't showing any symptoms, but they're out there. You could be, I could be, any councillor could be, without knowing it. That's one fact. The second fact is that we know in group situations where social distancing is not possible, that there is a real risk of the spread of COVID. There's no doubt about that. We've seen that in certain communities that live close together. We see it in our schools. It's not by chance that the public school board has said that students have to wear masks above grade 4 and above. We should be concerned that on city buses, which are now accepting full loads or near full loads, that social distancing might not be possible. Now, whether or not, when and if that means a bylaw, we can't answer today. But we can certainly, as number 8 in this motion suggests, seek guidance on this. Councillor Young mentioned, and I agree, that there might be cause for a kind of bylaw that says no mask below a certain number of COVID contagion. Above a certain number, a mask should become mandatory. So just to say, oh good, we're over this, there's no problem in Regina, is to ignore reality. It's to make one ask, why are we fussed about the schools then? Well, we fuss because we care, because we know that COVID is here, because in close gatherings it can spread, because there are vulnerable people like elderly people and immune-compromised people that could be caught. So I think just to sweep this motion aside is not enough, unless we're saying we are also going to ask the health authority, those with expertise, how we craft a bylaw, if it is necessary to have one, and where is a bylaw necessary beyond a shadow of a doubt. That is, what kind of group situations, demonstrations, for example, what kind of group situations should require a mask. So I'm a little more cautious, a little more concerned than some of the comments I've heard in council today. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks for the opportunity. I want to pick up kind of where Councillor Hawkins was, and basically if I'm going to make a mistake, I'll make it on caution and where I think about other people's well-being. That would be one. Two, I think some of the confusion was about the notion of mandatory and the timing of that. So I have a question or two, if I could, for the mover to Councillor Stevens. Councillor Stevens, was it your intent, because I listened to comments from my colleagues, was it your intent to have a mandatory mask bylaw ready for today? Councillor Stevens?
Through the chair, no, absolutely not. This is a motion that puts to task administration to craft a report and what such a bylaw would look like, and that would come back in September. So it's getting prepared for something and providing us information to make that decision.
And as a follow-up to that question, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Stevens, was it your intent that the health authority take the leadership role in this, setting the parameters for when any kind of requirement to wear a mask may come into play? Councillor Stevens?
Through the chair, yes, the intention was to have the SHA and its experts work hand in hand with our administration to provide guidance. If a bylaw is required, what would it look like, how would enforcement unfold, and so on. So it's about getting the experts in the room and helping us work through this.
If I could ask again to Councillor Stevens, because you made a comment about Saskatoon, I am not aware of a discussion that occurred in Saskatoon, the outcome, but I believe that they were talking about this as well. And are you aware of the outcome of that? Councillor Stevens?
Through the chair, they may be talking about it as we speak. They're a bit behind us in terms of advancing a mandatory mask bylaw or rule on buses. But what their staff have designed, and I sent this to the city manager, is a threat level. So there would be, again, a green, a yellow, and a red, for example, and it would signal to both council and administration when should we institute a mask bylaw. So when was the health emergency significant enough to do that? They have not decided upon that, and that data was provided to their council unsolicited. That discussion is ongoing, to my knowledge.
So I've spoken to the mayor of Saskatoon about this, and he said his council is leaning toward not having a bylaw. They're just not going to do that. Now, they may change, right, but at the moment, when I spoke with them last week, they're not prepared to take that step.
I appreciate that.
With respect to busing, they will do something there, though.
I appreciate that, thanks. And I am aware that the city of Moose Jaw, within the hour, is going to begin their same discussion on this topic. So my thoughts on this are, I mean, really, I see no harm in our administration working with the Sask Health Authority, asking and looking for when this could be necessary. See no reason to implement it today. So getting information, collecting information to me is just wise. I think the leadership here should come from the Health Authority, not from us. It's simply a matter of mechanism. Two, I support the notion that on our public transit, based on the size of the bus and so on, that we have gone to the mask, and good for that decision and good for that enactment, by the way. So I think we need to seriously take a look at what may be necessary. I might differ from the notion of September, but again, I don't know what will happen. But the idea to be prepared, that's what I would be support, to be prepared, makes only perfect sense to me.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. All have spoken, so I'll have my few comments here. I'm not going to repeat what most have said, but just to frame it, that I believe we're very much in a different context than we were a month or 2 months ago. I believe very strongly that we should not be, as the motion talks about, enforcing, or the notion of doing it. I think that voluntary compliance is the way to go, and I think in some measure, in any case, our media comments we had a couple weeks ago brought people's attention to that. So I'm not in favor of a bylaw and enforcing it. If the most important element of this motion is consultation with the health authority as to what it would look like, I'm okay with that discussion. But this motion does not do that, or it does a lot more. It says come back with how we can, what's the implications, provide voluntary compliance of 2-week window in advance of mandatory enforcement. I am not in favor of that. I think the public is very much attuned to what's happening. I think volunteering people to comply is much better. It sends the wrong message by this motion being passed. If we have this written and it will be reported that we favor a report back that talks about mandatory enforcement after 2 weeks. I just think that's a wrong message to have. We have all along taken our steps from the chief medical officer. And he's not asking for this yet. He's saying if you're indoors and you can't maintain the 2-meter distance, please put a mask on. He's not saying it's mandatory. So we're jumping ahead of the health authority. We're jumping ahead of Saskatchewan Health Authority by doing this. So whether we talk about what the trigger would look like and all that, I think that's a fair commentary, that the administration would be, and likely they should be, and likely they are in touch with the health authority. So I'd like to ask the question of the administration. Are you in touch with the health authority in terms of the general comment of how things are going on COVID? Mr. City Manager?
So through your worship, our emergency planning staff are in constant discussions with the Saskatchewan Health Authority through their emergency planning folks. So there is constant dialogue, and obviously all of the steps we've taken in terms of protecting our workforce, protecting the public, have always been in alignment with any public health orders and recommendations from the health authority.
So thank you for that. So I'm not in favor of the motion as written, but I'm going to move a referral motion, or actually a tabling motion, that this notice of motion be tabled, but that I'd like to have the administration come back with a report subsequent to the discussions with the health authority on the guidance of how and when we may have a mask bylaw. I don't want to talk about enforcing that, just when it would look like. So that seems to be the key here, which is point number 8. The rest I'm just not comfortable with at this point. People are doing a really good job in complying, and I see no reason for us to force this issue related to mandatory compliance, and then we have fines if necessary. So again, it would be to table this, but have a report back after discussions with the Saskatchewan Health Authority and the Chief Medical Officer to provide guidance on any implementation of a mask bylaw. I would need a seconder for that one.
It's Councillor Rice. I would second that.
Okay. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you. With respect to the tabling motion, I will start with you, Mayor Fougere.
Oh, yes.
Councillor Flagel.
No.
Councillor Mancinelli.
No.
Councillor O'Donnell.
No.
Councillor Bryce.
Yes.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Stevens.
No.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
In favor?
Tabling motion passes 6-4, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. That's the end of our agenda. Should I have a motion to adjourn, please?
So moved, Hawkins.
Councilor Hawkins seconded. All those in favor?
And
anyone against?
Yay.
Thanks, everyone.